Section 1 of The Gleam in the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elin. The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. Quote, "He sent our lawful prince amongst us, and I followed him." End quote. Lawrence Oliphant the Younger of Gask. Quote, "A brighter courage and a gentler disposition were never married together." End quote. Lord Clarendon of Sir Bevil Grenville. To my friends north of Tweed. In all that concerns Dr. Archibald Cameron, this story follows historical fact very closely, and its final scenes embody many of his actual words. Chapter 1. The Broken Claymore. 1. "And then," said the childish voice, "the clans charged. But I expect you do not know what that means, Keithie. It means that they ran very fast against the English, waving their broadswords, and all with their dirks in their left hands, under the targe, and they were so fierce and so brave that they broke through the front line of English soldiers, which were in front, and if there'd not been so many more English, and they well fed. Oh, but we were very hungry, and had marched all night." The little boy paused, leaving the sequel untold. But the pause itself told it. From the pronoun into which he had dropped, from his absorbed, exalted air, he might almost have been himself in the lost battle of which he was telling the story this afternoon among the Highland heather to a boy still younger. And in fact, he was not relating to those small, inattentive ears any tale of old, unhappy, far-off things, nor of a battle long ago. Little more than 6 years had passed since these children's own father had lain badly wounded on the tragic moorland of Culloden, had indeed died there, but for the devotion of his foster brothers. And this, concluded the storyteller, leaving the gap still unbridged, and this is the hilt of a broadsword that was used in the battle. He uncovered an object of a roundish shape, wrapped in a handkerchief, and lying on his knees. Her cousin Ian Stewart gave it to me last week, and now I will let you see it. Oh, you're not listening. You're not even looking, Keithie. The dark, pansy-like eyes of his little hearer were lifted to his. "Yes, my was," he replied in his clear treble. "Oh, but something run so fast down my leg," he added apologetically. "It comed out of the frug." Not much of a small 3-year-old person could be seen, so deeply planted was it in the aforesaid heather. His brother Donald, on the contrary, was commandingly situated on a fallen pine stem. The sun of late September, striking low through the birch trees, gilded his childish hair, ripe corn which gleamed as no cornfield ever did. He was so well-grown and sturdy that he might have passed for 7 or 8, and though in reality a good deal younger, and one could almost have imagined the winged helm of a Viking on those bright locks. But the little delicate face, surmounted by loose dark curls, which looked up at him from the fading heather, was that of a gently brooding angel, like that small seraph of Carpaccio's who bends so concernedly over his big lute. Between the two, tall, stately, and melancholy, sat Luath, the great shaggy Highland deerhound, and behind him was the glimmer of water. The historian on the log suddenly got up, gripping his claymore hilt tight. It was big and heavy, and the childish hand was lost inside the strong twining basketwork. Of the blade there remained but an inch or two. "Oh, come along, Keithie." Obediently the angel turned over, as small children do when they rise from the ground, took his brother's outstretched hand, and began to move away with him, lifting his little legs high to clear the tough heather stems. "Not going home now, Donald?" he inquired after a moment, tiring, no doubt, of this prancing motion. "We will go this way," replied the elder boy, somewhat disingenuously, well aware that he had turned his back on the house of Ardroy, his home, and was making straight for Loch na Hollere, where the two were never allowed to go unaccompanied. "I think that father is fishing here somewhere." 2. Conjecture, or knowledge, and Donald's statement was correct, though, as an excuse for theirs, his father's presence was scarcely sufficient, since nearly 1/4 of a mile of water intervened between Ewen Cameron of Ardroy and his offspring. He could not even see his small sons, for he sat on the farther side of the tree-covered islet, in the middle of the loch, a young auburn-haired giant with a determined mouth, patiently splicing the broken joint of a fishing rod. More than 4 years had elapsed since Ardroy had returned with his wife and his little son from exile after Culloden. As long as Lochiel, his proscribed chief, was alive, he had never contemplated such a return. But in those October days of 1748, when the noblest and most disinterested of all the gentlemen who had worn the white rose lay dying in Picardy of brain fever, or, more truly, of a broken heart, he had in an interval of consciousness laid that injunction on the kinsman who almost felt that with Lochiel's his own existence was closing too. All his life, Lochiel's word had been law to the young man. A wish uttered by those dying lips was a behest so sacred that no hesitation could stand in the way of carrying it out. Ewen resigned the commission which he bore in Lochiel's own regiment in the French service, and breathed once more the air of the hills of home, and saw again the old grey house and the mountain-clasped loch, which was even dearer. But he knew that he would have to pay a price for his return. And indeed he had come back to a life very different from that which had been his before the year 1745, to one full of petty annoyances and restrictions, if not of actual persecution. He was not himself attainted, and thereby exempted, like some, from the act of indemnity, or he could not have returned at all. But he came back to find his religion proscribed, his arms taken from him, and the wearing of his native dress made a penal offence, which, at its second commission, might be punished with transportation. The feudal jurisdiction of the chiefs was shattered for ever, and now the English had studded the Highlands with a series of military outposts, and thence, at great expenditure of shoe leather, patrolled all but the wildest glens. It was a maimed existence, a kind of exile at home, and though indeed to a Highlander, with all a Celt's inborn passion for his native land, it had its compensations. And though he was most happily married, Ewen Cameron knew many bitter hours. He was only 33, and looked less, and he was a Jacobite and fighter born. Yet both he and his wife believed that he was doing right in thus living quietly on his estate, for he could thereby stand, in some measure, between his tenants and the pressure of authority, and his 2 boys could grow up in the home of their forefathers. And Keith, indeed, had first opened his eyes at Ardroy, and even Donald in England, whither, like other heroic Jacobite wives in similar circumstances, Lady Ardroy had journeyed from France for her confinement, in order that the heir should not be born on foreign soil. Besides, Lochiel had counselled return. Moreover, the disaster of Culloden had by no means entirely quenched Jacobite hopes. And the prince would come again, said the defeated among themselves, and matters go better. Next year, or the year after. Ewen, in France, had shared those hopes. But they were not so green now. The Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle had rendered French aid a thing no more possible. And indeed, Jacobite claims had latterly meant to France merely a useful weapon with which to threaten her ancient foe across the Channel. Once, he who was the hope of Scotland had been hunted day and night among these western hills and islands, and the poorest had sheltered him without thought of consequences. Now, on the wide continent of Europe, not a crowned head would receive him for fear of political complications. More than 3 years ago, therefore, poor, outcast, and disillusioned, he who had been Bunny Prince Charlie had vanished into a plotter's limbo. Very few knew his hiding places, and not one Highlander. 3. "I want to go home," said little Keith, sighing. The 2 children were now standing a few yards from the verge, looking over the Loch of the Eagle, where the fringing birches were beginning to yellow, and the quiet water was expecting the sunset. Donald took no notice of this plaint. His eyes were intently fixed on something up the red-brown slopes of Miaul Achaug on the far side. Was it a stag? "Her father not here," began the smaller boy once more, rather wistfully. "I'll go home to mother now, Donald." "All in good time," said Master Donald in a lordly fashion. "Oh, sit down again, if you're tired." "Not tired," retorted little Keith, but his mouth began to droop. "I want to go home. Louith gone." He tugged at the hand which held him. "Oh, be quiet," exclaimed his brother impatiently, intent on the distant stag, if stag it were. He loosed his hold of Keith's hand, and putting down the Claymore hilt, used both his own to shade his eyes, remembering the thrill, the rather awful thrill, of coming once upon an 8-pointer, which severe weather had brought down almost to the house. This object was certainly moving. Now a birch tree by the loch side blocked his view of it. Donald himself moved a little farther to the left to avoid the birch branches, almost as breathless as if he had really been stalking the beast. But in a minute or two he could see no further sign of it on the distant hillside, and came back to his actual surroundings to find that his small brother was no longer beside him, but had trotted out to the very brink of the loch, in a place where Donald had always been told that the water was as deep as a kirk. "Oh, Keith, come back at once," he shouted in dismay. "Oh, you know that you're not to go there." And then he missed the Claymore hilt, which he had laid down a yard or so away, and crying, "Oh, how dare you take my sword!" flung himself after the truant. But before he could reach it, the small figure had turned an exultant face. "My got yours toy!" And then he had it no longer, for with all his childish might he had thrown it away from him into the water. And there was a delightful splash. "It's away," announced Keithie, laughing gleefully. And Donald stood there arrested, his rosy face gone white as paper. For, despite the small strength which had thrown the thing, the irreplaceable relic was indeed away. And since the loch was so deep there, and he could not swim. And then the hot Highland blood came surging back to his heart, and, blind with a child's unthinking rage, he pounced on the malefactor. One furious push, and he had sent his 3-year-old brother to join the Claymore hilt in the place where Loch na Hollera was as deep as a kirk. A child's scream, 2 screams, made Ewen Cameron throw down his rod and spring to his feet. In that stillness of the heart of the hills, and over water, sounds travelled undimmed, and he had for a little time been well aware of childish voices at a distance, and had known them, too, for those of his own boys. But since it never occurred to him that the children were there unattended, he was not perturbed. He would row over to them presently. But now he ran across the islet in a panic. The screams prolonged themselves. He heard himself called. Oh God, what had happened? And then he saw. On the shore of the loch, Looking very small against the great old pines behind him, stood a boy rigid with terror, screaming in Gaelic and English for his father, for Angus, for anyone. And in the water not far from shore was something struggling, rising and disappearing. Ardroy jumped into the small boat in which he had rowed to the island and began to pull like a madman towards the shore, his head over his shoulders the while. And thus he saw that there was something else in the loch also, a long, narrow head forging quickly through the water towards the scene of the accident, that place near land, indeed, but deep enough to drown 20 children. Oh, Luath, bless him, thought the young man, has gone in from a distance. Before he had rowed many more strokes, he himself dropped his oars, and, without pausing even to strip off his coat, had plunged in himself. Even then, strong swimmer though he was, he doubted if he should be in time. The dog had got there first, and had seized the child, but was more occupied in trying to get him bodily out of the loch than in keeping his head above water. But with a stroke or two more, Ardroy was up to them, only praying that he should not have to struggle with Luath for possession. Mercifully, the deerhound obeyed his command to let go, and in another moment Ewen Cameron was scrambling out of Loch na Horre, himself fully as terrified as either of the children, but clutching to him a sodden, choking little bundle, incoherent between fright and loch water. 5. The old house of Ardroy stood some quarter of a mile from the loch, rather strangely turning its back upon it, but since it thus looked south, capturing the sun for a good part of the day, even in midwinter. Comfortable and unpretentious, it had already seen some 130 autumns, had sometimes rung with youthful voices, and sometimes lacked them. Now, once again it had a nursery, where, at this moment, by a fire of peat and logs, a rosy-cheeked Highland girl was making preparations for washing 2 small persons who, after scrambling about all afternoon in the heather and bracken, would probably stand in need of soap and water. And presently their mother came through the open door, dark-haired like her younger son, slight, oval-faced, almost a girl still, for she was but in her late 20s, and combining a kind of effortless dignity with a girlish sweetness of expression. "Are the children not home yet, Morag?" she asked, using the Gaelic, and Morag answered her lady that surely they would not be long now, and it might be that the laird himself was bringing them, for he had gone up past the place where they were playing. "Ah, there they are," said Lady Ardroy, for she had heard her husband's step in the hall, and as she left the room his soft Highland voice floated up to her, even softer than its wont, for it seemed to be comforting someone. She looked over the stairs and gave an exclamation. Ardroy was dripping wet, all save his head, and in his arms, clinging to him with an occasional sob, was a pitiful little object with dark hair streaked over its face. Ewen looked up at the same moment and saw her. "All is well, dear heart," he said quickly. "Keithie has had a wee mishap, but here he is, safe and sound." He ran up the stairs and put the small, wet thing, wrapped in Donald's coat, into its mother's arms. Yes, the loch. He fell in. No harm, I think, only frightened. Luath got to him first. I was on the island. Alison gave a gasp. She had seized her youngest, almost as if she were rescuing him from the rescuer, and was covering the damp, forlorn little face with kisses. "Oh, darling, and darling, you're safe with mother now. Oh, he must be put into a hot bath at once." She ran with them into the nursery. Was the water heated, Morag? Ardroy, wet and gigantic, followed her in, and behind came the mute and coatless Donald, who stood for a moment looking at the bustle, and then went and seated himself, very silent, on the window-seat. Close to the fire his mother was getting the little sodden garments off Keith. Morag was pouring out the hot water. His father, who could be of no use here, was contributing a damp patch into the nursery floor. But Keithie had ceased to cry now, and as he was put into the bath, he even patted the water and raised a tiny splash. And then, after he was immersed, he said to his mother, raising those irresistible velvety eyes, "How naughty, Donald, to put Keithie into the water!" "Oh, my darling, my peery Winky, you must not say things like that," exclaimed Alison, rather shocked. "There, we'll forget all about falling in. You're safe home now. Oh, towel, Morag." "And Donald pushed Keithie into the water," repeated the little naked boy from the folds of the towel. And again, with deeper reprobation in his tone, "Naughty Donald." Ardroy, anxiously and helplessly watching these operations, knelt down on one knee beside his wife and son, and said gently, "Donald should not have gone near the Loch. That was naughty of him, but you must not tell a lie about it, Keithie." "Oh, did put my in," reiterated the child, now wrapped in a warm blanket, and looking not unlike a chrysalis. "Oh, did. Oh, did." "Yes, I did," said a sudden voice from behind. "It's not a lie. I did push him in." And, with that, Donald advanced from the window. His kneeling father turned so suddenly that he almost overbalanced. You pushed your little brother into Loch na Hollere?" he repeated, in a tone of utter incredulity, while Alison clutched the chrysalis to her, looking like a mother in a picture of the massacre of the innocents. "You pushed him in? Deliberately?" repeated Ardroy once more, and getting to his feet. And the child faced him, fearless but not defiant, his golden head erect, his hands clenched at his sides. "He threw my broadsword hilt in. It was wicked of him. Wicked." The voice shook a moment. "But he's not telling a lie." For a second Ewen gazed, horrified, at his wife, and then at his heir. "I think you had better go downstairs to my room, Donald. When I've changed my clothes, I will come and talk to you there. You'll be getting Keithie to bed as soon as possible, I suppose, Muchiri." "Donald, Donald," murmured his mother, looking at the culprit with all the sorrow and surprise of the world in her eyes. "Naughty Donald," chanted his brother with a flushed face. "Naughty, naughty, naughty." "Oh, a great deal more than naughty," thought the young father to himself, as he went to his bedroom and stripped off his wet clothes. "Oh, good God, how came he to do such a thing?" In the hall, Lewis, wet too, rose and poked a cold nose into his hand. "Yes," said his master, "you did your duty, a good dog. But my boy, how could he have acted so?" He put that question squarely to the delinquent, who was waiting for him in the little room where Ardroy kept his books and rods and saw his tenantry. Donald's blue eyes met his, frankly. "I suppose because I was angry with Keithie for being so wicked," he replied. Ewen sat down, and, afraid lest his horror and surprise should make him too stern, drew the child towards him. "But surely, Donald, you're sorry and ashamed now. Think what might have happened." The fair head drooped a little, but not, evidently, in penitence. "I am not sorry, father, that I threw him in. He was wicked. He took my Claymore hilt that was used at Culloden and threw it in. So it was right that he should be punished." "Oh, great heavens!" exclaimed his parent, loosing his hold of him at this pronouncement. "And don't you think that your little brother is of more importance than a bit of an old broadsword?" To which Donald made the devastating reply, "No, father, for I don't suppose that I can ever have the hilt again, because the loch is so deep there. But some day I may have another brother. Morag said so." Words were smitten from the Laird of Ardroy, and for a moment he gazed speechless at this example of infantile logic. "Donald," he said at last, "I begin to think you're a wee thing fey. Go to bed now. I'll speak to you again in the morning." "If you're going to punish me, father," said the boy, standing up very straight and looking up at him with his clear, undaunted eyes, "I would liefer you did it now." "Oh, I'm afraid you cannot have everything you wish, my son," replied Ardroy rather grimly. "Go to your bed now, and pray to God to show you how wicked you've been. I'd rather you felt that than thought about getting your punishment over quickly. Indeed, if the sight of your little brother Albert drowning through your act was not punishment—" He stopped, for he remembered that Donald had at least screamed for help. But the executor of vengeance stuck to his guns. "It was Keithie who deserved punishment," he murmured, but not very steadily. "The child's bewitched," said Ewen to himself, staring at him. And then he put a hand on his shoulder. "Oh, come now," he said in a softer tone, "and get you to bed, and think of what you would be feeling like now if Keithie had been drowned, as he certainly would have been had I not happened to be on the island, and for Lewis could not have scrambled right out with him. And you see what disobedience leads to, for if you had not taken Keithie to the Loch, he could not have thrown your hilt into it." And this argument appeared to impress the logical mind of his son. "Yes, father," he said in a more subdued tone. "Yes, I'm sorry that I was disobedient." And though Ardroy at once divined a not very satisfactory reason for this admission, he wisely did not probe into it. "Go to bed now." "Am I to have any supper?" "Supper is of small account," replied Ewen rather absently, gazing at the golden-haired criminal. "Yes, I mean no supper." On that point at least he was able to come to a decision, and Donald seemed satisfied with its justice. He left the room gravely, without saying good night. Later, bending with Alison over the little bed where Donald's victim was already nearly asleep, Ewen repeated his opinion that their elder son was fey. "And what are we to do with him? He seems to think that he was completely justified in what he did. It is unnatural." And he looked so perturbed that his wife smothered her own no less acute feelings on the subject and said, consolingly, "Oh, he must at least have done it in a blind rage, dear love." "Oh, I hope so, indeed. But he's so uncannily calm and judicial over it now. Oh, I don't know what to do. Ought I to thrash him?" "Oh, you could not," murmured Lady Ardroy. Like many large, strong men, Ewen Cameron was extraordinarily gentle with creatures that were neither. "No, I will try whether I cannot make Donald see what a dreadful thing he did. Oh, Ewen, if you'd not been there—" Her lips trembled, and going down on her knees she laid her head against the little mound under the bedclothes. Keithie half woke up and bestowed a sleepy smile upon her. In common with his impenitent brother, he seemed to have recovered from his fright. It was the parents of both in whose cup the dregs of the adventure were left, very disturbing to the palate. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Chapter 2. Lieutenant Hector Grant of the Régiment d'Albany. Alison retired early that evening to keep an eye upon her youngest born after his immersion. But Ardroy did not go to bed at his usual hour. Indeed, he remained far beyond it, and 11:30 found him pacing up and down the big living room, his hands behind his back. Now and again, as he turned in his perambulation, there was to be seen the merest trace of his memento of Culloden, and the limp which, when he was really tired, was clearly to be recognized for one. Deeply shocked at this fratricidal tendency in his eldest son, and puzzled how best to deal with it, the young man could not get his mind off the incident. When he looked at Lewis, lying on the deerskin in front of the hearth, nose on paws, and eyes following his every movement, he felt almost ashamed that the dog should have witnessed the crime which made Donald, at his early age, a potential Cain. At last, in desperation, he went to his own sanctum, seized an account book, and bore it back to the fireside. Anything to take his mind off the afternoon's affair, were it only the ever-recurring difficulty of making income and expenditure tally. For Ewen had never received, had never wished to receive, a single louis of the French gold buried at Loch, and though it had been conveyed into Cameron territory by a Cameron, and though another Cameron, and together with a proscribed chief of the Macphersons, still in hiding in Badenoch, was agent for its clandestine distribution among the Jacobite clans. Ardroy had told Dr. Archibald Cameron, Lochiel's brother, and his own cousin and intimate, who had been the hero of its transportation and interment, that he did not need any subsidy, and John Cameron of Fassifern, the other brother, representative in the Highlands of the dead chief's family, now in France, was only too relieved not to have another applicant clamouring for a dole from that fast-dwindling hoard. And Ardroy himself was glad of his abstention, for by this autumn of 1752 it was becoming clear that the money landed from the French ships just after the Battle of Culloden, too late to be of any use in the campaign, had now succeeded in setting clan against clan, and kinsman against kinsman, in raising jealousies, and even, for there were ugly rumours abroad, in breeding informers. Yes, it was dragon's teeth, after all, which Archibald Cameron had with such devotion sowed on Loch Arcaig's side. Seed which had sprung up, not in the guise of armed men to fight for the Stuarts, but in that of a crop of deadly poison. Even Ewen did not suspect how deadly. In the midst of the young laird's rather absent-minded calculations, Lewis suddenly raised his head and growled. Ardroy laid down his papers and listened, but he could hear nothing. The deerhound growled again, on a deep, threatening note, and rose, the hair along his neck stiffening. His eyes were fixed on the windows. "Oh, quiet," said his master, and, rising also, went to one, drew aside the curtains, and looked out. He could see nothing, and yet he, too, felt that someone was there. With Lewis still growling at his heels, he left the room, opened the door of the house, and, going through the porch, stood outside. The cool, spacious calm of the Highland night enveloped him in an instant. He saw Aldebaran, brilliant in the south-east, between two dark continents of cloud. Then footsteps came out of the shadows, and a slim, cloaked figure slipped quickly past him into the porch. "Est-il permis d'entrer, mon cher?" it asked, low and half laughing. "Oh, down, Lewis. It's a friend, a good dog." "Who is it?" had been surprised out of Ewen in the same moment as he turned. "Oh, sure, you know that," said the voice. "Oh, but shut your door, Ardroy." The intruder was in the parlour now, in the lamplight, and as Ewen hastened after him, he flung his hat upon the table and advanced with both hands outstretched. A dark, slender, clear-featured young man of about 25, wearing powder and a long green roquelaure. "Oh, Hector, by all the powers!" exclaimed the involuntary host. What brings me here? I'll tell you in a moment. How does Alison and yourself and the bairns? Oh, faith, I'll hardly be knowing those last again, I expect." Alison is very well, replied Ewen to Alison's only brother. We are all well, thank God. And Alison will be vastly pleased to see you, as I am. But why this unannounced visit, my dear Hector? And why, if I may ask, this mysterious entrance by night? 'Tis mere chance, and that I'm not abed like the rest of the house. I had my reasons, said Hector Grant cheerfully. Nay, I'm no deserter. He was an officer in French service, but I thought it wiser to slip in unnoticed if I could. I'll tell you why anon, when I am less, you'll pardon me for mentioning it, less sharp-set. Ah, my sorrow, exclaimed his host. Oh, forgive me, I'll have food before you in a moment. Sit down, Echen, and I will tell Alison of your arrival. Hector caught at him. Oh, don't rouse her now. The morn will be time enough, and I'm wanting a few words with you first. He threw off his roquelaure. May I not come and forage with you, as we did? Where was it? At Manchester, I think, in the 45. Come on, then, said his brother-in-law, a hand on his shoulder, and they each lit a candle and went, rather like schoolboys, to rifle the larder. And presently Ardroy was sitting at the table, watching his midnight visitor give a very good account of a venison pie. This slim, vivacious, distinctly attractive young man might almost have passed for a Frenchman, and indeed his long residence in France had given him not a few Gallic tricks of gesture and expression. For Hector Grant had lived abroad since he entered French service at the age of 16. And before that, too. Only during the fateful year of the Rising had he spent any length of time in Britain. It was, indeed, his French commission which had saved him from the scaffold, for he had been one of the ill-fated garrison of Carlisle. Venison! Good to be back where one can have a shot at a deer again, he presently observed, with his mouth full. I envy you, mon frère. You need not, answered Ewen. You forget that I cannot have a shot at one. I've no means of doing it. No firearms. No, not the smallest fowling piece. We have to snare our deer, or use dogs. C'est vrai, I had forgotten. But I cannot think how you submit to such a deprivation. Submit? Asked Ardroy, rather bitterly. There's no choice. Every Highland gentleman of our party has to submit to it, unless he has qualified to the English government. And you still have not done that. Ewen flushed. My dear Hector, how should I take an oath of fidelity to the Elector of Hanover? Do you think I'm become a Whig? Faith, no, unless you've mightily changed since we marched into England together 7 years ago come Hallowmas. But, Ewan, besides the arms which you've been forced to give up, and there'll surely be some which you have contrived to keep back, as has always been done in the past, when these distasteful measures were imposed upon us. Ewen's face darkened. The English were cleverer this time. After the Act of 25, no one was made to call down a curse upon himself, his kin, and all his undertakings, and to invoke the death of a coward and burial without a prayer in a strange land, if he broke his oath that he had not, and never would have in his possession, any sword or pistol or arm whatsoever, nor would use any part of his Highland garb. Hector whistled. Ma foi, you subscribe to that? I had to, answered Ewen shortly. I never realized that when I was here 2 years ago, but then my visit was so short. I did indeed know that the wearing of the tartan in any form was forbidden. That, observed Ardroy, bears harder in a way upon the poor folk than upon us gentry. I had other clothes. If not, I could buy some. But the crofters, what else had they but their homespun plaids and philibecks and gowns? Is it any wonder that they resorted at first to all sorts of shifts and evasions of the law, and do still, wearing a piece of plain cloth merely wrapped around the waist, sewing up the kilt in the hope that it may pass for breeches, and the like? But that is not the only side of it, said the young Franco-Scot rather impatiently. You're eloquent on the money hardship inflicted on the country folk, But surely you do not yourself relish being deprived by an enemy of the garb which has always marked us as a race." He was young, impetuous, not remarkable for tact, and his brother-in-law had turned his head away without reply, so that Hector Grant could not see the gleam which had come into those very blue eyes of his, nor guess the passionate resentment which was always smouldering in Ardroy's heart over a measure which, in common with the poorest Highlander, he loathed with every fibre of his being, and which he would long ago have disobeyed, but for the suffering which the consequences to him would have brought upon his wife and children. "I should have thought," young Grant was going on, when Ewen broke in, turning round and reaching for the claret. "Have some more wine, Hector. Now, am I really not to wake Alison to tell her that you're here?" Hector finished his glass. "No, let her sleep, the darling. I'll have plenty of time to talk with her. That is, if you will keep me a few days, Ardroy." "Oh, my dear brother, why ask? My house is yours," said Ewen warmly. Hector made a little gesture of thanks. "I'll engage not to wear the tartan," he said, smiling, "nor my uniform, in case the English redcoats should mislike it." "That is kind of you, and, as I guess, you could not, having neither with you." "A moi," said Hector to this, like a fencer acknowledging a hit. "I'll see about a bed for you now. There is one always ready for a guest, I believe." Again the young officer stayed him. "It is not much past midnight yet. And I want a word with you, Ewen, a serious word. I'd liefer indeed say it before I sleep under your roof, I think, more especially since, for your family's sake, you've become prudent." Ardroy's face clouded a little. He hated the very name of prudence, and the thing too, but it was true that he had to exercise it. "Say on," he responded, rather briefly. "Eh bien," began Hector, his eyes on the empty wine-glass, which he was twirling in his fingers. "Although it is quite true that I'm come hither to see my sister and her children, there is someone else whom I'm very anxious to have speech with." "And who's that?" asked Ewen a trifle uneasily. "Oh, you're not come, I hope, on any business connected with the Loch treasure. 'Tis not Cluny Macpherson whom you wish to see." Hector looked at him and smiled. "Oh, I hope to see Cluny later, though not about the treasure. And just now it's a man much easier to come at, a man in Loch that I'm seeking. Yourself, in short." Ewen raised his eyebrows. "You've not far to go, then." "Oh, I'm not so sure of that," responded young Grant cryptically. He paused a moment. "Ewen, have you ever heard of Alexander Murray?" "The brother of Lord Murray of Elibank, do you mean?" "Yes. What of him?" "And Finlay MacPhair of Glensheen. Young Glensheen. Did you ever meet him in Paris?" "No, I've never met him." "N'importe. Now listen, and I will tell you a great secret." He drew closer, and into Ardroy's ears he poured the somewhat vague but, to Ewen, alarming details of a plot to surprise St. James's Palace and kidnap the whole English royal family, by means, chiefly, of young officers like himself in the French service, aided by Highlanders, of whom 500, he alleged, could be raised in London. The German elector, his remaining son and his grandsons, once out of the way, England would acquiesce with joy in the fait accompli, and welcome her true prince, who was to be ready on the coast. The Highlands, of course, must be prepared to rise, and quickly, for Hector believed that an early date in November had been fixed for the attempt. The Scots whom he had just mentioned were in the plot, and the Earl Marischal knew of it. And Hector himself, having already resolved to spend his leave in visiting his sister, had also, it was evident, conceived the idea of offering Ardroy a share in the enterprise, apparently hoping to induce him to go to London and enroll himself among the putative 500 Highlanders. "But before we discuss that," he finished, "tell me what you think of the whole notion of this coup de main. Was it not excellent, and just what we ought to have carried out long ago, had we been wise?" and he leant back with a satisfied air, as if he had no fear of the reply. But there was no answering light on the clear, strong face opposite him. Cameron of Ardroy was looking very grave. "You want to know what I think?" he asked, slowly. "Well, first I think that the scheme is mad, and could not succeed. And secondly, that it is unworthy, and does not deserve to." Hector sat up in his chair. "Hey, qu'est-ce que tu me chantes là?" he cried with a frown. "I'll say that again." Ewen did not comply. Instead, he went on very earnestly. "You surely do not hold with assassination, Hector. But no doubt you do not see the affair in that light. You spoke of kidnapping, I think. Oh, for heaven's sake, have nothing to do with a plot of that kind, which the prince would never soil his hands with." "You're become very squeamish on a sudden," observed his visitor, surveying him with an air at once crestfallen and deeply resentful. "And somewhat behind the times, too, since you retired to these parts. The prince not only knows, but approves of the plan." His brother-in-law's face expressed complete skepticism. "I think your enthusiasm misleads you, Hector. His Royal Highness has always refused to countenance schemes of the kind." "You are a trifle out of date, as I was forced to observe to you, my dear Ewen. I suppose His Royal Highness may change his mind. And, after all, it is 5 years or so since you have been able to know anything of his opinions. As it happens, it is in connection with this enterprise that he is sending Macfair of Loch and Dr. Cameron to Scotland. They are to work the clans, meanwhile, so that when the blow is struck in London by those responsible—" But by now Ewen was interrupting him. "Archie? Archie Cameron is connected with this plot. I'm sorry to appear to doubt you, Hector, but since at this point we had best be frank, I don't believe it." Hector's lips were compressed, his eyes glinting. He seemed to be making an effort to keep his temper. "Oh, he'll tell you differently, and parbleu, when you meet him." "And when I meet him? He's not in Scotland." "Oh, he is, by this time. And I suppose, since he's your cousin, and you've always been intimate with him, that he'll come here, and mayhap you will accord him a more courteous welcome than you have me." He pushed back his chair and got up. Ewen did the same. "I ask your pardon if I was uncivil," he said, with some stiffness. "But I cannot be courteous over a scheme so ill-judged and so repugnant. Moreover, Archibald Cameron will not come here. When he was over in 49 on the business of the Loch gold, he purposely kept away from Ardroy." "Oh, purposely? Why?" "Oh, aye, lest he should compromise you, I suppose." "Something of the sort," answered Ewen, without flinching. "Oh yes, that's your chief preoccupation now, I see," flared out Hector, hot as ginger. "Oh, it were much better I'd not come here either, but I'll go at once, lest I should commit that unpardonable sin." "Oh, Hector, Hector, do not be so hasty," cried Ewen, angry enough himself, but still able to control his tongue. "You asked me what I thought. I told you. Give me your cloak, and sit down again. Let's leave this business till the morning, and we'll talk of it again then." "No, indeed we will not," retorted the young plotter defiantly. "I'll find some other roof to shelter me tonight, some humbler dwelling where the white rose is still cherished. It grows no longer at Ardroy. I see that very plainly." He flung the cloak round him with a swing. "I'll bid you good night, Monsieur mon beau-frère." Ewen had put his hands behind him. One was gripping the wrist of the other. He had turned a little pale. "You can say what you please to me in this house," he answered between his teeth, "for you know that I cannot touch you. But if you still feel minded to repeat that about the white rose to me tomorrow, somewhere off my land—" "Oh, the white rose," broke in a gentle voice from the doorway. "Who is speaking of—" "Oh, Hector!" It was Lady Ardroy, in her night shift with a shawl about her. Both men stood looking at her and wondering how much she had heard. "Oh, Hector, dear brother, what a surprise!" She ran across the big room to him. "Oh, take off your cloak. How delightful is this?" With the words, she threw her arms round his neck and kissed him warmly. But there must have been something amiss in her brother's answering salute, as in her husband's silence. "And what is troubling you?" she asked, looking from one to the other, her hand still on Hector's shoulder. "Oh, is anything wrong? Is there ill news?" Neither of the men answered her for a moment. "Oh, Ewen considers it ill," said Hector at last, curtly. "But it does not touch him, nor you, my dear. So I'll say good night. I must be going on my way." "Going on your way? Tonight?" There was almost stupefaction in his sister's tone. "But 'tis long past midnight. You cannot go, Hector. And where are you bound at such an hour? Ewen, make him bide here." "Hector must please himself," replied her husband coldly. "But, naturally, I have no desire that he should continue his journey before morning." Alison gazed at him in dismay. Highland hospitality, and to a kinsman, offered in so half-hearted a fashion. "Oh, surely you've not been differing about anything." They had always been such good friends in the past. Again, neither of them answered her at once, but they both looked a trifle like children detected in wrongdoing. "You'd better go back to bed, my heart," said Ewen gently. "Did you come down because you heard voices?" "I came," said Alison, her eyes suddenly clouding. "Because of Keithie. I don't know, but I fear he may be going to be ill." "Oh, you see, I'd best go," said her brother instantly, in a softer tone. "If you have a child ill—" "Oh, but that is neither here nor there," replied Alison. "Oh, Hector, stay, stay." Of course, the young soldier wanted to stay. But, having announced in so fiery a manner that he was going, and having undeniably insulted the master of the house, how could he with dignity remain, unless that master begged him to? And that Ardroy, evidently, was not minded to do. "If Hector wishes to please you, Alison, he will no doubt bide here the night," was all the olive branch that he tendered. "But I gather that he fears he will compromise us by his presence. If you can persuade him that his fear is groundless, pray do so." "No," said Hector, not to Ewen but to Alison. "No, best have no more words about it. It were wiser I did not sleep here tonight. I'll come on my return. Or perhaps tomorrow," he added, melted by his sister's appealing face. "I'll find a shelter, never fear. But things have changed somewhat of late in the Highlands." With which mysterious words he kissed Alison again, flung his cloak once more about him, and made for the door. Lady Ardroyd followed him a little way, distressed and puzzled, and then stopped. Half her heart, no doubt, was upstairs. But Ewen left the room after the young officer, and found him already opening the front door. "Do me the justice to admit that I'm not turning you out," said Ardroy rather sternly. "It is your own doing. The house is open to you tonight, and for as long afterwards as you wish. If you apologize—" "I'll return when you apologize for calling me an assassin," retorted Hector over his shoulder. "You know I never called you so. Hector, I hate your going off in anger in this fashion at dead of night. And how am I to know that you will not stumble into some ill affair or other with the redcoats or with broken men?" Hector gave an unsteady laugh. "If I do, you may be sure I shall not risk compromising you by asking for your assistance. Sleep quietly." And, losing that last arrow, he was lost in the darkness out of which he had come. Ardroy stood on the edge of that darkness for a moment, swallowing down the anger which fought with his concern, for he himself had a temper as hot as Hector's own, and though it was more difficult to rouse. Hector's last thrust was childish, but his previous stab about the white rose had gone deep. Did not Ewen himself sometimes lie awake at night, contrasting past and present? Yet he knew well that the root of that flower was not dead at Ardroy, though scarce a blossom might show on it. It was not dead, else one had not so felt at every turn of daily life both the ghost of its wistful fragrance and the sting of its perennial thorns. He went back with bent head to find Alison saying in great distress, "Oh, dearest, what has happened between you and Hector? And Keithie is feverish. I'm so afraid lest the cold water and the exposure. For, you know, he's not very strong." Ewen put his arm round her. "Oh, please God, 'tis only a fever of cold he's taken. As for Hector, yes, I will tell you about it. He'll think better of it, I dare say, foolish boy, in the morning." He put out the lights on the improvised supper table. They went upstairs, and soon there was no sound in the dark room but an occasional sigh from the deerhound stretched out in front of the dying fire. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Chapter 3. A French Song by Loch Treig. By 3 o'clock next afternoon, Ewen Cameron was riding fast to Maryborough to fetch a doctor. Little Keith was really ill, and it was with a sickening pang at his own heart that Ardroy had tried to comfort the now extremely penitent Donald, whom he had found weeping bitterly because Keithie, flushed and panting, had refused the offer of some expiatory treasure or other, had indeed beaten him off pettishly when he attempted to put it into the hot little hand. Ardroy had to try to comfort himself, too, as he went along Loch Lochy banks, where the incomparable tints of the northern autumn were lighting their first fires in beech and bracken. How children had fever so easily. It might signify nothing, old Marsali had said. And for himself, he had so little experience that he did not know, but Alison, he could see, was terribly anxious. He wished that his aunt, Miss Margaret Cameron, who had brought him up and still lived with him, were not away visiting. She could have borne Alison company on this dark day. He wished that he himself could have stayed at home and sent a gillie for the doctor, but even one who spoke English might get involved in some difficulty with the military at Fort William, and the message never be delivered. It was safer to go himself. There was also last night's unfortunate business with his brother-in-law to perturb him. High-spirited and impulsive as he was, Hector might repent and come back in a day or two, if only for his sister's sake. Ewen devoutly hoped that he would. And for that same sister's sake he would forgive the young man his wounding words. It was worse to reflect that Hector had evidently mixed himself up in some way with this mad, reprehensible plot against the Elector. And he had averred that Archibald Cameron, of all men, had come, or was coming, to Scotland on the same enterprise. Ewen involuntarily tightened his reins. That he did not believe. His respect and affection for Archibald Cameron were scarcely less than those he had borne his elder brother Lochiel himself. Archie had probably come over again to confer with Clooney Macpherson about that accursed Loch Arkaig gold, very likely in order to take some of it back to France with him. A risky business, as always, but a perfectly justifiable one. It was true, as Ewen had told Hector, that Archie purposely avoided coming to Ardroy, though it lay not far from the shores of Loch Arkaig. Yet, if Dr. Cameron really were in Scotland again, Ewen hoped that they should meet somehow. He had not seen his cousin for nearly 3 years. On the other hand, if Archie had come over to work in any way for the cause in the Highlands, and there was certainly a good deal of ferment here at present, and a proportionately good chance of fishing in troubled waters. There were ceaseless annoyances of one kind or another. There were the evictions of Jacobite tenants in favour of Whig. Above all, there was this black business of the Appin murder trial soon to open at Inverary, the Campbell stronghold, which everyone knew would end in the condemnation of an innocent man by the Campbell jury, because the victim of the outrage had been a Campbell. Yes, it might be fruitful soil, but who was to organise a new rising? And still more, who was to lead it? There was only one man whom the broken, often jealous clans would follow, and he was far away. And some whispered that he was broken too. Although he was not well mounted, for a good horse was a luxury which he could not afford himself nowadays, Ardroy, thus occupied in mind, found himself crossing the Spian, almost before he realised it, on that bridge of General Wade's erection, which had been the scene of the first Jacobite exploit in the Rising, and of his own daring escape in the summer of '46. But he hardly gave a thought to either today. And in order to examine one of his horse's legs, he pulled up at the change house on the farther side, without reflecting that it was the very spot where, 6 years ago, he had been made to halt, a prisoner with his feet tied together under a sorrel's belly. While he was feeling the leg, suspecting incipient lameness, the keeper of the change house came out. Not a Cameron now, but a Campbell protégé, yet a decent fellow enough. Though on the winning side, he too was debarred from the use of the tartan, which was some consolation to a man on the losing. "A good day to you, Ardroy," he said, recognising the stooping rider. "You'll be from Maryborough the day. Has the horse gone lame on you, then?" "Oh, hardly that yet," answered Ewen, "but I fear me there's a strain, or something of the sort. Yes, I'm going to Maryborough, to fetch Dr. Kincaid. Can I do aught for you there, MacNichol?" "You'll not find the doctor at Maryborough," observed the other. "He's away up Loch Treig side the day." "Loch Treig!" exclaimed Ewen, in dismayed. "How do you know that, man? And are you very sure of it?" MacNichol was very sure. His own wife was ill. The doctor had visited her that same morning, and instead of returning to Maryborough had departed along the south bank of the Spian, the only practicable way, for a lonely farm on Loch Treig. It was of no use waiting at the change house for his return, since he would naturally go back to Maryborough along the shorter road by Corrichwilly and Lianachon. There was nothing then to be done but ride after him. MacNichol did not know how far along Loch Treig was the farm to which the doctor had gone, but he did know that the latter had said its occupant was very ill, and that he might be obliged to spend the night there. Ewen's heart sank lower and lower. It would be getting dusk by the time that he had covered the 12 or 14 miles to the nearer end of that desolate loch. Suppose he somehow missed the doctor, or suppose the latter either could not or would not start back for Ardroy so late. Yet, at least, it would be better than nothing to have speech with him and to learn what was the proper treatment for that little coughing, shivering, bright-cheeked thing at home. So he went by Spian's side, where it hurried in its gorges, where it swirled in wide pools, by the dangerous ford at Inch, past the falls where it hurtled itself to a destruction which it never met. He rode between it and the long heights of Bain Chlinig, and finally turned south with the lessening river itself. And, after a while, there opened before him a narrow, steel-coloured trough of loneliness and menace, imprisoned between unfriendly heights, Loch Treig. On its eastern side, Knoch-Gerak reared himself starkly. On the other, Stub Quera and Essen Voir, even loftier, shut it in, kinsmen of Ben Nevis both. The track went low by the shore under Knoch-Gerak, for there was no place for it on his steep flanks. As there was no habitation anywhere within sight, Ewen concluded that the farm to which Dr. Kincaid had gone was probably at Loch Treig head, at the farther end of the lake, where the mountains relaxed their grip. Another 5 or 6 miles. He went on. The livid surface of the water by which he rode was not ruffled today by any wind. A heavy, sinister silence lay upon it, as on the dark, brooding heights which hemmed it about. One was shut in between them with that malevolent water. It hardly seemed surprising that after a mile and a half of its company, Ewen's horse definitely went lame. The strain which he feared had developed, and no wonder. But he could not spare the time to lead him. He must push on at all costs. The halting beast had carried him but a little way farther before he was aware of distant sounds, like... Yes, they were snatches of song. And soon he saw coming towards him through the September dusk the indistinct figure of a man walking with the uncertain gait of one who has been looking upon the wine-cup. And Ewen, thinking, "Oh, that poor fool will either spend the night by the roadside or fall into the loch," pulled up his horse to a walk, for the drunkard was staggering first to one side of the narrow road and then to the other, and he feared to knock him down. As he did so, he recognized the air which the reveller was singing. But the words which belonged to that tune were neither Gaelic, Scots, nor English, so how should they be sung here, by one of the loneliest lochs in the Highlands? What was a Frenchman doing here, singing Malbrook? "Quittez vos habits roses," sang the voice, coming nearer. "Migonton, migonton, migontaine, quittez vos habits roses et vos satins brochés." Knoch Jerac tossed the words mockingly to the other warder of Loch Treig, and Ewen jumped off his horse. It was not, perhaps, after all, a Frenchman born who was singing that song in so lamentable and ragged a fashion along this lonely track to nowhere. The lurching figure was already nearly up to him, and now the singer seemed to become aware of the man and the horse in his path, for he stopped in the middle of the refrain. "Laissez-moi passer, s'il vous plaît," he muttered indistinctly, and tried to steady himself. He was hatless, and wore a green roquelaure. Ewen dropped his horse's bridle and seized him by the arm. "Oh, Hector, what in the name of the good being are you doing here in this state?" Out of a very white face, Hector Grant's eyes stared at him totally without recognition. "Let me pass, if you please," he said again, but in English this time. "You're not fit to be abroad," said Ewen in disgust. The revelation that Hector could ever be as drunk as this came as a shock. He had always thought him a temperate youth, if excitable. But it was true that he had seen nothing of him for the past 2 years. "Where have you been? What, in God's name, have you been doing?" The young officer of the Régiment d'Albany did indeed cut a sorry figure. His waistcoat hung open, his powdered hair was disordered and streaked with wet, and there was mud on his breeches as well as on his boots. "Oh, answer me," said Ewen sternly, giving him a little shake. "I'm in haste." "Oh, so am I," replied Hector, still more thickly. "Oh, let me pass, I say, whoever you are. Let me pass, or I'll make you." "Don't you even know me?" demanded his brother-in-law indignantly. "No, and have no wish to." "Oh, God, my head!" And, Ardroy having removed his grasp, the reveller reeled backwards against the horse, putting both hands to his brow. "You had best sit down for a moment," counselled Ewen dryly, and with an arm round him guided him to the side of the path. Hector must be pretty far gone, if he really did not know him, for it was still quite light enough for recognition. The best way to sober him would be to take him to the nearest burn, tumbling down across the track, and dip his fuddled head into it. But Ewen stood looking down at him in mingled disgust and perplexity, for now Hector had laid that head upon his knees, and was groaning aloud. As he sat hunched there, the back of that same head was presented to Ardroy's unsympathetic gaze. Just above the black ribbon which tied Hector's queue, the powder appeared all smirched, and of a curious rusty colour. Ewen uttered a sudden exclamation, stooped, touched the patch, and looked at his fingers. Next moment he was down by the supposed tippler's side, his arm round him. "Oh, Hector, have you had a blow on the head? How came you by it?" His voice was sharp with anxiety. "Oh, my God, how much are you hurt? Who did it?" But Hector did not answer. Instead, as he sat there, his knees suddenly gave, and he lurched forward and sideways onto his mentor. Penitent and despair for having misjudged him, Ewen straightened him out, laid him down in the heather and bog myrtle which bordered the track, brought water from the burn in his hat, dashed it in the young man's face, and, turning his head on one side, tried to examine the injury. He could not see much, only the hair matted with dried blood. It was even possibly the fact of its being gathered thus into a queue and tied with a stout ribbon, which had saved him from more serious damage. Perhaps, indeed, had saved his life. The wound, great or small, was certainly not bleeding now, so it must either have been inflicted some time ago, or have been slighter than its consequences seemed to indicate. And as Ewen bathed the recipient's face, he detected signs of reviving consciousness. After a moment, indeed, the young soldier gave a little sigh, and, still lying in Ardroy's arms, began to murmur something incoherent about stopping someone at all costs, and that he was losing time and must push on. He even made a feeble effort to rise, which Ewen easily frustrated. "Oh, you cannot push on anywhere after a blow like that," he said gently. "Had he not had a presentiment of something like this last night? I'll make you as comfortable as I can with my cloak, and when I come back from my errand to the head of the Loch, I'm in hopes I'll have a doctor with me, and he can— Don't you know me now, Hector?" For the prostrate man was saying thickly, "The doctor? Do you mean Dr. Cameron? No, no, he must not be brought here. Good God, he must not come this way now, any more than Loch Dorney. Oh, don't you understand? That's what I'm trying to do. How to stop Loch Dorney. Now that damned spy has taken my papers." "What's that?" asked Ewen sharply. "You were carrying papers and they've been taken from you?" Hector rested himself a little away. "Who are you?" he asked suspiciously, looking up at him with the strangest eyes. "Another government agent." "Papers? No, I have no papers. I have but come to Scotland to visit my sister, and she's married to a gentleman of these parts." "Oh, you may be easy. He'll have nothing to do now. With him they named the young pretender, so how should I be carrying treasonable papers?" Ewen bit his lip hard. The half-stunned brain was remembering yesterday night at Ardroy. But how could he be angry with a speaker in this plight? Moreover, there was something extremely disquieting behind his utterances. He must be patient, but quick, too, for precious time was slipping by, and he might somehow miss Dr. Kincaid in the oncoming darkness. If Hector would only recognize him, instead of staring at him in that hostile manner, with one hand plucking at the wet heather in which he lay. "Hector, don't you really know me?" he asked again, almost pleadingly. "It's Ewen Cameron of Ardroy, Alison's husband." His sister's name seemed, luckily, to act as a magnet to Hector's scattered wits. They fastened on it. Alison's husband. Suspicion turned to perplexity. He stared afresh. "Oh, you're uncommonly like. Oh, why, it is Ardroy," he exclaimed, after a moment's further scrutiny. "Yes," said Ewen, greatly relieved. "It is Ardroy, and thankful to have come upon you. Now, tell me what's wrong, and why you talk of stopping MacPhair of Loch Dorney." Relief was on Hector's strained face, too. He pressed his hand once or twice over his eyes, and became almost miraculously coherent. I was on my way to Ben Alder, to Clooney Macpherson. I fell in with a man as I went along the Spian. Oh, he must have been a government spy. I could not shake him off. I had even to come out of my way with him like this, lest he should guess where I was making for. I stooped, at last, to drink of a burn, and I do not remember any more. And if Loch Dorney makes for Badenoch or Loch Aber now, he'll be captured, for there was news of him in a letter I had on me, though it was mostly in cipher, and the redcoats will be on the alert. He must be warned, for he is on his way hither. He must be warned at once, or all is lost. Hector groaned, put a hand over his eyes again, and this time kept it there. Ewen sat silent a moment. What a terrible misfortune. You mentioned Archibald Cameron's name just now, he said uneasily. What of his movements? Oh, Dr. Cameron's in Knoydart, answered Hector. He'll not be coming this way yet, I understand. No, 'tis Loch Dorney, you must. And there he stopped, removed his hand, and said in a different tone, But I'm forgetting. You do not wish now to have aught to do with the prince and his plans. Oh, I never said that, protested Ardroy. I said... But no matter. I've given proofs enough of my loyalty, Hector. Proofs? We have all given them, returned the younger man impatiently. Show me that I wronged you last night. You have a horse there. Ride back without a moment's delay to Glenmally and stop Loch Dorney. I'll give you directions. He looked up at his brother-in-law in a silence so dead, so devoid of any sound from the sullen water of the loch, and that the very mountains seemed to be holding their breaths to listen. I cannot turn back now, said Ardroy in a slow voice. But when I found the doctor... never think of me, cried Hector, misunderstanding. I'll do well enough here for the present. But to save Loch Dorney, you must turn back this instant. Surely some good angel sent you here, Ewen, to undo what I have done. Listen, you'll find him. He clutched at Ardroy. Somewhere in Glenmally, making towards Loch Arkaig. If he gets the length of the glen by dark, it's like he'll spend the night in an old tumble-down croft there is, on the side of Bain Van. You'll know it, I dare say, for I believe 'tis the only one there. You'll be put to it to get there in time, I fear, yet you may meet him coming away. But if once he crosses the Lochie... He made a despairing gesture. You'll do it, Ewen. And his unhappy eyes searched the face above him hungrily. But Ewen turned his head aside. I would go, willingly, if... Do you know why I'm on this road at all, Hector? His voice grew hoarse. My little son is very ill. I'm riding after the only doctor for miles round, and he gone up Loch Treig, I know not how far. How can I turn back to warn anyone until I've found him? Oh, then I must go, said Hector wildly, and 'tis I have ruined Loch Dorney's plans. But I shall go so slow, and it is so far. I shall never be in time. He was struggling to his knees, only to be there for a second or two, ere he relapsed into Ewen's arms. Oh, my head! I can't stand. It swims so. Oh, God, why did I carry that letter on me? And he burst into tears. Ewen let him weep, staring out over the darkening loch, where some bird flew wailing like a lost spirit, and where, against the desolate heights opposite, he seemed to see Keithie's flushed little face. Words spoken 6 years ago came back to him, when the speaker, himself in danger, was urging him to seek safety. Oh, God knows, my dear Ewen, I hold that neither wife, children, nor home should stand in a man's way when duty and loyalty call him. And, as you know, I have turned my back on all these. He could hear Archibald Cameron's voice as if it were yesterday. Duty and loyalty, were they not calling now? Hector had cast himself face downwards, and the scent of the bruised bog myrtle came up strong and sweet. Ewen clenched his teeth, and then he stooped and laid a hand on his shoulder. I will turn back, he said, almost inaudibly. And perhaps the child is better now. If anyone passes, call out. It may be the doctor. You need him. His voice stuck in his throat, but he contrived to add, and send him on to Ardroy. Hector raised his face and seized his brother-in-law's arm in an almost convulsive grip. Oh, you'll go. Oh, you'll go. God bless you, Ewen. And forgive me, had I not been so hasty last night. If Loch be not in the croft, I suppose I'll come on him farther up the glen, said Ewen shortly. There were no words to spare for anything save the hard choice he was making. He stripped off his cloak and wrapped it round Hector as well as Hector's own. The night, fortunately, was not setting in cold, and when he passed Inver Lair, as he returned, he would make shift to send someone to fetch the stranded wayfarer to shelter. Hector hardly seemed to hear him say this, for all his being was fixed on the question of Loch Dorney and the warning, and he babbled gratitude and directions in a manner which suggested that his mind was drifting into mist once more. But as Ewen pulled round his horse and threw himself into the saddle, he could almost see Alison standing in the road to bar his return. How could he ever tell her what he had done? When he met her again, he would perhaps be the murderer of his child and hers. Soon his hoofbeats made a dwindling refrain by the dark water, and the waters of Loch Treig tossed the sound to each other as they had tossed Hector's song. Sharp, 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 said the echo, are the thorns of the white rose, and the hearth where that flower has twined itself is never a safe one. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Chapter 4. The Man with a Price on His Head. 1. The sky was clear with morning, and even decked for the sun's coming with a few rosy feathers of cloud, at once brighter and tenderer than those he leaves behind at evening. But the hollows of the hills were yet cold and drowsy after the night. The mountain grasses, tawny and speckled like the hairs on a deer hide, stood motionless. The rust of the bracken shone with moisture. And the tiny ruined croft up the braeside, behind the old thorn which had so long guarded it from ill, seemed to slumber even more soundly than the fern and the grasses. For the little habitation was dead. Half the moss-grown thatch had fallen in, and the young rowan tree, which now leant smotheringly over the roof, could thrust its bright berries within if it chose. None the less there was life inside that abandoned shell of a building, but life which, like that outside, was scarcely yet stirring. In the half of the croft which still kept its thatch, a man was lying on his back, lightly asleep. From time to time he moved a trifle, and once he opened his eyes wide, and then, passing a hand over them, stared up at the sky between the rowan boughs with a little frown, as of one who is not over-pleased to see daylight. And then he drew the cloak which covered him a little farther up, turned on his side, and thrusting a hand into the heap of dried bracken beneath his head, closed them again. The face on that makeshift pillow was that of a man in the middle 40s, handsome and kindly, and not at first sight the man of one whom adventure or dubious dealings would have led to seek shelter in so comfortless a bedchamber, and whose apparent reluctance to leave it suggested that he had not, perhaps, enjoyed even that shelter very long. And presently, however, the sleeper opened his eyes again, raised his head as if listening, and then laid it back in the fern and remained very still. Somewhere in the branches of the mountain ash above him, a robin broke into its loud, sweet autumn song. But when it ceased, a slow and rather dragging footfall could be heard, and though dully, coming up the hillside, and pausing at last outside the crazy half-shut door, which was all that hid the present inmate of the ruin from the outer world. The latter, however, continued to lie without moving. Perhaps he hoped thus to escape notice. A pause, and then the broken door, catching in the weeds of the threshold, was pushed open. A tall man, his stature exaggerated by the little entry to proportions almost gigantic, stood there against the flushed sky, breathing rather fast. With one hand he leant upon the jamb, with the other he wiped the sweat from his forehead. As he stood, the light behind him, his face was not clearly discernible, nor could he, coming suddenly into this half-dark place, make out more of the man in the corner than that there was a man there. He peered forward. "Oh, thank God that I've found you," he said in Gaelic. "Give me a sign, and I will tell you why I've come." The man under the cloak raised himself on an elbow. "I give you the sign of the blackbird," he said in the same tongue. It was the old Jacobite cant name for James Edward Stewart. "And what do you give me, honest man?" "Oh, I have no password," answered the newcomer, entering. But in exchange for the blackbird, he gave a rather wary little laugh. "Oh, I give you the grouse, since it's that fowl you must emulate for a while, Loch Dorney. You must lie close, and not come into Loch as yet. I'm come in all haste to warn you of that." An exclamation interrupted him. The man in the corner was sitting up, throwing off the cloak which had served him for a blanket. "Oh, 'tis not Loch Dorney. Loch Dorney is in Knoydart. You have warned the wrong man, my dear Ewen." He was on his feet now, smiling and holding out his hands in welcome. "What? It's you, Archie!" exclaimed Ewen in surprise so great that he involuntarily recoiled for an instant. Then he seized the outstretched hands with alacrity. "Oh, I did not know. I thought it was Loch Dorney I was seeking." "Are you disappointed, then, at the exchange?" asked Dr. Cameron with a half-quizzical smile. "Oh, even if you are, Ewan Void, I am delighted to see you." "Oh, disappointed? Oh, of course not, only puzzled," answered Ewan, looking at him, indeed, with a light of pleasure on his tired face. "Had I known it was you, I should have come have made even more haste," he substituted. "And then, is Loch Dorney here too?" "No, he is in Knoydart, where I was to have gone. I don't know why we laid our plans that way, for at the last moment we thought better of it and changed places. Hence it comes that I am for Loch instead of him. But what were you saying about a grouse and a warning? From whom are you bringing me a warning?" "From my young brother-in-law, Hector Grant. He's of your regiment." For Dr. Cameron was major in Lord Ogilvy's regiment in the French service, wherein Hector also held a commission. "Oh, he is, but I'd no notion that he was in Scotland." "But he knows that you and Loch Dorney are, and seems, unluckily, to have carried that piece of news about him in some letter, which—" "Oh, sit down before you tell me, dear lad," said his cousin, interrupting, "for you look uncommon weary. Oh, 'tis true that I've no seat to offer you." "Oh, yon fern will serve well enough," said Ewan, going towards the heap of bracken and letting himself fall stiffly upon it. He was weary, for he had walked all night, and in consequence his injured leg was troubling him. Dr. Cameron sat down beside him. "I came on Hector," resumed Ardroy, "last evening by Loch Treig's side, staggering about like a drunken man from a blow on the head, and with his pockets rifled. It seems that while making for Clooney's hiding place, he fell in with some man whom he could not shake off. A government spy, he thought afterwards. When I found him, Hector was trying himself to come to warn Loch Dorney of the loss of the letter, but that was manifestly impossible, and he implored me to take his place. Luckily, I was mounted. On a lame horse," he added, with a shrug. "So, I've come, and glad I am to be in time." Archibald Cameron was looking grave. "I wonder what was in that letter, and whom it was from." "Oh, Hector did not tell me. He had not too many words at his command. I had enough ado at first to get him to recognize me. The letter was, I gather, mostly in cipher, which is something, but cipher can be read. And since he was so insistent that a warning should be carried, and I turned... He checked himself. Since he was so insistent, you will pay heed, Archie, will you not, and avoid crossing the Loch yet a while? Yes, indeed I will. I must not be captured if I can help it, answered Dr. Cameron simply. But, my dear Ewen, he laid a hand on his kinsman's arm. Oh, do not look so anxious over it. You have succeeded in warning me, and in preventing, perhaps, a great wreckage of hopes. The prince owes you a fine debt for this, and some day he will be able to repay you. Oh, I'm already more than repaid, said the young man, looking at him with sincere affection, if I've stayed you from running into special peril. And I'm glad that 'twas for you, after all, that I came. But what of Macfair of Loch Dorney? Should one take steps to warn him also? Oh, he'll not be coming this way yet, replied his cousin. We are to meet in a week, back in Glendessery, and since he is to await me there, there's no danger. And what will you do, meanwhile? Where will you bestow yourself? Oh, I'll skulk for a while here and in Glendessery, moving about. I'm become quite an old hand at that game, said Archibald Cameron cheerfully. And now, Il, the sun is coming up. Let us break our fast. I have some meal with me, and you must be hungry. Rising, he went over to the other corner of the shelter. Directly his back was turned, Ewen leant his head against the rough wall behind him and closed his eyes, spent with the anxiety which had ridden with him to the point where the increasing lameness of his horse had forced him to abandon the beast and go on foot, and then had flitted by his side like a little wraith, taking on the darling shape of the child who was causing it. He heard Archie saying from the corner, "And how's all with you, Ewen? Mrs. Allison and the children, are they well?" "Oh, Allison is well." "Oh, the children." He could get no further, for with the words it came to him that by the sunrise there was perhaps but one child at Ardroy. Archibald Cameron caught the break in his voice and turned quickly, the little bag of meal in his hand. "What's wrong, Ewen? What is it?" Ewen looked out of the doorway. The sun was up. A hare ran across the grass. "Little Keith is very ill. I must get back home as quickly as I can. I will not stay to eat." Archie came quickly over to him, his face full of concern. "Very ill, and yet you left home for my sake. Have your doctor there, Ewen?" Ardroy shook his head. "I was on my way to fetch one yesterday when I came upon Hector, so I could not go on. I dare say Keithie is better by now. Children so easily get fever that it may mean nothing," he added, with a rather heart-rending air of reciting as a charm a creed in which he did not really believe. "That's true, is it not?" And as Dr. Cameron nodded, but gravely, Ewen tried to smile and said, getting to his feet, "Well, I'll be starting back. Oh, thank God that I was in time. And, Archie, you swear that you will be prudent. It would break my heart if you were captured." He held out his hand. His kinsman did not take it. Instead, he put both of his on the broad shoulders. "Oh, I need not ask you if you're willing to run a risk for your child's sake. If you will have me under your roof, Ewen, I will come back with you and do my best for little Keith. But if I were taken at Ardroy, it would be no light matter for you, so you must weigh the question carefully." Ewen started away from him. No, for it's you that would be running the risk, Archie. No, I cannot accept such a sacrifice. You must go back further west. Ardroy might be searched." "Oh, why should it be? You must be in fairly good repute with the authorities by now. And I would not stay long to endanger you. Oh, Ewen, let me come to the bairn. I've not quite sunk the physician yet and the Jacobite agent." "Oh, it would be wrong of me," said Ewen, wavering. "Oh, I ought not. No, I will not have you. yet his eyes showed how much he longed to accept. "Oh, you cannot prevent my coming after you, my dear boy, even if you do not take me with you, and it would certainly be more prudent if you introduced me quietly by a back door than if I presented myself at the front. Oh, which is it to be? Oh, come now, let's eat a few mouthfuls of dramach. We'll go all the faster for it." 2. That evening there seemed to be bestowed on Loch a new and ethereal loveliness, when the hunter's moon had changed the orange of her rising to argent. Yet the two men who stood on its banks were not looking at the silvered beauty of the water, but at each other. "Yes, quite sure," said the elder, who had just made his way there from the house. "And the wean was, I think, on the mend before I came. A trifle of treatment did the rest. He'll need a little care now for the next few days, and that is all. Oh, a beautiful bairn, Ewen. You can come back and see him now. He's sleeping finely." "Oh, it's hard to believe," said Ewen in a low voice. "Oh, but you have saved him, Archie. He was very ill when you got here this morning, I'm convinced. And now he really is going to recover." "Yes, please God," answered Archibald Cameron. "I could not find you at first to tell you. Then I guessed, somehow, that you would be by the Loch. I've been here all afternoon, since you turned me out of the room. Yet I don't know why I came. Above all, to this very spot. For I've been hating Loch for the first time in my life. It so nearly slew him. Yet Loch is very beautiful this evening," said his cousin, and he gave a little sigh, the sigh of the exile. "Oh, those were happy days, Ewen, when I used to come here, and Loch too. We've both fished in this water, and I remember Donald's catching a pike so large that you were, I believe, secretly alarmed at it. You were a small boy then, and I but 22. He moved nearer to the brink. "And what's that, pray, down there? Hidden treasure?" Ewen came and looked. The moon also. Through the clear crystal water something gleamed and wavered. It was the Culloden broadsword hilt, cause of all these last days' happenings. "That thing, which was once a Stuart Claymore, is really why you are here, Archie." But the more obvious cause lay asleep in the house of Ardroy, clutching one of his mother's fingers, his curls dank and tumbled, his peach-bloomed cheeks wan, dark circles under his long, unstirring lashes, but sleeping the sleep of recovery. Even his father, tiptoeing in 10 minutes later, could not doubt that. Without any false shame, he knelt down by the little bed and bowed his head and his hands upon the edge. Alison, a trifle pale from the position which she was so rigidly keeping, since, not for anything, would she have withdrawn that prisoned finger, and though it would have been quite easy, looked across at her husband kneeling there with a lovely light in her eyes. And the man to whom, as they both felt, they owed this miracle, and though he disclaimed the debt, who had a brood of his own oversea, wore the air, as he gazed at the scene, of thinking that his own life would have been well risked to bring it about. 3. Since by 9 o'clock that evening Dr. Kincaid had not put in an appearance, it could be taken for granted that he was not coming at all. This made it seem doubtful whether he had seen Hector by the roadside, and though such an encounter was highly desirable for Hector's own sake, yet, if the doctor had missed him, it probably meant that the farmer at Inverlair had sent at once and got the injured man into shelter, as he had promised Ewen to do. Alison was naturally distressed and increasingly anxious about her brother, now that her acute anxiety over Keithie had subsided, and her husband undertook to send a messenger early next morning to get news of the stricken adventurer. But tonight nothing could be done to this end. So, while his wife remained by the child's side, Ardroy and his cousin sat together in his sanctum, and Ewen tried more fully to convey his gratitude. But, once again, Dr. Cameron would none of the thanks which he averred he had not deserved. Besides, it was rather good, he observed, to be at the old trade again. Ewen looked thoughtfully at his kinsman as the latter leant back in his chair. Archibald Cameron had been greatly beloved in Loch, where, after his medical studies in Edinburgh and Paris, he had settled down to doctor his brother Lochiel's people. Poor and ignorant patients enough, most of them. Small wonder, however, if he regretted that lost life, quiet, strenuous, and happy. Whether he did or no, it was the second time in a few hours, thought Ewen, that he had referred to it. Ewen could not help thinking also what strange and dangerous activities had been the doctor's, man of peace though he was, since that July day in '45, when his brother the chief had sent him to Borrowdale to dissuade the prince from going on with his enterprise. He had become the prince's aide-de-camp, had taken part in that early and unsuccessful attack on Riven Barracks during the march to Edinburgh, had been wounded at Falkirk, and shared Lochiel's perils after Culloden, adding to them his own numerous and perilous journeys as go-between for him with the lost and hunted prince. It was he who had conveyed the belated French gold from the sea-coast to Loch Arkaig and buried it there. And then had come, as for Ewen too, exile and anxiety about employment. After Lochiel's death, fresh cares, on behalf of his brother's young family, as well as his own. And more than one hazardous return to the shores where his life was forfeit. If Archibald Cameron had been a soldier born and bred, instead of a physician, he could not have run more risks. "Why do you continue this dangerous work, Archie?" asked Ewen suddenly. "There are others who could do it, who have not your family ties. And do you so relish it?" Dr. Cameron turned his head, with its haunting likeness to Lochiel's. He looked as serene as usual. "Why do I go on with it? Because the prince bade me, and I can refuse him nothing." "But have you seen him recently?" asked Ewen in some excitement. "This very month, at Menin, in Flanders. He sent for me and MacPhair of Loch Dorney, and gave me this commission." "Menin, is that where he lives now?" Archibald Cameron shook his head. "It was but a rendezvous. He does not live there." "Tell me of him, Archie," urged the younger man. "One hears no news, and he never comes. Will he ever come again? And could we do aught for him if he did?" But Archibald Cameron, for all that he had been the prince's companion on that fruitless journey to Spain after the '45, for all that he was devoted to him, body and soul, could tell the inquirer very little. The prince, he said, kept himself so close, changed his residence so often, and a cloud of mystery of his own devising surrounded him and his movements. It had been a joy, however, to see his face again, and even greater to be sent upon this hazardous mission by him. Yes, please God, His Royal Highness would come again to Scotland some day, but there was much to be done in preparation first. Ewen listened rather sadly. Too many of his questions Archie was unable to answer, and at last the questioner turned to more immediate matters. "Did the prince send for anyone else save you and Loch Dorney to meet him at Menin?" "And there was young Glen Sheehan, and the chief's son, Finlay MacPhair, Fionle Rua, as they call him." "Two MacPhairs. I'd not fancied you so intimate with those of that name, Archie." "Nor am I," answered Archibald Cameron quickly. "But one does not choose one's associates in a matter of this kind." "Or you would not have chosen them?" queried Ewen. Dr. Cameron made no answer. "Why not?" asked Archie with a tinge of uneasiness. "I thought that MacPhair of Loch Dorney was beyond suspicion. Of young Glen Sheehan I know nothing." "So is Loch Dorney beyond suspicion," answered the elder man. He got up and sought on the mantel-shelf for a pine chip to light the still unlighted pipe he was holding, lit the chip at a candle, and then, without using it, threw it into the fire. "But he does not think that I am," he ended dryly. "Oh, Archie, what do you mean?" Dr. Cameron waited a moment, looking down into the fire. You remember that Loch and I were both over in the 49 after the Loch gold, and that with Clooney's assistance we contrived to take away quite a deal of it. Yes. £6,000 of that went to Lady Lochiel and her family. Loch Dorney, he's an honest man and a bonny fighter, but the notion was put into his head by some third person. Loch Dorney accused me of taking the money for myself. "You're jesting, man," cried Ewen in a tone of horror. "Oh, it's impossible. You're making a mock of me." "No, I'm not," answered his kinsman, with a composure which had only for a moment left him. He sat down again. "That was why I went later to Rome, to the king, to clear myself." "And after that," said Ewen, leaning forward in his chair, his eyes burning, "you can come over and work side by side with MacPhair of Loch Dorney. Why, in your place, I could not trust my fingers near my dirk." Dr. Cameron looked at him rather sadly. "Oh, it is well for you, perhaps, that you're not a conspirator, Ewen. A man finds himself treading sometimes in miry ways and slippery on that road, and he's lucky who can come through without someone calling him a blackguard. Remember, Loch Dorney is a MacPhair, and our clans have so often been at variance that there's some excuse for him. And indeed, I can put up with a MacPhair's doubts of me, so long as our prince does not think that any of the gold has stuck to my fingers, and that he does not, thank God. Hey-ho, my poor Jean and the children would be going about at this moment in Lille with stouter shoes to their feet, if it had." He smiled rather ruefully. "Loch Dorney and I sink our difference, and get on well enough for a joint purpose. At any rate, I do not have to suspect him. He's as loyal as the day. And when all's said, he has never thought me more than mercenary. And 'tis for the prince's sake, Ewen, he sent me, and I came." Ewen looked at him for a moment without speaking, and marvelled. To consent to work with a man who doubted one's honesty was in his eyes a pitch of devotion more wonderful than was Dr. Cameron's actual return to Scotland with a rope round his neck. He did not believe that his own pride would have permitted him to make so sharp a sacrifice. "And to think that it was on Loch Dorney's account, or so I believed at the time, that I turned back yesterday," he said, in a tone which suggested that he was not likely ever to repeat the action. "No, you did it for the sake of our dear prince," said his cousin instantly. "And wasn't that the best motive you could have had?" Ardroy did not answer. He was frowning. "Is young MacPhair of Gleam in the Highlands too?" "No, he remains in London. He's thought to be more useful there." "Oh, why? What does he do there?" "Oh, but that brings to my mind, Archie, what is this cock and bull story which Hector has got hold of, about a plot to kidnap the Elector and his family? He called it kidnap, but I guess the term to cover something worse. He coupled it, too, with the name of Alexander Murray of Elibank." "Hector is a very indiscreet young man," said Dr. Cameron. Ewen's face clouded still more. "Oh, it is true, then, not an idle tale." "It is true," said Dr. Cameron, with evident reluctance, "that there is such a scheme afoot." "And I refuse to believe, or at least to approve it," exclaimed Ewen. "That indeed was why Hector left the house in anger. I swore that the prince, who was so set against the idea of an enemy's being taken off, could not know of it, and that you, of all men, could not possibly have a share in it." "I've not, Ewen, and I don't approve. It is a mad scheme, and I hope, rather, that it will never come to the ripening. It is quite another business which has brought me to Scotland, a business that for a while yet I'll not fully open, even to you." "I've no wish to hear more secrets," retorted Ardroy with a sigh. "I like them little enough when I do hear them. It's ill to learn of men who serve the same master and have notions so different. Yes, I must be glad that I do not have to tread those ways, even though I live here idly, and do not for the white rose, as Hector pointed out to me the other night." He saw his cousin look at him with an expression which he could not read, save that it had sadness in it, and, what seemed, too, a kind of envy. "Oh, Ewen," he said, and laid his hand on Ewen's knee. "When the call came in 45, you gave everything you had, your home, your hopes of happiness, your blood. And you still have clean hands and a single heart. You bring those to the cause today." "Oh, Archie, how dare you speak as if you had not the same," began the younger man quite fiercely. "You—" "Don't eat me, lad. Oh, God be thanked, I have. But, as I told you, I'm not without unfriends. We'll not speak of that any more. And, Ewen, how can you say that you do not for the white rose now, when only yesternight you threw aside what might have been your child's sole chance of life, in order to warn the prince's messenger? If that bonny bairn upstairs had died, I'd never have been able to look you in the face again. You have named him after poor Major Windham, as you said you should. Why, see, you still have the Major's ring on your finger." Ewen looked down at the ring, with a crest not his own, which he always wore, a memento of the English enemy and friend, to whom he owed it that he had not been shot, a helpless fugitive, after Culloden. Yes, Keithie is named after him. How strangely enough Windham, in his turn, though purely English, was named for a Scot, so he once told me. 6 years, Archie, and he lies sleeping there at Mora, yet it seems but yesterday that he died." Ardroy's eyes darkened, they were full of pain. "He lies there, and I stand here because of him. I might well name Keithie after Keith Windham, for there had been no Keithie if Windham had not rushed between me and the muskets that day on Bain Lee. You have never chanced upon that brute Major Guthrie again, I suppose." The sorrow went out of the young man's face and was succeeded by a very grim expression. "Oh, pray that I do not, Archie, for if I do, I shall kill him." "Oh, my dear Ewen, do you then resent his treatment of you as much as that?" "Oh, his treatment of me," exclaimed Ewen, and his eyes began to get very blue. "Oh, I never think of that now. It is what he brought about for Windham. Had it not been for his lies and insinuations, poor Lachlan would never have taken that terrible and misguided notion into his head, and have done what he did. For it was Lachlan MacMartin, Ewen's own foster brother, who, misapprehending that part which the English officer had played in his chieftain's affairs, had fatally stabbed him just before Ewen's own escape to France, and had then thrown away his own life. A double tragedy for Ardroy." "So, you charge Major Guthrie with being the real cause of Keith Windham's death," said his cousin. "Oh, 'tis a serious accusation, Ewen. On what grounds do you base it?" "Why, I know everything now," replied Ewen. "Soon after my return to Scotland, I happened to fall in with one of Guthrie's subalterns, a Lieutenant Peyton, who was in charge of the English post there was then at Glenfinnan. He recognized me, for he had been in Guthrie's camp on the Corriaric road, and in the end I had the whole story, from which it was clear that Guthrie had talked about Windham's betrayal of me, false as hell, though he knew the notion to be, so openly in those days after my capture that it became the subject of gossip among his redcoats too. And when Lachlan went prowling round the camp in the darkness, as I learned afterwards from his father that he did, he overheard that talk and believed it. It was Guthrie, no other, who put the fatal dirk in Lachlan's hand. And it is a curious thing, Archie," went on the speaker, now pacing about the room, "and that, though I have not the two sides, as some men, I have for some time felt a strange presentiment that before long I shall meet someone connected with Keith Windham, and that the meeting will mean much to me. For Alison's sake, and the children's, and for my own too, I hope that man is not Major Guthrie." "Oh, I hope so too," returned Dr. Cameron gravely, knowing that at bottom, under so much that was gentle, patient, and civilized, Ardroy kept the passionate and unforgiving temper of the Highlander. "But is it not more like to be some relative of Major Windham's? Had he no kin? Did he not leave a wife, for instance?" His cousin's eyes softened again. "Oh, I knew so little of his private affairs. I never heard him mention any of his family, save his father, who died when he was a child." He looked at the ring again, at its lion's head surrounded by a fetterlock, and began to twist it on his finger. "Oh, I sometimes think that Windham would have been amused to see me as the father of 2 children, especially if he had been present at my interview with Donald last Monday." His own mouth began to twitch at the remembrance. He used to laugh at me, I know, in the early days of our acquaintance. At Glenfinnan, for instance, and Kinlochhiel. About the guns we buried, and he remembered it, too, when he was dying. I wish he could have seen his namesake. "I expect," said Archibald Cameron, "that he knows, in some fashion or other, that you do not forget him." "Oh, forget him! I never forget," exclaimed Ewen, the Celt again. "And that is why I pray God I do not meet the man who really has my friend's blood upon his hands. If the fates should bring you into collision, and then I hope it may at least be in fair fight. In battle," observed Dr. Cameron. "What chance is there of that?" asked Ewen. "Who is to lead us now? We are poor, broken, and scattered, and watched to boot. When Donald is a man, perhaps." He gave a bitter sigh. "But for all that I live here so tamely under the eyes of the Sassenach, I swear to you, Archie, that I'd give all the rest of my life for 1 year, 1 month, of war in which to try our fortunes again, and drive them out of our glens to their own fat fields forever. I could die happy on the banks of Esk, if I thought they'd never cross it again, and the king was come back to the land they have robbed him of. But it's a dream, and 'tis small profit being a dreamer, without a sword, and with no helpers but the people of dreams, or the she, perhaps, to charge beside one. In a dream." The exultation and the fierce pain, flaring up like a sudden fire in the wind, were reflected in Archibald Cameron's face also. He, too, was on his feet. "Oh, Ewen," he said in an eager voice. "Ewen, we may yet have an ally better than the she, if I can only prepare, as I'm here to do. For that's my errand, to make ready for another blow, with that help." Ardroy was like a man transformed. "Help? Whose? Her friend's is a thrice broken reed." "I will not tell you yet. But when the hour strikes, will you get your sword to your side again, and come?" "Oh, come! I'd come if I'd nothing better than yon Claymore hilt in the Loch. And if your helper were the great sorrow himself." "Oh, Archie, when? When?" "In the spring, perchance, if we are ready. No, you cannot help me, Ewen. Best go on living quietly here, and give no cause for suspicion. I shall hope to find my way to Crieff by Michaelmas, and there I shall meet a good many folk that I must needs see, and after that Loch Dorney and I can begin to work the clans in earnest." Ewen nodded. Thousands of people, both Highland and Lowland, met at the great annual cattle fair at Crieff, and under cover of buying and selling, much other business could be transacted. "Oh God, I wish the spring were here," he cried impatiently. In his dreams that night it was come, for the birds were singing, and he had plunged into Loch na Hollera after the drowned hilt, and when he reached the surface again, it was a whole shining sword that he held. But while he looked at it with joy and pride, he heard a voice telling him that he would never use it, and when he turned he saw, half behind him, a young man whom he did not know, who put out a hand and laid it on the steel, and the steel shivered into atoms at his touch. Ewen tried in wrath to seize him, but there was no one there, and he held only the fragment of a blade from that lost battle, on the moor. He woke, and in an hour had forgotten his dream. End of section 4. Chapter 5 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Chapter 5. Keithie has too many physicians. 1. Still rather pale, and wrapped about in a voluminous shawl, little Keith was nevertheless to be seen next afternoon, sitting up in bed making 2 small, round-bodied, stiff-legged animals of wood, known to him as deers, walk across the quilt. First one goat in front, and then the other goat in front, and then they come to the Loch, and one pushed the other in. Splash! "Oh, Keithie, no!" begged the now repentant and shriven Donald, who was sitting beside him. "Let's play at something else. Let the deer have a race to the bottom of the bed. I'll hold one, and yours shall win." "Can't. Mine deer is drowned now," returned the inexorable Keith, and to make the fact more evident, he suddenly plopped the animal into a bowl of milk, which stood on the table by him. As his mother hurriedly removed it, the door opened, and her husband and Dr. Cameron came in. "Ought he to be sitting up like this, Dr. Archibald?" she asked. "He seemed so much better, that I thought—" Dr. Cameron came and took Donald's place. The small invalid eyed him a trifle suspiciously, and then gave him his shy, angelic smile. "Oh, he is much better," pronounced his physician after a moment. "Oh, still and on, he must have another dose of that draught." He got up and poured out something in a glass. "Oh, here, my bairn. No, your mother had best give it you, perhaps." For even a fledgling seraph may revolt at a really nauseating drink of herbs, which at its last administration had, indeed, been copiously diluted with his tears. So Dr. Cameron handed the glass to Alison. With refusals, with grimaces, and finally with an adorable sudden submission, Keithie drank off the potion. But immediately after he had demolished the consolatory scrap of sugar which followed it, he pointed a minute and accusing finger at its compounder and said, "Naughty, gentlemen, naughty, to make Keithie sick," with so much conviction that Alison began anxiously, "Oh, darling, do you really—" It was precisely at that moment that the door was opened and "Dr. Kincaid from Maryborough" was announced. The 3 adults in the room caught their breaths. None of them had ever imagined that Dr. Kincaid would come now. "Oh, tell the doctor that I will be with him in a moment," said Alison to the servant visible in the doorway, and then, in a hasty aside, to Ewen. "Oh, of course he must not see." She indicated Dr. Cameron on the other side of the bed. But there was no time to carry out that precaution, for the girl, fresh from the wilds, and ignorant of the need for dissimulation, had brought Dr. Kincaid straight up to the sick-room, and there he was, already on the threshold, a little uncompromising, hard-featured man of 50, overworked between the claims of Maryborough, where he dwelt, of its neighbour Fort William, and of the countryside in general. And there was no hope of his not seeing Dr. Cameron. Still, the chances were heavily against his knowing and recognizing him. Yet who, save a doctor or a relative, had a rightful place in this sick-room? And a doctor was the one thing which they must not admit that guest to be. So completely were the 3 taken by surprise, that there was scarcely time to think. But Ewen instinctively got in front of his kinsman, while Alison went forward to greet the newcomer with the embarrassment which she could not completely hide, murmuring, "Oh, Dr. Kincaid, how good of you. We did not expect—" "You are surprised to see me, madam?" asked he, coming forward. "But I came on a brother of yours, the nicht before last, in a sair plight by Loch Treig's side, and he begged me to come to Ardry as soon as possible. But I could not come before, and fair run off my legs." "How is my brother?" asked Alison, anxiously. "I heard of his mishap, but with a child so ill—" Aye, you'd be thinking of your wean first, no doubt. Ah well, and the young fellow's none too bad, having an uncle's stout skull, as I shall lose your good man must have kent when he left him all his lane there. But I arranged with a farmer at Inverlair, began Ewen. Oh, aye, they came from Inverlair and fetched him, and there he bides, said Dr. Kincaid. He swept a glance round the room. You're pretty throng here. Is yon the patient sitting up in bed? Well, doctor, he seems, thank God, so much better, murmured Alison in extenuation of this proceeding. As she led the physician to the bedside, she saw, with relief, that Dr. Archibald had moved quietly to the window and was looking out, and she thought, oh, after all, no one could know that he was a doctor. Dr. Kincaid examined the little boy, asked some questions, seemed surprised at the answers. From which answers it appeared that his directions had been anticipated, but said that the child was doing well. And since not even a middle-aged physician in a bad temper could resist the charm of little Keith, he gave a sort of smile when he had finished, and said kindly, "Oh, there, my wee Manny, you'll soon be running about again." The flower-like eyes were upraised to his. "Then mind not have no more nasty drink, like that gentleman give Keithie," observed their owner, and again a small finger pointed accusingly to Archibald Cameron, and to his back this time. Dr. Kincaid also looked at that back. "Ah," he observed sharply, "so yon gentleman has already been treating the bairn, and the measures you've been taking were of his suggesting. Oh, pray, why did you not tell me that, madam?" Ewen plunged to the rescue. He had been longing for Archie to leave the room, but supposed the latter thought that flight might arouse suspicion. "My friend, Mr. John Sinclair from Caithness, who's paying us a visit, having a certain knowledge of medicine, was good enough. Oh, let me make you known to each other. And Dr. Kincaid, Mr. Sinclair." Mr. Sinclair from Caithness. Ewen had placed his domicile as far away as possible, turned and bowed, and there was a twinkle in his eye. But not in Dr. Kincaid's. "Huh, it seems I was not so muckle needed, seeing ye have gotten a leech to the bairn already. But the young man with the dunt on his head begged me so sair to come that I listened to him, and though I micht have spared my pains." Alison and Ewen hastened in chorus to express their appreciation of his coming, and Ewen, with an appealing glance at his kinsman, began to move towards the door. One or other of the rival practitioners must certainly be got out of the room. And Archie himself now seemed to be of the same opinion. Oh, a leech! No, sir, the merest amateur, who, now that the real physician has come, will take himself off, he said pleasantly. "Nay, I'm through. You've left me no more to do." And, as he seemed to be going to leave the room in Mr. Sinclair's company, Alison hastily appealed for more information about a detail of treatment, so that he had to stay behind. Dr. Cameron, followed by Donald, all eyes, slipped out. Ardroy and his wife, most desirous not to invite or answer any questions about their medically skilled guest, now became remarkably voluble on other subjects, and, as they went downstairs with Dr. Kincaid, pressed him to stay to a meal, hoping fervently that he would refuse, which, luckily, the doctor did. But outside, as he put a foot into the stirrup, he said pretty sourly to Ewen, "I'm glad the wean's better, Ardroy, but I'd have been obliged to you if you had not garred me to come all these miles when you already had a medical man in the house, and there was no need of me, and I'm a gay busy man." "I'm very sorry indeed, doctor," said Ewen, and could not but feel that the reproach was merited. Oh, the fact is that he was just on the point of exonerating himself by saying that Mr. Sinclair had not yet arrived on Tuesday, nor did they know of his impending visit, but thinking that plea possibly imprudent, said instead, "I had no knowledge that Mr. Sinclair was so skilled. We have not met recently." "Huh," remarked Dr. Kincaid, now astride his horse. "A pity that he does not practice, but maybe he does, in Caithness. At any rate, he'll be able to exercise his skill on your brother-in-law, if you mean to do any more for that young man. for you'll pardon me if I say that you have not done much as yet." Ewen's colour rose. To have left Hector in that state on a lonely road at nightfall, even despite the measures he had taken for his removal, did indeed show him in a strange and unpleasant light. But it was impossible to explain what had obliged him to do it, and the more than willingness of Hector to be so left. "Can I have him brought hither from Inverlair, without risk to himself?" he asked. "Aye," said Kincaid, "that, I think, you micht do if you send some sort of conveyance. The morn, say, then you'll have him here Saturday. He'll not walk this distance, naturally, nor ride it. And indeed, if you send for him, he'll be better off here under the care of your friend Sinclair than lying in a farm so many miles from Maryborough. I have not been able to get to him sign. Forby, Ardroy," added the doctor, looking at him in a rather disturbing manner. "The callant talked a ween gibberish, yon nicht, and not Erse gibberish, neither." French, of course. Ewen had already witnessed that propensity. And he groaned inwardly. For what had Hector been saying in that tongue when light-headed? It was to be hoped, if he had forsaken Malbrook for more dangerous themes, that Dr. Kincaid was no French scholar. From the epithet which he had just applied to the language, it sounded as though he were not. However, the physician then took a curt farewell, and he and his steed jogged away down the avenue, Ewen standing looking after him in perplexity. He did not like to leave Hector at Inverlair, yet if he fetched him here, he might be drawing down pursuit upon Archie. Supposing that suspicion were to fall upon Hector himself, by reason of his abstracted papers. However, by the time he came in again, Ewen had arrived at a compromise. Archie should leave the house at once, which might be more prudent in any case. For, though Dr. Kincaid would hardly go and lay information against him at Fort William, and what indeed had he to lay information about? He might easily get talking if he happened to be summoned there professionally. So, as it wanted yet 5 days to Archie's rendezvous with Loch, and he must dispose himself elsewhere, he should transfer himself to the cottage of Angus MacMartin, Ewen's young piper, up at Slough-nan-Ean, on the farther side of the Loch, whence, if necessary, it would be an easy matter to disappear into the mountains. Dr. Cameron raised no objections to this plan, his small patient being now out of danger. He thought the change would be wise, too, on Ewen's own account. He stipulated only that he should not go until next morning, in case Keithie should take a turn for the worse. But the little boy passed an excellent night, so next morning early, Ewen took his guest up the brae, and gave him over to the care of the little colony of MacMartins in the crofts at Slough-nan-Ean, where he himself had once been a foster child. 2. The day after, which was Saturday, Ewen's plan of exchanging one compromising visitor for another should have completed itself, but in the early afternoon, to his dismay, the cart which he had sent the previous day to Inverlair to fetch his damaged brother-in-law returned without him. Mr. Grant was no longer at the farm. Not, reported Angus MacMartin, who had been sent in charge of it, that he had wandered away light-headed, as Ewen immediately feared. No, the farmer had said that the gentleman was fully in his right mind, and had left a message that his friends were not to be concerned on his behalf, and that they would see him again before long. A good deal perturbed, however, on Alison's account as well, Ewen went up to Slough-nan-Ean to tell Dr. Cameron the news. He found his kinsman sitting over the peat fire, with a book in his hand, and though, indeed, the illumination of the low little dwelling had not been designed in the interests of study. Dr. Cameron thought it quite likely, though surprising, that Hector really had fully recovered, and added some medical details about certain blows on the head, and how the disturbance which they caused was often merely temporary. And nevertheless, he concluded, one would like to know what notion the boy's got now into that same hot pate of his. You young men. Oh, don't talk like a grandfather, Archie. You're only 12 years older than I. Oh, I feel more your senior than that, lad. How's the bairn? He is leaving his bed this afternoon, since both you and your colleague from Maryborough allowed it." And Dr. Cameron laughed, and then he bit his lip, stooped forward to throw a peat on the fire, and, under cover of the movement, pressed his other hand surreptitiously to his side. But Ewen saw him do it. "Oh, what's wrong with you, Archie? Are you not well today?" "Oh, quite well," answered his cousin, leaning his elbows on his knees. "But my old companion is troublesome this afternoon. The ball I got at Falkirk, you'll remember." "Oh, you'll not tell me that you're still carrying that in your body," cried Ewen in tones of reprobation. Archie was pale, even in the peat glow. "Oh, how about that gash you took at Culloden Moor?" he retorted. "And you were limping from it that morning in Glenmally. I saw it. But I don't make it a matter for reproach, Ewan. 'Tis impossible to have the bullet extracted. It's too awkwardly lodged, and I shall carry it to my grave with me. And little regard it, if it did not pester me at times. However, here I am comfortably by your good Angus's fire, not skulking in the heather, and cared for as if I were yourself." But Ewen went down from Slough-nan-Ian with an impression of a man in more discomfort than he would acknowledge, and a fresh trouble to worry over. Yet how could he worry in the presence of Keithie, to whom he then paid a visit in the nursery? Keithie, who, now out of bed, sat up on his knee, and in an earnest voice told him a sorrowful tale of how the fairies, having mistaken his deers for cows, had carried them off, as all Highland children knew was their reprehensible habit with cattle. And so he could not find them, for they were doubtless hidden in the fairy dun, and when they were restored, they would not be real deers any more. They would only look like them, as happened with cows stolen and restored by the Sidhe. His father, holding the little pliant body close, and kissing him under the chin, said that more probably his deers were somewhere in the house, and that he would find them for him. Which was the reason why, somewhat later, he went in search of Donald, and discovered him in his mother's room, watching her brush out her dark, rippling hair, which she had evidently been washing, for the room smelt faintly and deliciously of birch. "How do you want me, my dear?" asked Alison, tossing back her locks. "Do I not always want you, heart of mine? As a matter of fact, I'm here on an errand for Keithie. Do either you or Donald know anything of the present whereabouts of his deers? He tells me that the Denye Sidhe have taken them." But they both denied any knowledge of the animals. "Angus is going to make Keithie a much larger deer," announced Donald, his hand in his father's. "I asked him to. A stag with horns. Father, have you ever heard the queer crackling sound that Mother's hair makes when she brushes it? Does yours?" "I doubt it," replied Ewen, and he looked first at Alison's slim, pretty figure, as, with arms upraised, she began to braid her hair about her head, and then at her amused face in the glass. And, in the mirror, she caught his gaze and smiled back, with something of the bride about her still. But, in the glass, Ewen saw her smile abruptly die out. Her eyes had wandered away from his, reflected there, to the window, and she stood, all at once, like a statue with uplifted arms. "What?" he began, and in the same moment she said breathlessly, "Ewen, look." He took a step or two forward, and saw, about a quarter of a mile away on the far side of the avenue, a moving growth of scarlet, and more, two thinner streams of it, like poppies, spreading out to right and left to encircle the house. Alison's arms fell. The soft masses of her hair slipped in a coil onto her shoulder. "Soldiers!" shouted Donald, and gave a little skip of excitement. For a second, Ewen also stood like a statue. My God! And Archie half disabled today. Have I the time to get up to him? Yes, this way. He indicated the window at the far side of the room, which looked over the back premises. "Oh, listen, my heart, and you too, Donald. If the soldiers cut me off, and I cannot get up to Slough-nan-Ian to warn him, if I see that it is hopeless to attempt it, and then I shall run from them. Likely enough, they'll think I am the man they're after, and I shall lead them as long a chase as I can, in order to give Archie time to get away. For some of the McMartins may meanwhile take the alarm. And you understand?" "Oh, Ewen," said his wife, hesitating. He took her hands. "And should I be caught? Nay, I think I'll let myself be caught in the end. And they bring me to the house. You may feign to be agitated at the sight of me, but you must not know me for whom I am. You must let them think that I am the man you are hiding. But you must not call me Dr. Cameron, neither. You must not name me at all. If they take me off to Fort William, all the better. By the time they've got me there, Archie will be miles away. And then all Colonel Layton can do, when he recognizes me, will be to send me back again. Oh, heaven grant, though," he added, "that the officer with these men does not know me. Oh, dearest love," for Alison had turned rather white, "remember that it was for Keithie's sake, for our sakes, that Archie came here at all. Oh, I must get him safely away, if it should cost more than that." "Yes," said Alison, a little faintly. "Yes, go. I'll do as you say." He held her to him for an instant, and the next was throwing up the sash of the far window. "You understand too, Donald. And, Alison, I think you will have to tell a lie, and say that I myself am away from home. One thing more. Ewen paused with a leg over the window-sill. If I fail to warn Archie, which I'll contrive to let you know somehow, you must send another messenger, provided that messenger can get away without being followed." He hung by his hands a moment and dropped. A loud cackling of astonished hens announced his arrival below. Lady Ardroy went back to the glass and began hastily to fasten up her hair. "How near are they, Donald? Run quickly to the kitchen and tell the servants to say, if they're asked, that the laird went away to Inverness yesterday, and that if they see him, they are to pretend not to know him, and then come back to me." Donald left the room like a stone from a catapult. This was great sport, and fancy a lie's being actually enjoined by those authorities who usually regarded the mere tendency to one as so reprehensible. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Chapter 6. Who is this man? 1. When the officer in charge of the party of redcoats, having set his men close round the house of Ardroy, went in person to demand admittance, it was no servant, out of whom he might have surprised information, who answered his peremptory knocking, but, doubtless to his annoyance, and the chatelaine herself. Captain Jackson, however, saluted civilly enough. "Mrs. Cameron, I think." For, being English, he saw no reason to give these ridiculous courtesy titles to the wives of petty landowners. "Yes, sir," responded Alison with dignity. "I am Mrs. Cameron. I saw you from above, and since I've no notion why you have come, I descended in order to find out." "If I may enter, madam, I will tell you why I've come," responded the officer promptly. "By all means, enter," said Alison, with even more of stateliness, hoping he would not notice that she was still out of breath with haste, and, waiting while he gave an order or two, preceded him into the parlour. Captain Jackson then became aware that a small boy had somehow slipped to her side. He took a careful look round the large room, and meanwhile Alison, studying his thin, sallow face, decided that she had never seen this officer before, and hoped, for the success of the plan, that neither had he ever seen Ewen. Behind him, through the open parlour door, she perceived her hall full of scarlet coats and white cross-belts and breeches. "I'm here, madam," now said the invader, fixing her with a meaning glance. "As I think you can very well guess, in the king's name, with a warrant to search this house, in which there is every reason to believe that the owner is sheltering a rebel. "Oh, Mr. Cameron is away, sir," responded Alison. "How, therefore, can he be sheltering anyone?" "Away?" exclaimed Captain Jackson suspiciously. "How is that? For he was certainly at home on Thursday." "Oh, the day of Dr. Kincaid's visit," thought Alison, "and then he did give the alarm." "Mr. Cameron was here on Thursday," repeated Captain Jackson with emphasis. "Oh, I did not deny it," said Alison, beginning to be nettled at his tone. "Nevertheless, he went away yesterday." "Whither?" was the next question rapped out at her. "Whither, and for what purpose?" Alison's own Highland temper began to rise now, and with a warming uprush came almost a belief in her own statement. "Does the king really demand to know that, sir? He went to Inverness on affairs." By this time, Captain Jackson had no doubt realized that he had to do with a lady of spirit. "Perhaps then, madam," he suggested, "Mr. Cameron deputed the task of hiding the rebel to you? I think you would do it well. I must search the house thoroughly. Are any of the rooms locked?" "Yes, one," said Lady Ardroy. "I will come with you and unlock it if you wish to see in." "No, you'll stay where you are, madam, if you please," retorted the soldier. "I will trouble you for your keys, all your keys. I do not wish to damage any of your property by breaking it open." Biting her lip, Alison went in silence to her writing desk. Captain Jackson took the bunch without more ado, and a moment later Alison and her eldest son were alone, locked in. And when she heard the key turned on her, the colour came flooding into her face, and she stood very erect, tapping with one foot upon the floor, in no peaceable mood. "Mother," said Donald, tugging at her skirt, "and the redcoat does not lock this door." For Captain Jackson had either overlooked or chosen to disregard that in the far corner of the room which led into the kitchen domain. Alison hesitated for a moment. No, better to stay here quietly, as if she had no cause for anxiety. And better not as yet to attempt to send another messenger to Loch who, by blundering, might draw on Dr. Cameron just the danger to be averted. So, for 20 minutes or more, she waited with Donald in the living room, wondering, calculating, praying for patience, sometimes going to the windows and looking out, hearing now and then heavy footsteps about the house, and all the sounds of a search, which she knew would be fruitless, and picturing the havoc which the invaders were doubtless making of her household arrangements. Or perhaps, in spite of Morag's presence, they were frightening little Keith. A thought which nearly broke her resolution of staying where she was. Yet, as the minutes ticked away with the slowly fading daylight outside, and nothing happened, her spirits began to rise. Ewen had evidently not been stopped. Indeed, if he once got safely beyond the policies, it was unlikely that he would be. He had probably reached Loch unmolested. And surely, too, he would remain there until the soldiers had gone altogether. And, feeling at last some security on that score, Alison sat down and took up a piece of sewing. But she had not even threaded her needle before there was a stir and a trampling outside the house, and she jumped up and ran to the window. More soldiers, and someone in the midst of them, tightly held. Her husband. And in that moment Alison knew, and was ashamed of the knowledge, and that she must at the bottom of her heart have been hoping that if anyone were captured. No, she had not hoped that. For Dr. Cameron's life was in jeopardy, while nothing could happen to Ewen, save unpleasantness. In expiation of that half-wish, she braced herself to the dissimulation which Ewen had enjoined. She drew the boy beside her away from the window. "Oh, the soldiers have caught your father, Donald, after all. Remember that you are to pretend not to know who he is, nor what he is doing here." The little boy nodded with bright eyes, and held her hand rather tightly. "Will they do anything to me, mother, for saying what is not true?" No, darling, not this time. And if they take father away to Fort William, it is only what he hopes they will do, and he will soon come back to us." By this time the door of the parlour was being unlocked, and in another moment Captain Jackson was striding into the room. "Bring him in," he commanded, half turning, and the redcoats brought in a rather hot, dishevelled Ardroy, with a smear of blood down his chin, and with 4 soldiers, no less, holding him firmly by wrists and arms and shoulders. It was not difficult for Alison to show the agitation demanded. Indeed, there was for an instant the risk that it might exceed its legitimate bounds, but she had herself in hand again at once. Her husband gave her one glance, and shook his head almost imperceptibly, and to show that he had not succeeded in his attempt. Then he looked away again, and studied the antlers over the hearth, while the sergeant in charge of him made his report, the gist of which was that the prisoner, coming unexpectedly upon them near the lake up there, had led them the devil of a chase. Indeed, had he not tripped and fallen, he might have escaped them altogether. "How tripped," thought Alison scornfully, as if Ewen, with his perfect balance and his stag's fleetness, ever tripped when he was running. He had thrown himself down for them to take, the fools. And that this really was the case, she knew from the passing twitch of amusement at the corner of her husband's blood-stained mouth. But seeing him standing there in the power of the Sergeant-Girac, she wished he had not done it. "Well, have you anything to say, Mr. Sinclair?" demanded Captain Jackson, planting himself in front of the prize. And at the mention of that name, both Ewen and his wife knew for certain that they owed this visitation to Dr. Kincaid. "Not to you, sir, but I should wish to offer my apologies to Lady Ardroy," said Ewen, with an inclination of the head in Alison's direction, "for bringing about an annoying incident in her house." Captain Jackson shrugged his shoulder. "How very polite of you, egad! But in that case, why have come here in the first instance?" He moved away a little, got out a paper, and studied it. And then he looked up, frowning. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Oh, does not your paper tell you that?" asked Ewen pleasantly. Alison wondered if the officer thought that he was Loch Dorney. But Loch Dorney was, she believed, a man between 50 and 60, and Dr. Cameron in the 40s. Oh, surely, this officer could not take Ewen for either. Her heart began to lift a little. Captain Jackson, after looking, still with a frown, from Ewen to the paper, and from the paper to Ewen, suddenly folded it up and glared at her. "Madam, who is this man?" "If I've sheltered him, as you state, is it likely that I should tell you?" asked Alison quietly. "I'll call the servants," said Captain Jackson to a soldier near the door. "No, wait a moment." He turned again and pointed at Donald, standing at his mother's side, his eyes fixed on the captive, who, for his part, was now looking out of the window. "You, boy, do you know who this man is?" "Must you drag in a small child?" began Alison indignantly. "Oh, if you will not answer, yes," retorted the Englishman. "And he's quite of an age to supplement your unwillingness, madam. Oh, come, boy." He advanced a little on Donald. "Oh, don't be frightened. I'm not going to hurt you. Just tell me now, have you ever seen this man before?" The question appeared to Donald extremely amusing, and since he was not at all frightened, but merely excited, he gave a little laugh. "Oh, yes, sir." "How often?" His mother's hand on his shoulder gave him a warning pressure. I could not count." 6 times? 7 times? More? He comes here often, then?" And Donald considered. One could not say that father came here. He was here. "No, sir." "Oh, he does not come often, eh? How long has he been there this time?" Donald, a little perplexed, glanced up at his mother. What was he to say to this? But Captain Jackson now took steps to prevent his receiving any more assistance from that source. He stretched out a hand. "Oh, no, thank you, Mrs. Cameron. If you won't speak, you shan't prompt either. Now come here, boy." He drew Donald, without roughness, away, and placed him more in the middle of the room, with his back to his mother. "Have you ever heard this gentleman called Sinclair?" he asked. "Now, tell the truth." Donald told it. "No, never," he replied, shaking his golden head. "I thought as much. Well now, my boy, I'll make a guess at what you have heard him called, and you shall tell me if I guess right, eh?" And Captain Jackson, attempting heartiness, smiled somewhat sourly. "Oh, I'll not promise," said the child cautiously. "Oh, the young devil has been primed," said the soldier under his breath. Then he shot the query at him as suddenly as possible. "His name is the same as yours, Cameron." Taken aback by this, Donald wrinkled his brows and said nothing. "With Doctor in front of it. Dr. Cameron," pursued the inquisitor. "Now, have I not guessed right?" "Oh, no, sir," said Donald, relieved. Ewen was no longer looking out of the window, and he was frowning more than Captain Jackson had frowned. He had never foreseen Donald's being harried with questions. "Do you imagine," he broke in suddenly, "that a man in my shoes is like to have his real name flung about in the hearing of a small child?" Captain Jackson paid no heed to this remark. "Now, my boy, you can remember the name quite well, if you choose. Of that I'm sure. If you don't choose—" He paused suggestively. "Take your hand off that child's shoulder," commanded Ardroy in a voice so dangerous that, though he had not moved, his guards instinctively took a fresh grip of him. "Oh," said Captain Jackson, transferring his attention at once from the little boy. "How is that where the wind blows from? This young mule is a relative of yours." "Is that the only reason a man may have for objecting to see a small child bullied?" asked Ewen hotly. "'Tis not the only one in Scotland, I assure you, whatever you English may feel about the matter." But Captain Jackson declined to follow this red herring. "What lies entirely with you, Mr. Sinclair, to prevent any further questioning." "No, it does not," declared Ewen. "I've told you once, sir, that a man in my position does not have his real name cried to all the winds of heaven. Lady Ardroy herself is ignorant of it. She took me in knowing only that I was in need of rest and shelter. I do not wish her to learn it, lest Mr. Cameron, when he returns, be not best pleased to find whom she has been housing in his absence. But I will tell you my name at Fort William, if, indeed, your commanding officer there do not find it out first." This excursion into romance, a quite sudden inspiration on its author's part, really shook Captain Jackson for a moment, since he was well aware that there were divisions, and sharp ones, among the Jacobites. Yet, from Dr. Kincaid's account, Ewen Cameron himself, 2 days ago, had answered for Mr. Sinclair. As he stood undecided, enlightenment came to him from a most unexpected quarter. "Father," suddenly said a high, clear little voice. "Father, has you finded them?" "What's this?" The English officer swung round. Indeed, every man in the room turned to look at the small figure, which, quite unobserved, even by Alison, had strayed in through the open door. And before anyone had tried to stop him, Keith had pattered forward and seized his father round the legs. "Might come down to look for mine dears," he announced, smiling up at him. "Who is all these peoples?" It was the last query about identity asked that evening. Ewen saw that the game was up, and the soldiers who held him having, perhaps unconsciously, loosed their hold at this gentle and unexpected arrival. He stooped and caught up the wrecker of his gallant scheme. "No, my wee bird, I've not found your dears. I've been found myself," he whispered, and could not keep a smile from the lips which touched that velvet cheek. But the implications of this unlooked-for greeting had now burst upon Captain Jackson with shattering force. Half inarticulate with rage, he strode forward and shook his fist in the prisoner's face. You liar! You are yourself, Ewen Cameron." "Oh, pray do not terrify this child, also," observed the culprit coolly, for Keithie, after one look at the angry soldier, had hidden his face on his father's shoulder. "He's only 3 years old, and not worthy of your attentions." Captain Jackson fairly gibbered. "You think that you have fooled me, you and your lady there. You'll soon find out at Fort William who is the fool. And put that child down." "Oh, please make that red gentleman go away," petitioned a small voice from the neighbourhood of Ardroy's neck. "Oh, that's out of my power, I fear, my darling," replied the young man. "And you had better go to mother now." Since, with the child in his arms, not a soldier seemed disposed to hinder him, he walked calmly across the room and put Keithie into Alison's, whence he contemplated Captain Jackson with a severe and heavenly gaze. "Well, now that this charming domestic interlude is over," snapped that soldier, "perhaps, sir, you will vouchsafe some explanation of your conduct in leading my men this dance, and in striving to hide your identity in your own house in this ridiculous fashion. When Mr. Cameron returns, forsooth." Again, Ewen, usually a punctiliously truthful person, was inspired to a flight of imagination. "I admit that it was foolish of me," he replied with every appearance of candour. "But I saw you and your men coming, and having been out, as you probably know, in the 45, I thought it better to instruct my wife to say that I was from home, and left the house by a back window. I see now that I should have done better to show more courage, and to stay and face your visit out." During this explanation, Captain Jackson, his hands behind his back, was regarding the self-styled coward very fixedly. "And do you think that you can gull me into believing that you led my men that chase because of anything you did 6 or 7 years ago, Mr. Ewen Cameron? No, you were playing the decoy, and giving the man you're hiding here a chance to get away." Ardroy shrugged his shoulders. "Well, have it your own way, sir," he said indifferently. "I know that a simple explanation of a natural action is seldom believed." "No, only by simpletons," retorted Captain Jackson. "However, you can try its effect upon Lieutenant Governor Leighton at Fort William, for to Fort William you will go, Mr. Cameron, without delay. And do not imagine that I shall accompany you. I've not finished looking for your friend from Caithness, and when you're no longer here to draw the pursuit, it may be that I shall find him." It was true that Ewen had contemplated being taken to Fort William, but not exactly in his own character and upon his own account. And this was a much less attractive prospect. However, there was no help for it, and the only thing that mattered was that Archie should get safely away. If only he could be certain that he had. Surely, the McMartins. His thoughts sped up to Slough and Ian. "I'll take 2 file of men, Sergeant," said Captain Jackson, "and set out with Mr. Cameron at once. You can reach Highbridge by nightfall and lie there." At that, Alison came forward. She had put down Keithie and was holding him by the hand. He continued to regard the English officer with the same unmitigated disapproval. "How do you mean, sir, that you're sending my husband to Fort William at once, and this very evening?" "Yes, madam, I've really no choice," replied the soldier, who appeared to have regained control of his temper. "But if he will give me his word of honour to go peaceably, and make no attempt to escape by the way, I need not order any harsh measures for the journey. How will you do that, Mr. Cameron?" Ewen came back to his own situation, and to a longing to feel Keithie in his arms again for a moment. "Yes, sir, I pledge you my word as a gentleman to give no trouble on the road. Indeed, why should I?" he added. "I'm innocent." "But if Mr. Cameron is to go at once," objected Alison, "pray allow me time to put together a few necessaries for him, since however short a while he stays at Fort William, he will need them." Instant departure was not so urgent that Captain Jackson could reasonably refuse this request. "Yes, you may do that, madam," he replied a trifle stiffly, "provided that you're not more than a quarter of an hour about the business. Otherwise the party may be benighted before they can reach Highbridge." And he went quite civilly to hold the door for her. As Alison passed her husband, she looked at him hard with a question in her eyes, and she wanted to be sure. Again he gave an almost imperceptible shake of the head. She drew her brows together, and with a child on either side of her, and the elder lagging and gazing half frightened, half admiringly at his captive father, went out of the room. Captain Jackson did the same, but he left 4 men with muskets behind him. Of these Ewen took no notice, but began walking slowly up and down the room dear to him by so many memories. Now that the moment of being taken from his home was upon him, he did not like it. But he would soon be back, he told himself. How heavily would he be fined by the government for this escapade? However little, it would mean a still harder struggle to make both ends meet. But no price was too high to pay for Archie's life, or for Keithie's. Both of them were tangled up somehow in this payment. He wondered, too, with some uneasiness, how and why the redcoats, whom he had allowed to capture him, had been right up by Loch when he came upon them. And that had been a chase, too. He was young enough to have enjoyed it. The door was opened again. There was Alison, with a little packet in her hand, and Captain Jackson behind her. "You can take leave of your wife, Mr. Cameron," said he, motioning him to come to her at the door. But only, it was evident, under his eyes and in his hearing. So nothing could be said about Archie. Even Gaelic was not safe, for it was quite possible that the Englishman had picked up a few words. Under the officer's eyes, then, Ardroy took his wife in his arms and kissed her. "I shall not be away for long, my dear. God bless you, and kiss the boys for me." To Alison Cameron, it seemed incredible that he was really being taken from her with so little warning, when only a couple of hours ago he had been in her room asking about Keithie's lost toys. And, for all either of them yet knew, he might be sacrificing himself in vain. But she looked up into his eyes and said, with meaning, "I will try to do all you wish while you are away." A wifely utterance to which Captain Jackson could hardly take exception. And 3 minutes later, with no more intimate leave-taking than that, she was at the window watching her husband being marched away under the beeches of the avenue with his little guard. Before he vanished from sight, he turned and waved his hand, with the air of one who meant to be back ere any of their leaves had fluttered down. "Oh, I am sorry for this, madam," said the voice of Captain Jackson behind her. "But, if you'll forgive me for saying so, Mr. Cameron has brought it upon himself. Now, understand, if you please, that no one is to leave the house on any pretext. I've not finished here yet. But you are free to go about your ordinary occupations, and I'll see that you're not molested, so long as my order is observed." For that, Alison thanked him, and went upstairs to solace her loneliness by putting little Keith to bed. She had already tried to send Morag, the easiest to come at of the servants, up the brae, and had not found it feasible. And surely, Dr. Cameron must have taken the alarm by now, and be away. Still, there was always her promise to Ewen, a promise which had begun to seem impossible to carry out. 2. Yet, in a sense, that promise was already in process of being kept, though in a manner of which Alison was fortunately ignorant. At the very moment when she had finally succeeded in satisfying her younger son's critical inquiries about the gentleman downstairs that was so angry, her eldest born, whom she had last seen seated on the stairs, gazing down through the rails with deep interest at the group of soldiers in the hall, was halfway between the house and Loch his heart beating rapidly with excitement, triumph, and another less agreeable emotion. Both in courage and intelligence, Donald was old for his years. He knew that his mother had tried in vain to send Morag out of the house while she was making up the packet for father. The resplendent idea had then come to him of himself carrying out father's wish, and warning Dr. Cameron of the presence of the soldiers, of which he partially at least grasped the importance. On the whole, he thought he would not tell his mother until the deed was accomplished, for it was just possible that if he mentioned his purpose beforehand, she would forbid him to carry it through. As for getting out of the house, perhaps the soldiers at the various doors would not pay much attention to him, whom they probably considered just a little boy, though it was scarcely so that he thought of himself. Perhaps, also, they would not be aware that never in his life before had he been out so late alone. He could say that he had lost a ball in the shrubbery, and that would be true, for he had, about a month ago. And even if it had not been true, lies seemed to be strangely permissible today. He could creep out of the shrubbery on the other side, and then run all the way round the end of the loch, and up the track which climbed the shoulder of Miaul-Achai. As it happened, Donald did not have to employ the plea about the lost ball, for in wandering round the back premises he came on a door which was not guarded at all. Its particular sentry was even then escorting his father towards Fort William, and by some oversight had not been replaced. So the small adventurer quite easily found himself among the outbuildings, deserted and silent, except for the voices of two invisible redcoats who were arguing about something round the corner of the stables. By them his light footfall went unheard, and a moment or two afterwards Donald was looking back in elation from the edge of the policies on the lighted window of the house of Ardroy. That was a good 10 minutes ago. Now, he was wishing that he had brought Luath with him. Oh, it was such a strange darkness, not really dark, but an eerie kind of half-light. And the loch, which he was now approaching, what an odd ghostly shine the water had between the trees. He had never seen it look like that before. And this was, past all doubt, the hour of that dread thing, the water-horse. And Donald's feet began to falter a little in the path as he came nearer and nearer to the Loch of the Eagle, so friendly in the day, so very different now. No child in the Highlands but had heard many a story of water-horse and kelpie and oorisk, however much his elders might discourage such narratives. It was true that father had told him there were no such things as these fabled inhabitants of loch and stream and mountainside, but the awful fact remained that Morag had a second cousin in Kintail who had been carried off by an ech uske. On Loch Duch it was. Seeing a beautiful horse come into his little enclosure, he could not resist climbing onto its back. That was just what the water-horse wanted, for it rushed down to the loch with its rider, and Morag's second cousin was never seen again. Only next day his lungs floated ashore. All the rest of him had been eaten up. Not quite to know what one's lungs were made it still more horrible. At Donald's age, one is not capable of formulating an axiom about the difficulty of proving a negative, but this evening's adventure brought the boy some instinctive perception of its truth. Her father had never seen a water-horse, it was true, but in the face of Morag's story. And then there was another most disturbing thought to accompany him. What if something in the nature of an angel were suddenly to appear and throw him into the loch as a punishment for having pushed Keithie in and made him ill? And there would be no father on the island now to rescue him. Donald's steps grew slower still. He was now almost skirting Loch na Hollere on the little track through the heather and bracken, where the pine branches swayed and whispered, and made the whole atmosphere, too, much darker and more alarming. If he had realized earlier the possibility of an avenger. And then he thought of those who had fought at the great battle before he was born, of cousin Ian Stewart and the broken Claymore, of his father, of the dead chief whose name he bore, and went onwards with a brave and beating heart. But there were such strange sounds all round him, noises and cracklings which he had never heard in the day, open-air little boy though he was, and once he jumped violently as something shadowy and slim ran across his very path. "Oh, only a weasel," said the child to himself, "but a very large one." And then Donald's heart gave a bound and seemed to stop altogether. Something much bigger than a weasel was coming, and though he could not see it, it was trampling through the undergrowth on his right. And the ech uske, undoubtedly. There broke from him a little sound too attenuated for a shriek, a small puppy-like whimper of dismay. "Who's there?" called out a man's voice sharply. "Who's there? Answer me." Oh, at least, then, it was not a water-horse. I'm Donald Cameron of Ardroy," replied the adventurer in quavering tones, his eyes fixed on the dark, dim shape now visible from the waist upwards among the surging waves of bracken. This did not look like an avenging angel, either. It seemed to be just a man. "Oh, Donald!" it exclaimed. "Oh, what in the name of the good being are you doing here at this hour? Oh, don't be frightened, child, and 'tis your Uncle Hector." And the apparition pushed through the fern and bent over him. "Are you lost, my boy?" Immensely relieved, Donald looked up at the young man. He had not seen him for nearly 2 years, and his actual recollections of his appearance were hazy, but he had often heard of the uncle, who was a soldier of the King of France. Evidently, too, Uncle Hector had lately been in some battle, for he wore round his head a bandage, which showed white in the dusk. "No, Uncle Hector, I'm not lost. I'm going up to Loch to tell Dr. Cameron that there are some soldiers come after him, and that he must go away quickly." "Oh, Dr. Cameron!" exclaimed his uncle in surprise. Then, glancing round, he lowered his voice and dropped on one knee beside the little boy. "Oh, what on earth is he doing at Ardroy? Oh, I thought he never came here now." "You're sure that it was Dr. Cameron, Donald, and not Mr. McPhair of Loch Dorney?" "No, I know it was Dr. Cameron. He stayed in our house first. He came because Keithie was ill." His head went down for a second. "He made him well again. And the other doctor, from Maryborough, came too. Then Dr. Cameron went up to stay with Angus McMartin. And if you please, I must go on to Loch at once." But his young uncle, though he had risen to his feet again, was still blocking the path and staring down at him, and saying as though he were speaking to himself. Then it was he who's just gone away from Loch with Angus, only they were so discreet, and they'd not name him to me. No, my little hero, there's no need for you to go any farther. I've just come from Angus's cottage myself, and they told me the gentleman was gone some time since, because of the soldiers down at the house. And, by the way, are the soldiers still there?" "Yes, and some of them had taken father away to Fort William. They ran after him. He got out of a window, and they caught him and thought at first he was Dr. Cameron. Father wanted them to think that," explained Donald, with a sort of vicarious pride. Hector Grant's brow grew black under the bandage. "Oh, mon Dieu, quel malheur! Oh, I must see your mother, Donald. Now go back, Luchan, and try to get her to come up to me here by the Loch. I'll take you a part of the way." "You're sure, Uncle Hector," asked Donald anxiously, "that Dr. Cameron has gone away?" "A good child," said Uncle Hector appreciatively. "Yes, foi de gentilhomme, Donald, he is gone. There's no need for you to continue this nocturnal adventure. And I fancy that your mother will forgive me a good deal for putting a stop to it. Oh, come along." Most willingly did Donald's hand slide into that of his uncle. If one can be quit of a rather terrifying enterprise with honour. It did not seem nearly so dark now, and the water-horse had gone back into the land of bedtime stories. But there was still an obstacle to his protector's plan, of which he must inform him. "Oh, I don't think, Uncle Hector," he said, doubtfully, as they began to move away, "that the soldiers will let Mother come out to see you. Nobody was to leave the house, they said. Oh, they did not see me come out. But perhaps they would let you go in. Uncle Hector stopped. Oh, they let me in, fast enough, I warrant. But would they let me come out again? Perhaps, after all, I'd better come no nearer. Can you go back from here alone, Donald? But indeed I see you can, since you have such a stout heart. The heart in question fell a little at this flattering deduction. By the way, you say Keithie is better. Is he quite recovered? Oh, Keithie? He's out of bed today. Indeed, said Keithie senior quite scornfully, and 'tis a pity he is, for he came downstairs by his lane when the soldiers were here and did a very silly thing. And he explained in what Keithie's foolishness had consisted. So 'twas he that spoiled father's fine plan, which I knew all about. Ah, fine plan. I wonder what your mother thought of it, once more commented Hector Grant, half to himself. Well, Donald, give her this kiss from me, and tell her that I will contrive somehow to see her when the soldiers have gone. Meanwhile, I think I'll return to the safer hospitality of Loch. Now, run home. She'll be anxious about you. He stooped and kissed the self-appointed messenger, and gave him an encouraging pat. Oh, good night, Uncle Hector, said Donald politely. I'll tell Mother. And he set off at a trot, which soon carried him out of sight in the dusk. And now, what am I going to do? Asked Lieutenant Hector Grant in French of his surroundings. Something croaked in the rushes of Loch. Tu dis? He inquired, turning his head. Nay, jesting apart, this is a pretty coil that I've set on foot. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Chapter 7. A Great Many Lies. 1. It is undoubtedly easier to invite durance than to get free of it again. So Ewen found after his interview next day with old Lieutenant Governor Leighton, now in command at Fort William, who was rather querulous, declaring with an injured air that, from what he had been told about Mr. Cameron of Ardroy, he should not have expected such conduct from him. However, he finished pessimistically, disloyalty that is bred in the bone will always out, I suppose, and once a Cameron, always a Cameron. Since Ewen's captor and accuser, Captain Jackson, was still absent, the brief interview produced little of value either to Colonel Leighton or himself, and Ardroy spent a good deal of that Sunday pacing round and round his bare, though by no means uncomfortable, place of confinement, wishing fervently that he knew whether Archie had got away in safety. Never, never, if any ill befell him, would he forgive himself for having brought him to the house. The next day, Colonel Leighton had him in for examination again, chiefly in order to confront him with Captain Jackson, now returned empty-handed from his raid, and it was Ewen's late visitor who took the more prominent part in the proceedings, either questioning the prisoner himself, or prompting his elderly superior in a quite obvious manner. The reason for this procedure Ewen guessed to lie in the fact that Leighton was a newcomer at Fort William, having succeeded only a few months ago in the astute Colonel Crawford, an adept at dealing with Highland difficulties, and one on whom Captain Jackson seemed to be desirous of modelling himself, if not his colonel. Ewen steadily denied having had any doubtful person in his house. Mr. Sinclair, whose presence he could not entirely explain away, being, as he had already stated, a friend on a visit, which visit had ended the day before the arrival of the military. He stuck to his story that when he himself had seen the soldiers approaching, his courage had failed him, and he had dropped from a window and run from them. "If that is so, Mr. Cameron," said the Lieutenant Governor, echoing Captain Jackson, "then you must either have had a guilty conscience, or you were playing the decoy, and I suspect that it was the latter, since you do not look the sort of man who would get out of a window at the mere approach of danger." Ardroy supposed that this was a species of compliment. But he was feeling bored and rather disheartened at having landed himself in a captivity which promised to be longer than he had anticipated. He would not indeed regret it, he told himself, if he had saved Archie, but of that he was not perfectly sure, for though Captain Jackson had failed to capture him, yet a party from one of the scattered military posts might have done so once the alarm was given. He looked out over the heads of the two officers, out of the window, whence he could get a glimpse of the waters of Loch, shining and moving in the sun. The thought of being shut up in Fort William for an indefinite period was becoming increasingly distasteful. But it was ridiculous to suppose that they had grounds for keeping him more than a few days. So he declared that appearances were deceitful, and again pointed out his exemplary behaviour since his return to Scotland. He desired no more, he said, than to go on living quietly upon his land. It was no doubt very tame and unheroic, and thus to plead for release. But what was the use of remaining confined here if he could avoid it? And for a while after that he sat there, having been provided with a chair, hardly listening to Colonel Leighton as he prosed away, with occasional interruptions from his subordinate, but wondering what Alison was doing at this moment, and whether Keithie were any the worse for his fateful excursion downstairs, and scarcely noticing that the Colonel had ceased another of his homilies about disloyalty to listen to a young officer who had come in with some message, until his own name occurring in the communication drew his wandering attention. The Colonel had become quite alert. "Bring him up here at once," he said to the newcomer, and turning to the listless prisoner, added, "Mr. Cameron, here's a gentleman just come and given himself up to save you, so he says, from further molestation on his behalf." He had Ewen's attention now. For one horrible moment, Ardroy felt quite sick. He had the wild half-thought that Archie... But no, Archie was incapable of so wrong and misguided an action as throwing away his liberty and wrecking his mission merely to save him from imprisonment. And then through the open door came the young officer again, and after him, with a bandage about his head and a smile upon his lips, Hector. Ewen suppressed a gasp, but the colour which had left it came back to his face. He got up from his chair astounded, and not best pleased at this crazy deed. Hector Grant did not seem to find his situation dull. He had about him an air which it would have been unkind, and though possible, to call a swagger, which air, however, dropped from him a little at the sight of his brother-in-law, in whose presence he had evidently not expected so soon to find himself. He glanced across at him with a slightly deprecatory lift of the eyebrows, while Ardroy feared that he must be looking, as he felt, rather blank. Oh, it was well-meaning of the lad, but how could it possibly help matters? Colonel Leighton, however, glanced hopefully at the voluntary captive. "Well, sir, and so you've come to give yourself up. On what grounds, may I ask?" "Because," Hector answered him easily, "I heard that my brother-in-law, Mr. Cameron of Ardroy here, present, had been arrested on the charge of having entertained a suspicious stranger in his house. Now, as I was myself that supposed stranger—" "Ah," interrupted Colonel Leighton, shaking his head sagely, "I knew I was right in my conviction that Mr. Cameron was lying when he asserted that he had sheltered nobody. I knew that no one of his name was to be trusted." "Oh, he was not sheltering me, sir," replied Hector coolly. "And, therefore, I've come of my own free will to show you how baseless are your suspicions of him. For, if a man cannot have his wife's brother to visit him without being haled off to prison—" "His wife's brother? Who are you, then? You've not yet told us," remarked Captain Jackson. "Lieutenant Hector Grant, of the Régiment d'Albany, in the service of His Most Christian Majesty the King of France. You have papers to prove that. Oh, not on me. And why not? Asked the other soldier. Oh, why should I carry my commission with me when I come to pay a private visit to my sister? Asked Hector. Evidently, thought Ewen, he was not going to admit the theft of any of his papers, though he himself suspected that the young man did, despite his denial, carry his commission with him. He wondered, and was sure that Hector was wondering too, whether the missing documents were not all the time in Colonel Leighton's hands. And that was all your business in Scotland? And to visit your sister? Oh, is not that sufficient? Asked the affectionate brother. Oh, I'd not seen Lady Ardroy for a matter of 2 years, and she is my only near relative. After I'd left the house, I heard, as I say, that my presence, oh heaven knows why, had thrown suspicion upon Mr. Cameron, and I hastened. But here Captain Jackson interrupted him. If it was upon your behalf, Mr. Grant, that Mr. Cameron found it necessary to run so far, and to tell so many lies on Saturday, and then he must be greatly mortified at seeing you here now. Oh, I doubt if it was for you that he went through all that. Oh, but if, on the other hand, you were the cause of his performances, then your visit cannot have been so innocuous as you pretend. Hector was seen to frown. This officer was too sharp. He had outlined a nasty dilemma, and the young Highlander hardly knew upon which of its horns to impale himself and Ewen. The colonel now turned heavily upon Ardroy. Is this young man your brother-in-law, Mr. Cameron? Oh, certainly he is, sir. And did he stay at your house upon a visit? Awkward to answer that, considering the nature of Hector's stay and its exceeding brevity. Hector himself prudently looked out of a window. Oh, yes, he did pay me a visit. And when did he arrive? Ewen decided that, on the whole, truth was best. Last Monday evening. Oh, I should be glad to know for what purpose he came. Oh, you have heard it, sir. He is, I repeat, my wife's brother. Oh, but that fact, Mr. Cameron, said Colonel Leighton weightily, does not render him immune from suspicion, especially when one considers his profession. He is a Jacobite, or he would not be in the service of the King of France. Oh, you know quite well, sir, countered Ewen, that the King of France has by treaty abandoned the Jacobite cause. How was it on Mr. Grant's account that you behaved as you did on Saturday? Pressed the colonel. But Ewen replying that he did not feel himself bound to answer that question, and the commanding officer turned to Hector again. On what day, Mr. Grant, did you terminate your visit to Mr. Cameron? Oh, on the day that your men invaded his house, Saturday, answered Hector, driven to this unfortunate statement by a desire to give colour to Ewen's performances on that day. Oh, but Mr. Cameron has just told us that Mr. Sinclair left the previous day, Friday, put in Captain Jackson quickly, and Hector bit his lip. Obviously, it had a very awkward side, this ignorance of what Ewen had already committed himself to. Captain Jackson permitted himself a smile. At any rate, you were at Ardroy on Thursday, and saw Dr. Kincaid when he went to visit the sick child. This Hector was uncertain whether to deny or avow. He therefore said nothing. But since you are trying to make us believe that you are the mysterious Mr. Sinclair from Caithness who was treating him, pursued Captain Jackson, you must have seen Dr. Kincaid. I see no reason why I should not have done what I could for my own nephew, answered Hector, doubling off on a new track. Quite so, agreed Captain Jackson. And then, since your visit was purely of a domestic character, one may well ask why Mr. Cameron was at such pains on that occasion to pass you off, not as a relation, but as a friend from the north. And why were you then so much older, a man in the 40s, instead of in the 20s, as you are today? Was there so much difference in my appearance? Queried Hector innocently. I was fatigued. I'd been sitting up all night with a sick child. We're wasting time, declared Captain Jackson. This is not Mr. Sinclair. And the colonel echoed him with dignity. No, certainly not. "Is not Dr. Kincaid in the fort this morning, sir?" asked the captain, leaning towards him. "Oh, I believe he is. Go and request him to come here at once, if you please, Mr. Burton," said the colonel to the subaltern who had brought Hector in. "And then we shall settle this question once for all." By this time Ewen had resumed his seat. Hector, his hands behind his back, appeared to be whistling a soundless air between his teeth. It was impossible to say whether he were regretting his fruitless effort, for plainly it was going to be fruitless, but at all events he was showing a good front to the enemy. Dr. Kincaid hurried in, with his usual air of being very busy. "You sent for me, Colonel?" "Yes, Doctor, if you please. Have you seen this young man before? Not Mr. Cameron of Ardroy here, but the other." "Or perhaps Dr. Kincaid does not greatly care to look at me," suggested Ewen. The doctor threw him a glance. "I had my duty to do, Ardroy." And then he looked, as desired, at the younger prisoner. "Loch, I should think I'd seen him before. God's name, young man, your gay heart in the head. 'Tis the lad I found half doited on Loch Treig's side, Tuesday next sign, with a dunt in it, of which yon's the sign." He pointed to the bandage. "Tuesday night, you say, Doctor?" asked Captain Jackson. "Aye, Tuesday nicht. I mind well it was. I was away up Loch Treig the day, to old McInnes there." Captain Jackson turned on Hector. "Perhaps, Mr. Grant," he suggested, "you were light-headed from this blow when you thought you were at Ardroy till Saturday." "It was to prevent me having been carried there, at my brother-in-law's orders," queried Hector. "'Tis true that Ardroy spoke of doing that," admitted Dr. Kincaid. "He spared after the young man, the day I was at his house. But yon was the Thursday. Mr. Cameron says that Mr. Grant came to Ardroy on the Monday, and Mr. Grant himself states that he stayed there until Saturday. Yet, on Tuesday, Doctor, you find him 20 miles away, with a broken head. And he has the effrontery to pretend that he was the Mr. Sinclair, whom you saw in the sick child's room at Ardroy on the Thursday." "Set him up," exclaimed the doctor scornfully. "And the man I saw then, as I've told you, Colonel, was over 40, a tall, comely man, and fair-complexioned to boot. And I told you who that man was, in my opinion, and Dr. Archibald Cameron, and the Jacobite himself. And for this callant to seek to pretend to me that he was yon Sinclair is fair flying in the face of such wits as Providence has given me. You'd better keep him here for treatment of his own." And on that, scarce waiting for dismissal, Dr. Kincaid took himself off again. "Dr. Kincaid's advice is sound, don't you think, Colonel?" observed Captain Jackson with some malice. "And as the roads do not seem over safe for this young man, egad, and 'twere best to keep him off them for a while." "Your fine redcoats don't seem able to make them safe, certainly," retorted Mr. Grant. Come, come," said Colonel Layton impatiently. "We've had enough of bandying words. One thing is quite plain. Mr. Cameron and his kinsman here are both in collusion to shield someone else, and that person has probably been correctly named by Dr. Kincaid. Have Mr. Cameron taken back. You can put Mr. Grant in the same room with him, for the present, at any rate." 2. "Oh, my dear Hector," began Ardroy, half laughing, half sighing, when the door of that locality was shut on them. "I know what you're going to say, Ewen." Hector did not let him say it in consequence. "Yes, I've done no good. I may even have done harm, but I could not stay a free man when I had brought all this trouble upon you, as I have done. Don't shake your head. But I had a faint hope that I could gull them into some sort of an exchange. At any rate, I brought you all kinds of messages from Alison." "You saw her? How is Keithie?" "And, most important of all, did Archie get safely away?" "That is yes to all of your questions. I did see Alison. Keithie, I understand, is as well as ever he was. and Dr. Cameron was clear away from the McMartins before I myself arrived there on Saturday evening. Nor has he been captured since, or one would have heard it in the neighbourhood. Here Hector looked at the windows. I wonder how much filing these bars would need. Ewen could not help laughing. You go too fast, Ekin. I hope shortly to be invited to walk out of the door in the ordinary way, and against you, since I do not believe that they have your stolen papers, and they can prove nothing. It was self-sacrificing of you in the extreme, and to come here and give yourself up. But my arrest, I feel sure, was due in the first instance to Dr. Kincaid's sense of duty, of which he made mention just now, and not to any information about Dr. Cameron rifled from your pockets. His hand at his chin, Hector looked at him. I wish I could believe that. Yet it is my doing, Ewen, for this reason. If I had not been so damnably ill-tempered at Ardroy the other evening, I'd not have come upon that spy where I did the next day, and have lost my papers. My loss was the direct cause of your going to warn Loch, and hence meeting Dr. Cameron in his stead. And if you'd not met him, he could not have come back to Ardroy with you, and have been seen by that cursed interfering physician of yours. You see, I know all about that from Alison, with whom I contrived a meeting through your little hero of a son. I came upon him trotting up to Slough-nan Ian in the dark to carry a warning. Donald went up to Slough-nan Ian. And did Alison choose him as the messenger? Not a bit of it. And 'twas his own notion, stout little fellow. I found him by the Loch and sent him back, since I knew that whoever was sheltering with Angus McMartin was already gone. It was from Donald that I first learned who it was. He's a brave child, Ewen, and I congratulate you on giving me such a nephew. And yet, thought Ewen all at once, it is really Donald who is the cause of everything. If he had not pushed Keith into the Loch, I should never have ridden for Dr. Kincaid and come upon Hector. Nay, it goes further back. If Keithie had not first thrown in that treasure of Donald's, perhaps in justice, I ought to blame my cousin Ian for giving it to him. Hector, meanwhile, was looking round their joint prison. The room stood at the corner of the block of buildings in the fort nearest to the Loch, and was actually blessed with a window in each of its outer walls. It was therefore unusually light and airy, and had a view across and down Loch Lynne. In some ways, though it was less lofty, it had already reminded Ewen of the tower room at Fort Augustus, where he had once gone through such mental anguish. This place might be worse, now pronounced the newcomer. I doubt this room was not originally intended to keep prisoners in. Going to one of the windows, he shook the bars. Not very far to the ground, I should suppose, but there seems to be a considerable drop afterwards, down that bastion wall on the Loch side. But Ewen, scarcely heeding, was murmuring that he ought never to have brought Dr. Cameron to Ardroy. Hector turned round from his investigations. Yet he's clear away now, Ewen, that's certain. But the authorities must guess that he is in Scotland. 'Tis no more than a guess. They do not know it. Even from that unlucky letter of mine, I do not think they could be sure of it. Hector, what was in that letter? Asked his fellow captive. And why were you carrying it? On someone else's account, I suppose. It was very unfortunate that you were charged with it. Lieutenant Grant got rather red. He stuffed his hands into his breeches pocket and studied the floor for a moment. Then he lifted his head and said with an air of resignation, I may as well make a clean breast of it. Ever since my mishap, I've been wondering how I could have been so misguided, but I had the best intentions, Ewen, as you'll hear. I wrote the letter myself. I wrote it yourself, and carried it on you. And to whom was it, then? To Clooney Macpherson. But you were on your way to Clooney Macpherson, or so I understood. Yes, I was. But you know, Ewen, how jealously the secret of his hiding-place in Badenoch is kept, and how devilish hard it is to come at him, even when one is accredited as a friend. I'd no doubt but that from the information I had been given, I should meet with some of his clan, but whether they would consent to guide me to his lair on Ben Alder was quite another matter. So, thinking over the problem that morning, it occurred to me that I would write him a short letter, in case I found difficulty in gaining access to his person. You will ask me why in heaven's name I wrote it beforehand and carried it on me, but it was really my caution, Ewen, that was my undoing. I saw that it would not be wise to write it in a shape which any chance person could read, and that I must turn most of it into cipher. But I could not write my letter and then turn portions of it into cipher. A laborious process, as you know, sitting on a tussock of heather in a wind on Ben Alder, with an impatient gilly of Cloonies gibbering earth at me. So I wrote down my information as shortly as I could, and turned it into cipher before setting out, in order to have it ready to hand over should need arise. And I still believe that the cipher may defy reading, though when you came upon me by Loch Treig, knowing that the letter was gone from me, with the doctor's and Loch Dodney's names in it, He made one of his half-French gestures. Yes, said Ewen meditatively. As things turned out, your notion was not a fortunate one. Was the letter directed to Clooney? No, that foolishness at least I did not commit, since I meant to give it, if at all, straight into the hands of one of his men. That's something, certainly. And if the man who took it was a spy, and not an ordinary robber, which is always possible, I should say the letter had been sent straight to Edinburgh or to London. Why not to the old fellow here? 'Tis true that if he had it, he could not read the cipher, but that Captain Jackson might. I think the letter was never brought here, because, if it had been, even though neither of them could read a word of it, they would know that it had been taken from you on Tuesday, and would hardly have wasted their time in allowing you to pretend that you were at Ardroy until Saturday, nor have sent for Dr. Kincaid to testify that you were not the Mr. Sinclair whom he saw there, or worse luck, on Thursday. Unless they wish to give me more rope to hang myself in, commented Hector, with a slight access of gloom. But as to that, he added after a moment, more cheerfully, I am more like to be shot as a deserter by the French than hanged as a conspirator by the English. You should have thought of that before coming here and giving yourself up, exclaimed Ewen. Are you serious, Hector? No, confessed Lieutenant Grant with a grin. Lord Ogilvy will see to it that he does not lose one of his best officers in that manner. I'll report before my leave is up, never fear. And by the way, I was carrying my commission on me as a safeguard, though I denied it, and the scoundrel who took my papers has that, too, a bad meeting to him. I thought you were lying to those officers just now, observed Ardroy. But, again, had your commission been brought here, I'm sure that Captain Jackson could never have resisted the temptation of clapping it down in front of you when you denied that you had it. I wonder, remarked Hector rather irrelevantly, who has done the more lying of late, you or I? Nay, you, past a doubt, for you have had vastly more opportunity. And you don't enjoy it, more's the pity. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Chapter 8. On Christmas Night. 1. No more scope for lying, however, was to be afforded to either of the captives, nor were they invited to walk out of Fort William, though for a week, 10 days, a fortnight, this was their waking hope each morning. But as this perennial plant daily bloomed and faded, Ewen began to think that Colonel Leighton was not, perhaps, so happy an exchange as some had fancied for the astute but determined Crawford, that he was keeping them there because he knew that he was incompetent and wanted to disguise the fact by a show of severity. Of course, it was quite possible that he was only obeying orders from Edinburgh, or, as time went on, from London, but that they could not find out. At any rate, declared Hector, he is stupid. A bet come in ua, a man one cannot reason with. I saw that at once. Stupid or clever, Colonel Leighton was the master of the situation. As the October days crawled by, shortening a little, so that one saw the glow from the sunset, when there was one, fall ever a little less far round on the wall, Lieutenant Grant's temper grew shorter also. What right had Colonel Leighton to keep him imprisoned here, an officer of a foreign power, against whom he had no producible evidence? He kept sending messages to that effect, and getting the invariable reply that, since the Lieutenant Governor had only his word that he possessed the status, Mr. Grant must produce his commission, or something equivalent, if he hoped to be believed. Long ago it had become plain that poor Hector's chivalrous attempt at a bargain was worse than useless, for his surrendering himself had not released his brother-in-law. Its only effect was to have introduced another inmate into the cage, and one who was as restless as any squirrel. November set in, cold and very windy, and with it came a sinister reminder that there are even worse fates than bondage. There lay in Fort William a prisoner, brought thither from Inverary, tied on a horse at the beginning of October, for whom the sands of captivity were running out. On the 7th of November, a day of tempest, an armed procession set out down the side of Loch, and in the midst was James Stewart of Aachen. Next morning, in the same high wind, he was taken across Loch Leven and hanged at Ballachulish in Appin, the scene of the murder of Campbell of Glenure, meeting his unjust fate with composure, and with a psalm destined ever after to be associated in that country with his name, the 35th. And presumably to impress them with the wisdom of submissive conduct, the two imprisoned Jacobites were given a full account of the proceedings, and Ewen, with his mother's Stuart blood on fire, chalked up one more count in the score against the Campbells. November was to have seen that attempt on the liberty of George II, over which Ewen and his brother-in-law had come to loggerheads that night at Ardroy. But no news of any such attempt filtered through to the captives. Ewen was very glad, and Hector, presumably, sorry. It was a subject not mentioned between them, although the breach which it had made was healed. And so another 5 or 6 weeks had trailed by. James Stewart's chain-encircled body, still guarded by soldiers, rattled and froze on the hillock by Ballachulish ferry, and Lieutenant Hector Grant of the Régiment d'Albany by this time much more nearly resembled a panther than a squirrel. He could think or talk of nothing but escape, and every day his denunciations of Ewen for his passivity became more fervid. He told him, among other things, that he was like a cow which stays in a byre, merely because the farmer has put it there. In vain, Ewen pointed out the small advantages to be reaped by escape, at least in his own case, since he could not possibly return to Ardroy. He would be rearrested at once. As Hector knew, he had twice written to a lawyer in Edinburgh to take up his case. "Oh, yes, but what answer have you had?" Hector would reply. "You are over-trusting, Mackie Kellain, and that old Leighton of the devil never forwards your letters, it is clear. He probably uses them as curl papers for his wig." Yet when Ewen offered his assistance in carrying out the very unpromising plans for his own escape, with which Hector constantly dallied, the young man would not hear of it, alleging that he had got Ardroy into sufficient trouble already. But at last Ewen's own patience, not natural to him, but painfully acquired in the difficult years since his return from exile, was completely exhausted. For one thing, it fretted him more with every day that dawned that he knew nothing of Archie's doings, nor had even learnt whence that aid was to come on which Dr. Cameron was building. So, one day about mid-December, when he and Hector had been discussing the various unsatisfactory plans for escape, which the latter had concocted, he considerably startled that youth, by saying, "Let us fix on Christmas Day, then, for the garrison will be more or less drunk, and we may have some small chance of walking out in the manner you propose." For the great obstacle to evasion in the orthodox way, by sawing through the bars of the window and letting themselves down, was the by now established impossibility of procuring a file or anything like it. Hector leaped up from his chair. "Enfin! You mean it, Ewen? You're at last converted? Dieu soit loué! And you suggest Christmas Day? You do not think that Hogmanay would be better?" "No, for the garrison is English. It is on the evening of Christmas Day that we must look for the effect of their potations." "Christmas Day be it, then. Now we can plan to better purpose." 2. During these weary weeks, Ewen had written as often as he was allowed, and to his wife, and had received replies from her, all correspondence, of course, passing through the hands of the authorities at Fort William, so that only personal and domestic news could be conveyed. But Alison had all along been determined to come and visit him, should his release be delayed, and wrote a few days after this that she believed she should succeed in getting permission to do so before Christmas. "Oh, faith, if she do not come before, it will be of little use, or so I hope, coming after," declared her brother. Oh, indeed, if one wished to throw dust in the eyes of that latent creature, it might have been well had she said that she was coming at the New Year. "Oh, but I, at least, desire to be here when she comes," objected Ewen. In his heart of hearts, he thought that the New Year would probably still find them in Fort William, since the success of their plan for Christmas Day depended upon so many factors out of their control. But he did not wish to dash Hector's optimism, and proceeded with his occupation of making a sketch map of Loch and its neighbourhood from memory on a clean pocket handkerchief, though, in truth, pencil and linen combined but ill for cartography. And 4 days before Christmas, Alison came. A message from the Lieutenant Governor had previously apprised the captives of the event, and they trimmed each other's hair and shaved with great particularity. Lady Ardroy had written that she would bring them some Christmas fare, and this, the two agreed, would prove a most useful viaticum for the subsequent journey. She brought something else, more unexpected. The young and courteous officer who escorted her up himself carried the big basket of provisions, for, to the captive's amazement, Alison's 2 hands were otherwise engaged. One held the small hand of Keith, so wrapped about in furs that he looked a mere fluffy ball. The other rested on Donald's shoulder. The officer deposited the basket on the table and swiftly closed the door on the family reunion, but not before Alison was in her husband's arms. It was over 3 months since she had seen him marched away down the avenue at Ardroy. And then, while Hector and his sister embraced, Ewen could attend to the claims of his offspring. "Oh, Keithie, you look for all the world like a fat little bear," he exclaimed, catching him up, to find him as smooth-cheeked, as long-lashed, as satisfying to feel in one's arms as ever. Nor was the small person at all abashed by his surroundings, remarking that he had seen a great many red gentlemen downstairs, and why was father living with him? He would prefer him to come home. The fairies had restored his deers unharmed, and he now had in addition a dove fay with horns, which he had put in the large basket, so that father could see it. Meanwhile Donald, who appeared grown, and did seem a trifle overawed by the place in which he found himself, rather shyly told him that Angus had recovered the Claymore hilt from the Loch of the Eagle, and he too asked, not so cheerfully as Keith, even reproachfully, why his father did not return, as mother had said he would. But it was the prisoners who had most questions to put. Chief among Ewen's was, what had become of Dr. Cameron? To his disappointment, Alison knew nothing of his movements, and still less, as discreet inquiry on her husband's part elicited, of what success or failure he had met with in his mission. It was said that he had left the West altogether, owing to the persistent searches made for him. "Oh, then it is well known to the English that he is in the Highlands," said Ewen despondently, "and it is my fault." "No," said Alison with decision. "The knowledge seems too widespread for that. But enough of Dr. Archibald for the moment. I have to speak of something which concerns you both more nearly at this time. And it would be better to speak French, because of the children," she added, plunging into that tongue, which they all three spoke with ease. And, beckoning them close to her, Lady Ardroy, to their no small astonishment, unfolded a plan of escape, which, it seemed, had been devised in conjunction with young Ian Stewart of Inverna-Cree, her husband's cousin, and the rest of his Stewart kin in Appin. If he and Hector could succeed in getting out of the fort, and would be on the shore of Loch at a given spot and hour on the night of Christmas Day. "What night?" exclaimed both her hearers together. Alison looked a little startled. "Oh, we had thought of Christmas night for it, and because the garrison. What are you both laughing at?" At that, Hector laughed the more, and Ewen seized and kissed her. "Because, Muchrie, you or Ian must have the two sides, I think. And that is precisely the night that Hector and I were already favouring, and for exactly the same reason. Now go on." Flushed and eager, Alison went on. Under the fort a boat would be waiting, manned by stewards. This, with all possible speed, would convey them down Loch to Inverna-Cree in Appin, where old Alexander Stewart, Ewen's maternal uncle, proposed that the fugitives should remain hid for a while. Some 20 miles would then lie between them and Fort William, while, in any case, the pursuit would probably be made in the first instance toward Ardroy. To all the first part of the plan, Ewen agreed without demur. The presence of a boat waiting for them would solve their greatest difficulty, how to leave the neighbourhood of the fort without taking the most easily traced way therefrom by land. For the previous part of the programme, the actual breaking out of their prison, they must, as before, rely upon themselves, and upon the effects of the garrison's Christmas celebration. But to taking refuge with his uncle and cousin, Ewen would not agree. "If I succeed in getting free, darling, it's more than enough that I shall owe them. Hector must please himself, but he behoves to make haste to rejoin his regiment. But I'm not going to risk bringing trouble on folk who are now at peace, particularly after what took place in Appin last spring, and for which an Appin man has paid so dearly. My plan is to reach Edinburgh somehow, and there secure the legal aid for which I've been vainly trying by letter. And though there's not overmuch chance of justice for a Jacobite, I would yet make an effort after it, and a free man has better chance of this than a prisoner. The English know the justice of my case, or they would not have denied me the services of an advocate. After that, if all goes well, I shall be able to return to you and the bairns in quiet. And be ready for the call to arms when it comes," he added internally, for not even to Alison had he revealed what Archibald Cameron had told him. After this, Alison set the children to unpack the basket and to range its contents on the table. "I must keep them occupied at a distance for a few moments," she explained as she came back. "Now, first, for your escape from this room, since there are bars to your windows. Hold out a hand, one of you." "Oh, not a file?" exclaimed Hector, almost snatching from his sister the little key to freedom. "Oh, you angel from heaven!" Alison smiled. It was Ian Stewart, and thought of that. Oh, there's something further. You may be wondering why I've not taken off my cloak all this while. If I had, you would certainly be thinking I'd lost my figure. And, smiling, she suddenly held her mantle wide. "Oh, faith, no," admitted Hector. "That's not the gimp waist I've been accustomed to see in you, my sister. Now wait, and you shall know the reason for it. Look out of the window, the two of you, until I bid you turn." The two men obeyed. From the table came the chatter of the children, very busy over the basket. might want to see what's in that little pot. Oh, Keithie, you'll drop that if you're not more careful. Oh, here's another cheese. Now, said Alison's voice, lift up my cloak. Husband and brother turned round, and, deeply puzzled, each raised a side of it. In her arms, Lady Ardroy held, all huddled together, the coils of a long, thin, strong rope. Oh, take it, hide it quickly, and don't let the wean see it. Keithie might go talking of it before the soldiers below. Oh, I thought you might find it of service. Hector flung his arms about her. Of service? Oh, 'tis what I've been praying for every day. Oh, Alison, you're a sister in 10,000. Oh, hide it under a mattress, Ewen, until we have an opportunity to dispose of it, as this heroine has done. For our room might be searched if they grew suspicious. And, ma foi, if our jailers notice anything amiss with our figures, they will but think we have grown fat upon your Christmas fare. Oh, darling. Keithie help you make yours bed, father? Asked the voice of one anxious to be helpful, as Ewen hastily carried out Hector's first suggestion. And the owner's voice trotted over to him and lifted an inquiring gaze. Oh, but why are you doing that now? Alison whisked him away. Oh, 'tis extraordinary, she remarked in French, how children always see what they should not. Nevertheless, some half-hour later, 2 men, each winding half a rope round their bodies beneath their clothes, who would have given a good deal had those indiscreet and innocent eyes still been upon them. And the room seemed so empty now. Only among the provisions on the table stood, and very stiffly, Keithie's ridiculous new wooden stag, with one of its birch twig horns hanging down broken. Keithie at the last having left the animal there for his father's consolation. The recipient, however, found now that it came nearer than he liked to unmanning him. 3. One may arrange an escape with due regard for sheltering darkness and the festive preoccupation of one's jailers, may have accomplices in readiness, may join them undiscovered and get a certain distance away from one's prison, only to find that nature is not in a mood to lend her assistance, and that she has, in fact, and definitely resolved to hinder one's flight. And in the Highlands at midwinter, this lack of cooperation on her part may lead to serious consequences. In other words, young Ian Stewart's boat, with its 4 rowers, was having an increasingly rough and toilsome journey down Loch this Christmas night. The party had waited undetected in the boat on the upper reach of the loch near the fort. The same luck had attended the reception of the 2 fugitives, on whose descent from the window and down the counterscarp to the shore, fortune had also smiled, and, amid mutual congratulations, rescuers and rescued had started on the 20 miles homeward pull. The wind, as they knew, was dead against them. Hence they could not help themselves by a sail, and the tide would shortly be against them also. But these were circumstances which had for some time been anticipated. What, however, was dismaying, though not at all beyond precedent on Loch Lene, was the rapidity with which this contrary wind was rising in strength, and the degree to which it was lashing up the waters of the loch to anger. The boat itself was heavy and solid, and there was little risk of its being swamped, though now and again a wave would fling a scatter of spray over the bows. The real danger lay in the fact that its progress was being so retarded that dawn, even early day, might be upon them before they had covered nearly as much distance from Fort William as was desirable, seeing that with daylight they could be observed and reported upon from the shore. At the helm Ian Stewart, more and more uneasy, watched the pallid light spreading in the east, though the mist leant low upon the mountains of Ardgour to their right. In front, about a mile away, a single light in some small cottage on the shore indicated the narrows, where the long spit of land from the Ardgour side pushed out, till, in that one place, Loch Lene was only a quarter of a mile across, instead of 1.25 miles. Young Inverna looked at the set faces of his men as they tugged at the oars, and turned to his cousin beside him. "Oh, I'd hoped to be through the Narrows before the tide made there, but I fear it is too late. You know with what force the flood rushes up through them at first, and with this wind, and the men so spent, I doubt we shall be able to pass for a while." Ewen nodded. He was beginning to have the same doubt. "And then let us pull in near the Ardgour shore, out of the tide rip, until the first force of it is over." "Shall I relieve one of your gillies?" "Aye, you'd best let me. Look there." For the bow rower, at that very moment, was showing signs of collapsing over his oar. Before Ian's steward could prevent the substitution, even had he wished, Ewen was clambering carefully forward past the other oarsmen in the rocking craft, all unconscious on what a journey that change of place was to launch him. He got the exhausted rower off the thwart to the bottom of the boat and seized the oar, finding himself glad to handle it after 3 months of enforced inaction. Slowly, but rather more steadily now, the boat drew near to comparative shelter, and away from the oncoming flood racing through the neck of the Narrows. Nevertheless, the water was still far from smooth, for gusts of wind came tearing over the low-lying point of the spit. Had they ceased rowing, they would have been blown back, or, worse still, got broadside onto the wind. "We had much better pull right into land," thought Ewen, lest another man should collapse. And the thought had not long formulated itself before the leader of the expedition came to the same conclusion, and, after vainly trying to shout it to his cousin, sent down by word of mouth, from man to man, the information that he was going to make straight for the shore near the cottage and beach the boat there. Ewen nodded his head vigorously to show his approval, and since he was the bow oar and must jump ashore with the rope, reached about behind him with one hand until he found it, realizing as he did so that in such rough weather it would be no easy matter to perform this operation neatly. Preoccupied with seizing the right moment, and doubting whether, in the bluster of wind and waves, Ian could from the stern apprise him of this, he pulled on with the rest, glancing now and then over his shoulder to see how near they were getting to the dim grey beach with its line of foam. And the moment had come, for there was Ian waving his arm and shouting something which he could not catch, Hector also. Rapidly shipping his oar, Ewen clutched the rope and jumped over the gunwale into cold and yeasty water above his knees, which sucked heavily at him as he waded hastily into shallower, trailing the rope with him. Braced for the strain, he was hauling in the slack of this when that, or rather those, fell upon him of which his kinsman's shout had been intended to warn him. 2 men in greatcoats, appearing, so it seemed to him, from nowhere, had dashed into the water with offers of help. Bewildered at first, Ewen was beginning to thank them, when, to his extreme dismay, he caught the gleam of scarlet under their coats. "No, no," he shouted, almost unconsciously, his one thought being that the whole boatload were delivering themselves into an ambush, for somehow he was aware that the door of the lighted cottage behind him had opened and was admitting more soldiers. Apart from Hector, recaptured, he had a vision of his cousin Ian, involved in very serious trouble. And obviously Ian's gillies had the same idea, for instead of pulling into the shore, they were now vigorously backing water to keep off. What their young laird was shouting to them was probably furious orders to go on and land. But the receding and tossing boat itself tore the rope alike through Ewen's hands and those of the soldiers from which he was now trying to snatch it. He himself made a desperate effort to reach the bows and scramble on board again. But it was too late. This could only be done now by swimming. And, moreover, one of the soldiers had by this time closed with him, and they were soon struggling up to mid-thigh in icy, swirling water. At last, Ewen tore himself from the man's clutches with a push which sent his assailant under, spluttering. In front of him was the boat which he could not reach, with Ian standing up in the stern gesticulating and shouting something, of which the wind carried away every syllable, while Ardroy on his side shouted to the rowers to keep off, and that he would fend for himself. Then, the better to show his intention, he turned his back on the boat, his face to the shore on which he was left. The ducked redcoat had arisen, dripping like a merman, and cursing like the proverbial trooper. His companion was dodging to and fro in a few inches of water, waiting to intercept the marooned fugitive on his emergence from the swirl on the beach. 2 more were hurrying down from the open door of the cottage, and Ewen was unarmed, half-drenched and hampered by the breaking water in which he stood. Oh, it looked like prison again. Most undoubtedly it looked like it. He set his teeth and began to plunge stumblingly through the foam towards the shore, but away from the reinforcements. And some 3/4 of an hour later, rather to his own astonishment, he was crouching, wet, exhausted, but free, behind a boulder on the slope of Miaulbrach, at the entrance to Glen Clovelin. How he had got there, he hardly knew, but it seemed to have been by dodging, by running, and by one short encounter of the nature of a collision, in which it was not he who had proved the sufferer. He had been favoured by the bad light and by the high, broken ground, an outcrop of the height of Sgur nan Enochin, for which he had made at full speed, and which, by falling again into a sort of gully, had made something of a wall between him and his pursuers, who never, in fact, pursued him so far. The wind was dropping now, and the mist crawling lower. He was safe enough from the soldiers, at any rate. Presumably the boat had got through the narrows. He had not had time to look. He could not help wondering what were the present feelings of his cousin Ian, who had undertaken this exploit, involving a good deal of risk, for him, a kinsman, and had in the end only carried off a young man with whom he had no ties of blood at all. Still, from Ewen's own point of view, this Braeside, though windy and destitute of food, was greatly to be preferred to the room with the barred windows in Fort William. A better peace in a bush than peace in fetters, as the Gaelic proverb had it. But what he really wanted was peace at Ardroy. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Chapter 9. The Worm at the Heart. 1. Although in the weeks to come it never occurred to Ewen, who was besides well able to look after himself, that he had been abandoned to his fate on Ardgour beach, he was only to wish sometimes that he had not been quite so precipitate in leaping ashore with the rope. Hector Grant was often to feel remorse for the safety which had been bestowed on him, while his brother-in-law had been left to fend for himself. It was true that the stewards had kept the boat hanging about on the other side of the Narrows as long as they dared, but no figure had appeared to claim their help, and young Invernacree avowed that he hardly dared hope for it, because of the presence of the soldiers on the spit. Yet since, by the last he had seen of the drama on the shore, Ardroy appeared to be outdistancing his pursuers, Ian had every confidence that he would make his way down the farther side of Loch Lynne into Morven, and thence cross to Invernacree, for which, after relinquishing the hope of taking him off at Clovelin, the rowers had then made with what speed was left in them. At Invernacree, Hector was sheltered for a night or two, during which he gave up his former project of crossing to Ireland and so to France, for the desire to know what had happened to wreck the scheme for kidnapping the Elector was drawing him, in spite of the hazards, to London. And so here he was, this cold January evening, actually in the capital, a refuge much less safe, one would have thought, than his unlucky relatives in the wilds of Ardgour. But Hector was a young gentleman attracted, rather than repelled, by danger. Indeed, a habit of underestimating the odds against him seemed to carry him through them better, perhaps, than it sometimes carried others, whom this trait of his was apt to involve in difficulties not of their seeking. He argued that he was less likely to be looked for in London than anywhere else. Perhaps this was true, but Lieutenant Grant, after a couple of days in the capital, found himself facing other problems which had not previously weighed upon him. First, the problem of getting back to France from England without papers of any kind. Second, the problem of remaining in London without money, of which he had exceedingly little left. And third, the problem of his reception by his colonel, Lord Ogilvy, when he did rejoin his regiment, since, from the moment when he had escaped from Colonel Leighton's clutches, the blame for his continued absence could no longer be laid at that old gentleman's door. Indeed, Hector foresaw that the sooner he returned to France, the less likely would he be to find a court-martial awaiting him there. So it was, for him, a trifle dejectedly that he walked this evening along the Strand towards his lodging in Fleet Street, wondering whether after all he could contrive to slip through at the coast, without the papers which he saw no means of obtaining. He had just come from the White Cock Tavern, a noted Jacobite resort, where converse with several English adherents of that cause had neither impressed him nor been of any service. And no one seemed to be able to tell him exactly why the plot had failed to mature. And they'd all talked a great deal, to be sure, but were obviously the last persons to help him. And the young soldier thought them a pack of fainéants. If he were only back in the Highlands, Ardroy, he could wager, would have got him over to France by some means or other. He was nearing the sculptured gateway of Temple Bar when a beggar woman, who had been following him for some time, came abreast of him, and, shivering, redoubled her whining appeal for alms. More to be rid of her than from any charitable impulse, Hector put his hand into his pocket, and so remained, staring with an expression of horror at the suppliant. His purse was gone. Little as he had possessed an hour ago, he now possessed nothing at all. "I've been robbed, mother," he stammered, and his face must have convinced the woman that here was no feigned excuse, for, grumbling, she turned and went her way. The late passers-by looked curiously at this young man who stood so rigid under the shadow of Temple Bar. All Hector knew was that he had had his purse at the White Cock a short time ago, for he had played his score from its meagre contents. Had he dropped it there, or had it been stolen from him since? He must go back at once to the tavern and inquire if it had been found. And then it occurred to him, enforcibly, that to go in and proclaim his loss would reveal him as a simpleton who could not look after his property in London, or might even seem as though he were accusing the habitués of the White Cock of the theft. Either idea was abhorrent to his proud young soul. He glanced up. The winter moon, half eaten away, sailed eerily over the shriveled harvest on the spikes of Temple Bar. Townley's head, he knew, was one of the two still left there, and the commander of the doomed garrison of Carlisle. Hector's own might well have been there too. And, although those grim relics seemed to be grinning down at him in the moonlight, and though the action was not overwise, the young Highlander took off his hat before he passed onwards. Yes, London was a hostile and an alien town. He had not met one Scot there, not even him whom he had thought certainly to meet, young Finlay MacPhair of Glensheen, and the old chief's son who had been in the plot. And did he know where to find him, he reflected now, he might bring himself to appeal in his present strait to a fellow Gael, where he would not sue to those spiritless English Jacobites. And, at the White Cock, they would know young Glensheen's direction. Hector turned at that thought, and began quickly to retrace his steps, lifting his hat again, half defiantly, as he passed the heads of the 7 years' vigil, and soon came once more to the narrow entry off the Strand, in which the White Cock was situated. There were still some customers there, drinking and playing cards, and as he came down the little flight of steps inside the door, an elderly Cumberland squire named Fanshawe, with whom he had played that evening, looked up and recognized him. "Oh, back again, Mr. Grant. Oh, God's sake, you look as though you had received bad news. I trust it is not so." "Oh, there's nothing amiss with me, sir," replied Hector, annoyed that his looks could so betray him. "But I was foolish enough to go away without inquiring the direction of my compatriot, Mr. Finlay MacPhair of Glensheen, and I've returned to ask if any gentleman here could oblige me with it." At first it seemed as if no one there could do this, until a little grave man, looking like an attorney, hearing what was toward, got up from an equally decorous game of piquet in the corner, and volunteered the information that Mr. MacPhair lodged not far from there, in Beaufort Buildings, opposite Exeter Street, the second house on the right. Hector could not suppress an exclamation. He lowered his voice. "He lives in the Strand, as openly as that? Why, the English government could put their hands on him there any day." "Oh, I suppose," replied the little man, "that they do not wish to do so. After all, bygones are bygones now, and Mr. MacPhair, just because he was so promptly clapped into the Tower, never actually bore arms against the Elector. But he keeps himself close and sees few people. Perhaps, however, as you come from the Highlands, he will receive you, sir." "Oh, I think he'll receive me," quoth Hector a trifle absently. His ear had been caught by some conversation at a little distance, in which the word purse occurred. And the conversation was punctuated with laughter, whose cause was evidently the exiguous nature of the purse's contents, and he distinctly heard a voice say, "I'll wager 'tis his, and the Scotchman's. They're all as poor as church mice. I'll ask him. Oh, egad, if he's so needy, he will claim it in any—" began another voice, which was briefly recommended to lower itself, or the Scotchman would hear. And in another moment, a young gentleman, plainly trying to school his features to the requisite gravity, was standing before Hector, saying, "Our purse has just been found, dropped, doubtless, by some gentleman or other, but as no one here claims it, it must be the property of one who has left. Is it by chance yours, Mr. Grant?" And he displayed, hanging across his palm, Hector's very lean and rather shabby green silk purse. The colour mounted hotly into the young Highlander's face. And do what he would, he could not restrain a half movement of his hand to take his property. But almost swifter than that involuntary movement, instantly checked, was the proud and angry impulse which guided his tongue. "No, sir, I'm not aware of having lost my purse," he said very haughtily, and translated the telltale movement of his hand into one towards his pocket. He affected to search into that emptiness. "No, I have mine, I thank you. It must be some other gentleman's." And having thus made the great refusal, Hector, furiously angry but outwardly dignified, marched up the steps and out of the White Cock, as penniless as he had come in. The door had scarcely closed behind him before Mr. Fanshawe joined the group round the purse-holder, his jolly red face puzzled. "Oh, I could have sworn that purse was Mr. Grant's. At any rate, I saw him pull forth just such another when he was here an hour ago." "Oh, but 'tis impossible it should be his," said someone else. "Who ever heard of a Scot refusing money? Still less his own money." The depleted purse passed from hand to hand until one of the company, examining its interior more closely, extracted a worn twist of paper, opened it, and burst into a laugh. "May I turn Whig if the impossible has not happened. Oh, the purse is his, sure enough. Here's his name on an old bill from some French tradesman in Lille." "And the lad pretended that he had his purse in his pocket all the time," exclaimed Squire Fanshawe. "Oh, he must be crazy." "No, he must have overheard our comments, I'm afraid," said a voice, not without compunction. "Oh, aye, that will be it," said the elder man. "You should be less free with your tongues, young gentlemen. I've a notion where Mr. Grant lodges, and if you'll make over the purse to me, and damn if I don't send it to him tomorrow." "Now take out the bill, then, sir," advised one of the original jesters, "and he will be devilish puzzled to guess why it reached him." On the whole, it was well that Hector did not know how fruitless was his pretence as he walked away towards Fleet Street again, with an added antipathy to London in his heart. What else could he have done, he asked himself, in the face of such insolent comment? And, after all, it was not a great sum which he had so magnificently waved from him, and the young French lady who had made the purse for him 3 years ago had almost passed from his memory. That somebody besides himself, the woman with whom he had found a lodging, would also be the poorer for his fine gesture, and did not occur to him that night. 2. 10 o'clock next morning saw Lieutenant Grant outside Beaufort Buildings, and knocking, as directed, at the second house on the right-hand side. The woman who opened told him to go to the upper floor, as the Scotch gentleman lodged there. Up, therefore, Hector went, and, knocking again, brought out a young, shabbily dressed manservant. "Can I see Mr. Macphair of Glensheen?" "Himself is very busy," replied the man, frowning a little. He was obviously a Highlander, too. "Already?" asked Hector. "I came early, hoping to find him free of company." "Himself is not having company. He's writing letters." Hector drew himself up. "Tell Mr. Macphair," he said in Gaelic, "that his acquaintance Lieutenant Hector Grant of the Régiment d'Albany is here, and earnestly desires to see him." At the sound of that tongue, the frown left the gillie's face. He replied in the same medium that he would ask his master, and, after seeking and apparently receiving permission from within, opened wide the door of the apartment. Hector, as he entered, received something of a shock. To judge from his surroundings, Finlay Macphair, son and heir of a powerful chief, was by no means well-to-do, and he, or his servant, was untidy in his habits. A small four-post bed with dingy crimson hangings in one corner, together with an ash-strewn hearth, upon whose hobs sat a battered kettle and a saucepan, showed that his bedchamber, living apartment, and kitchen were all one. In the middle of the room stood a large table, littered with a medley of objects, papers, cravats, a couple of wigs, a plate, a cane, a pair of shoes. The owner himself, in a shabby flowered dressing-gown, sat at the clearer end of this laden table, mending a quill, a red-haired young man of a haughty and not over-agreeable cast of countenance. A half-empty cup of coffee stood beside him. He rose as Hector came in, but with an air a great deal more arrogant than courteous. "At your service, sir. What can I do for you?" "It's not from him I'll ever borrow money," resolved Hector instantly. But Finlay Macphair's face had already changed. "Why, 'tis Mr. Grant of Lord Ogilvy's regiment. That stupid fellow of mine misnamed you. Sit down, I pray you, and take a morning with me. Away with that cold filth, Seamus," he added petulantly, indicating the coffee cup with aversion. They took a dram together, and Hector was able to study his host, a young man in the latter half of the 20s, like himself, well-built and upstanding. The open dressing-gown showed the same mixture of poverty and pretension as the room, for Mr. Grant had now observed that over the unswept hearth with its cooking pots hung a small full-length oil portrait of a man whom he took to be old John Macphair, the chief himself, in his younger days, much betartaned and beweaponed, with his hand on an immensely long scroll, which would, no doubt on closer view, be found to detail his descent from the famed Red Finlay of the battles. In the same way, the chief's son wore a very fine embroidered waistcoat over a shirt which had certainly been in the hands of an indifferent laundress. "Well, Mr. Grant," said he, when the morning had been tossed off, "and on what errand do you find yourself here? I shall be very glad to be of assistance to you, if it is within my power." He put the question graciously, yet with all the air of a chief receiving a not very important taxman. "I've had a misfortune, Mr. McPhair, which, if you'll permit me, I will acquaint you with," said Hector, disliking the prospect of the recital even more than he had anticipated, and he made it excessively brief. Last September, a spy had treacherously knocked him on the head in the Highlands and abstracted the pocket-book containing all his papers. Since then, he had been confined in Fort William. Of the subsequent theft of his money in London, he was careful not to breathe a word. "Oh, lost all your papers in the Highlands, and been shut up in Fort William," said Finlay McPhair, his sandy eyebrows high. "Oh, I might say, you've not the luck, Mr. Grant. And why, pray, do you tell me all this?" Hector, indeed, was almost wondering the same thing. He swallowed hard. "Oh, because I don't know how the devil I'm to get out of England without papers of some kind. Yet I must rejoin my regiment at once. And it occurred to me—" "Oh, I can't procure you papers, sir," broke in young McPhair, short and sharp. "Oh, no, naturally not," agreed Hector, surprised at the sudden acrimony of his tone. "Oh, but I thought that maybe you knew someone who—" He stopped, still more astonished at the gaze which his contemporary in the dressing-gown had fixed upon him. "Oh, you thought that I knew someone who could procure you papers," repeated Finlay the Red, getting up and leaning over the corner of the untidy table. "Oh, what, pray, and do you mean by that, Mr. Grant? Oh, why the devil should you think such a thing? Oh, I'd have you remember, if you please, that Lincoln's Inn Fields are within convenient distance of this place, and I suppose you're familiar with the use of the small sword." Hector, too, had leapt to his feet. He had apparently met with a temper more inflammable than his own. Yet he could imagine no reason for this sudden conflagration. He was too much taken aback for adequate anger. "Oh, Mr. McPhair, I've no notion of what I've done to offend you, so it is impossible for me to apologize. Not that I'm in the habit of apologizing to any man, Highland or Lowland," he added, with his head well back. For a moment or two, the two young gals faced each other like two mutually suspicious dogs. And then, for the second time, Finlay McPhair's demeanour changed, and the odd expression went out of his eyes. "Oh, I see now that it's I who should apologize, Mr. Grant, and to a fellow Highlander I can't do it. I misjudged you. I recognize that you did not intend in any way to insult me by hinting that I was in relations with the English government, which was what I took your words to mean." And he swept with a cold smile over Hector's protestation that he was innocent of any such intention. "I fear that I'm ever too quick upon the point of honour, but that's a fault you'll pardon, no doubt, for I'm sure you are as particular of yours as I of mine. Oh, sit down again, if you please, and let us see whether our two heads cannot find out some plan for you to get clear of England, without the tracasserie at the ports which you anticipate." Rather bewildered, Hector complied. And now his fiery host had become wonderfully friendly. He stood with his hands in his breeches pockets and said thoughtfully, "Now, couldn't I be thinking of someone who would be of use to you? There are gentlemen in high place of Jacobite leanings, and some of the city aldermen are bitten that way. Unfortunately, I myself have to be so prodigious circumspect, lest I find myself in prison again." "Oh, nay, Mr. McPhair, I'd not have you endanger your liberty for me," cried Hector on the instant. "Once in the Tower is enough, I'm sure, for a lifetime." "Oh, near 2 years there, when a man's but 20, is enough for a brace of lifetimes," the ex-captive assured him. "Oh, nay. Oh, let me think, he thought, walking to and fro meanwhile, the shabby dressing-gown swinging round the fine athletic figure which Hector noted with a tinge of envy. "Yes," he resumed, after a moment, "and there's an old gentleman in government service who's under some small obligation to me, and he chances to know Mr. Pelham very well. I should have no scruples about approaching him. He'll remember me, and as I say, he's in my debt. I'll do it. Aye, I'll do it." He threw himself into his chair again, and in the same impulsive manner pulled towards him out of the confusion a blank sheet of paper, which, sliding along, revealed a half-written one beneath. At that lower sheet, young Glensheen looked and smiled. "I was about writing to Secretary Edgar at Rome when you came, as you see." He pushed the page towards his visitor, and Hector, who had no wish to supervise Mr. McPhair's correspondence, but could not well avert the eyes which he was thus specifically invited to cast upon it, did see a few scraps of Finlay McPhair's ill-spelt, if loyal, remarks to that trusted servant of their exiled kings. Something about constant resolution to venture my own person, sincere, true, and real sentiments, and a desire to be laid at His Majesty and Royal Eminency's feet. But he could not think why he should be invited to peruse them. And the letter upon which he was now engaged on his compatriot's behalf, Finlay did not offer to show the latter, though had Hector looked over the writer's shoulder, he would have been more impressed with its wording than with the vagaries of its orthography, and would certainly have found its contents more arresting than those of the loyal epistle to Rome. "Dear Grandpapa," wrote Finlay McPhair of Glensheen, with a scratching quill, to the old gentleman in government service, whom, since he was no relation of his, he must have known very well, and thus playfully to address. "Dear Grandpapa, get our friend to write a pass for a Mr. Hector Grant to go to France without delay. He's harmless, and my obliging an officer of Lord Ogilvy's regiment in this manner will not fail to raise my credit with the party, which is a matter I must now pay particular attention to. Besides, I am in hopes to make some little use of him later. And let me know, if you please, when we shall meet to talk of the affair I last wrote of, otherwise I must undo what I've begun. Excuse my anxiety, and believe me most sincerely, with great esteem and affection, your most obliged humble servant, Alexander Jeanson." And this was addressed in the same independent spelling to the Honourable Gwyn Vaughan at his house in Golden Square. But Hector did not see the direction, for the writer folded and sealed in the letter in an outer sheet, on which he wrote, "To Mr. Thomas Jones, at Mr. Chelburn's, a chemist in Sherwood Street." "Oh, that is not the real name of my acquaintance, Mr. Grant," said the scribe with great frankness, handing him the missive. "And yon is the address of an apothecary, at whose shop you should leave this letter, with as little delay as possible. Call there again by noon tomorrow, and I'll engage there'll be somewhat awaiting you, and that will do what you wish." Hector thanked him warmly, so genuinely grateful, that he failed to perceive that he had not wronged the punctilious Mr. McPhair, after all, for he did know someone who could procure useful papers for a Jacobite in difficulties. The benefactor, however, cut short his thanks by asking him a question which somewhat allayed his gratitude. "Oh, I hope, Mr. Grant," he said, looking at him meaningly, "and that there was nothing of a compromising nature among the papers which were taken from you in the Highlands." Hector reddened, having all along desired to obscure that fact. He fenced. "And no papers lost in such a manner, Mr. McPhair, but must, I fear, be regarded as compromising." "Oh, but naturally," replied young Glensheen somewhat impatiently, "as you no doubt found when you were in Fort William. Did they question you much there about them?" "No. My papers were not in their hands, as far as I know." "Oh, then why were you?" "Oh, 'tis a long story, not worth troubling you with. Oh, but the gist of it is that I gave myself up." He had succeeded in astonishing Mr. McPhair. "Oh, gave yourself up!" exclaimed the latter. "Who in God's name, what for? Gave yourself up at Fort William? Oh, I fear the knock on your head must have been a severe one." "Oh, perhaps it was," said Hector shortly. "At any rate, I accomplished nothing by doing it, and on Christmas Day I escaped." "Oh, my dear Mr. Grant, you astonish me more and more. Oh, I took it that you had been released. And after escaping you came to London, of all places." "Oh, it was on my way to France," said the adventurer sulkily. And then he added, in a not very placatory manner, "If you wish to give me to understand that on this account you prefer to withdraw the letter you've written, here it is." He drew it out of his pocket. Finlay MacPhair waved his hand. "Oh, not for worlds, and not for worlds. It is the more needed, and your escape shall make no difference, even though it was unknown to me when I penned that request. But I should like to know, Mr. Grant, why you gave yourself up. You must have had some extraordinary reason for so extraordinary a proceeding." And as Hector hesitated, foreseeing to what a truthful answer might lead, he added, in a tone which very plainly showed offence, "Oh, I've surely earned the right to a little more frankness on your part, Mr. Grant." The claim could not be gainsaid. Hector resigned himself, and in as few words as possible gave that reason. Even then, he somehow contrived to keep out Dr. Cameron's name. Glensheen threw himself back in his chair and looked at the narrator under lowered lids. "Oh, so you played this heroic role because you considered that you had compromised your brother-in-law by the loss of your papers. Oh, then there was something compromising in them." "No, not to him." "Oh, I see I had best explain the whole matter," said Hector in an annoyed voice, and being tired of cross-examination, came out bluntly and baldly with everything. The loss of his prematurely written letter to Clooney Macpherson, mostly unintelligible, he hoped, owing to its cipher. Ardroy's going back to warn Loch, his finding instead Dr. Cameron, and bringing him to his house, the search there, and Ewen's arrest. To all this the young chief listened with the most unstirring attention, his hand over his mouth, and those curiously pale hazel eyes of his fixed immovably on the speaker. "Oh, that's a tale," said he slowly at the end. "And this letter of yours, with its mention of the arrival of Loch and Dr. Cameron, you never discovered what had become of it?" "No, but I'm pretty sure, as I say," replied Hector, "that it never found its way to Fort William. I was, I confess, in despair lest harm should come to either of them through its loss, but I cannot think that any has. 'Tis now more than 3 months since it was stolen from me, and by this time the government has probably learned from other sources of their presence in Scotland." Frowning over his own confession, and remembering too at that moment how Alison that day at Fort William had spoken of searches made by the military after the doctor, he did not see the sharp glance which was cast at him. "Aye, 'tis very probable they know it," said Mr. MacPhair dryly. "What part your lost letter may have played in their knowledge?" He shrugged his shoulders. "And, indeed," he went on, with an air of disapproval, "I cannot anyways commend this mission of my kinsman Loch and Dr. Cameron's. Had the prince taken my advice on the matter when he made it known to me, as considering my large interests and influence in the Western Highlands, he had done well to, and they would not have been sent upon so risky an undertaking. However, since it has been set on foot, I hope my cousin Loch will find means to report to me on his proceedings there, which, indeed, added the future chief, it is no less than his duty to do. As yet I've had no word from him. It would be well did I hear from the doctor also. I only trust he may not be engaged in damping down the ardour of the clans, as he did 3 years ago." "Oh, Dr. Cameron damped down the clans," exclaimed Hector, thinking he had not heard aright. "Oh, my dear Mr. MacPhair, he's more like, surely, to inflame them with too little cause. And how should the prince have selected him for this mission, if that were his habit?" Finlay shrugged his shoulders. "Oh, Archie Cameron has always had the prince's ear since the day when Lochiel sent him to Adisake to dissuade his Royal Highness from his enterprise. And moreover, 'twas to the doctor's own interest to come to Scotland again. Oh, there's always the treasure of Loch Arkaig, about which he knows even more than Clooney, more than any man alive." The half-sneering expression habitual to his face leapt into full life as he went on. "That gold is like honey to a bee in his case, He dipped pretty deeply into it, and did the immaculate Dr. Cameron when we were in Loch together in the 49. "Oh, but not upon his own account," cried Hector, "and not for himself, Mr. McPhair. That I'll never believe." "How your sister is married to a man, and that's akin to the doctor, you told me," was Glensheen's retort to this. "Oh, unfortunately, I was there with Archibald Cameron at the time." "Well, there's many a man that's true enough to the cause, but can't keep his fingers from the cause's money. I don't blame him overmuch, with that throng family of young children to support. I've known what it is to be so near starving myself, Mr. Grant, and that I've had to sell my shoe buckles for bread. And 'twas when I was released from the Tower. So I'm aware why Archie Cameron finds it suits him to go back to the Highlands at any cost." Hector stared at him, incredulous, yet conscious of a certain inner discomfort. For it was quite true that young Glensheen had accompanied Dr. Cameron and his own kinsman Loch to the Highlands in 1749, and rumours had run among the Scottish exiles over the water, and that since that date the two latter were scarcely on speaking terms. But when Hector had learnt that these two were going over again together, he had supposed the report much exaggerated. Still, he who spoke with such conviction was the future chief of Glensheen, and deeper, surely, in the innermost councils of Jacobitism than he, a mere landless French officer. "Oh, Mr. Grant, I'm going to ask you a favour in my turn," here said Finlay the Red, with an air of having dealt conclusively with the last subject. "I expect you know Captain Samuel Cameron of your regiment." "Oh, Crookshanks, as we call him," answered Hector a little absently, being engaged in dissipating the momentary cloud of humility by the reflection that as one Highland gentleman he was the equal of any other, and chief or no. "Oh, the brother of Cameron of Glennevis, and that's the man you mean." "Oh, that is the man. They say that one good turn deserves another. Oh, will you then take him a letter from me? I'm wanting a messenger this while back, and since you are returning to the regiment, here's my chance, if you will oblige me." Only too pleased to confer some obligation, as a species of set-off against his own, Hector replied that he would be delighted, so Finlay once more seized paper and took up his pen. For a few seconds he nibbled the quill reflectively, and the fraction of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then he dashed off a few lines, sealed the missive carefully, and handed it to its bearer. "Oh, you'll not, I hope, be robbed again, Mr. Grant," he observed, and yet, despite the little laugh which accompanied the words, Hector felt that after what had passed he could not well take offence at them. He accepted the jibe and the letter with meekness, and prepared to take his leave. Young Glensheen rose too. "Your visit, Mr. Grant," he said agreeably, "has been of this advantage to me, that I know now from a first-hand source, and that my kinsman and Dr. Cameron did really make their appearance in the Highlands this autumn. In the absence of news from either of them, I've sometimes wondered whether the plan had not fallen through at the last. Though, even at that," he added, smiling, "and the evidence is scarcely first-hand, since you did not actually set eyes on either of them." "But my brother-in-law, with whom I was imprisoned," began Hector. "Oh, I forgot. A foolish remark of mine, that. I'll pass the testimony as first-hand," said Finlay lightly. "But where, I wonder, did the doctor go after he had evaded capture at your brother-in-law's house?" "Oh, that I never knew," responded Hector. "In Fort William, neither Ardroy nor I had much opportunity for learning such things." "He'll have made for Loch as usual, I expect," commented young McPhair. He looked at the table. "Oh, Mr. Grant, you'll take another dram before you leave." "No, thank you, Mr. McPhair," replied Hector with a heightened colour. If he could not swallow Mr. McPhair's insinuations against Dr. Cameron's honesty, neither would he swallow his whisky. He went and took up his hat, young Glensheen watching him with that curl of the lip so natural to him, and that he appeared always to be disdaining his company. And then Hector remembered the question which, during these days in London, No Englishman had satisfactorily answered for him. Striving to banish the resentment from his voice and look, he said, "May I venture to ask a question in my turn, Mr. McPhair? Oh, pray do not answer it, if it be too indiscreet. But, as I've told you, it was the proposed scheme for a certain course of action in London which brought me over the sea last September. Why did that scheme come to naught?" Mr. McPhair did not seem to find the question indiscreet, nor did he pause to consider his answer. "Why, for the same reason that the Rising failed in '46, he replied, with prompt scorn. "Because your English Jacobite is a man of fine promises and no performance, and as timid as a hare. The very day was fixed, the 10th of November, and nothing was done. However, perhaps you'll yet hear something to rejoice you before the summer is out. Well, a good journey to you, Mr. Grant. Commend me to my friends over there. I'm very glad to have been of service to you." In his worn dressing gown, surrounded by that clamorous disorder, Fionn le Roux nevertheless dismissed his visitor with an air so much de haut en bas, that a sudden heavy strain was thrown on the chord of Hector's gratitude. He bowed, biting his lip a little. "I hope I may be able to repay you one day, Mr. McPhair," he said formally, and thought, "And may the devil fly with me to the hottest corner of hell if I don't, somehow." "Seamus," called the young chief, raising his voice, "show this gentleman downstairs." And the gillie, who was peeling potatoes on the landing, hastened to obey. Hector was chagrined that he could not slip a veil into the bony hand, but not having a penny himself, how could he? Arrogant, touchy, and vain as a peacock was his summary of his late host as he walked away from the Strand in the direction of the chemist in Sherwood Street. But the peacock had done him a real service, and in mere gratitude he ought to try to forget that today's impression of Finlay McPhair of Glensheen had not been a pleasant one. In any case, it was soon swept away by the mingled relief and mortification caused by a small packet awaiting him at his lodging, which, on being opened, was found to contain his purse. Oh, then they had known of his loss all the time at the White Cock. Or guessed. He had only made himself more of a laughing-stock by refusing to receive his property. 3. When Seamus returned to his potato peeling, his master, on the other side of the door, was already resuming his correspondence. But not the letter to Secretary Edgar, which he had shown to Hector. From a locked drawer he extracted another sheet of paper, headed simply Information, and underneath the few lines already there he wrote, "Pickle has this day spoken with one from the Highlands, who says that Dr. Cameron and McPhair of Loch were certainly there at the end of September, and Dr. Cameron was then come into Loch, by which it may be seen that the information sent by Pickle in November last was very exact. But where the doctor then went, the informant did not know. It would not do for Pickle to go himself into those parts, for the doctor distrusts him, he knowing too much about the doctor, and besides the risk is too great, Pickle being of such consequence there. But if he had more money at his disposal, he could employ it very well in finding a person who could go, and undertakes he'd find out more in a day than any government trustee in a week, or soldier in a month. Or Pickle would be apt to correspond with persons not suspected by the disaffected, who could be on the watch for these men, if it were made worth their while. But Pickle's jants have already cost him a deal of money, and he has never received more than his bare expenses, and is at this moment in debt to several persons in this town, in spite of the great promises made to him, and the great services he hath already performed, both in regard to affairs in the Highlands, and among the Pretender's party in England. If something be not paid immediately, and Pickle is not disposed to—" He broke off, hastily covering the paper. "Oh, damn you, Seamus, what do you want?" The gillie might have entered upon a stage cue. "If I'm to buy flesh for dinner," he began timidly, in his native tongue. His master sprang up in wrath. "How do you tell me that you've spent all I gave you? And death without a priest to you? Oh, here, take this, and see you make it last longer." Pulling a small handful of silver out of his breeches pocket, he flung a few coins towards him, and as Seamus meekly stooped to pick them up from the floor, sat down again and counted over the rest, his brow darkening. He really was poor. Still. Yet, for all his pretence to Hector, no one stood in less danger than he of being again confined by the English government, and well he knew it. But though that government left him at large to continue his services, it paid them chiefly in promises, and it is galling to have sold your soul, and to betray your kin and your comrades, and, as far as in you lies, your prince, and to get so few of the 30 pieces in return. And perhaps the paymasters thought but poorly of what they obtained from the informer. Did the letter-writer himself suspect that, as he sat there now, his chin on his hand, and that scowl darkening his face? It did not seem likely, for no services that Finlay MacPhair of Glen could render, however base, would ever appear to him other than great and valuable. Behind those strange light eyes was no place for remorse or shame, and the almost crazy vanity which dwelt there left them no entrance to his spirit. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Chapter 10. An enemy hath done this. 1. The snow gave no signs of ceasing. It had never been blinding. It had never swirled in wreaths against one. Yet the steady and gentle fall, only beginning about midday, had contrived to obliterate landmarks to a surprising degree, and to make progress increasingly difficult. When Ewen had started this morning, he had not anticipated a snowstorm, though the sky looked heavy, and even now the fall was not enough to stop him, but he found his surroundings getting darker than was pleasant, and began to think that he might possibly be benighted before he reached the little clachan for which he was bound. Although it was the second week in February, Ardroy was still west of Loch in Sunart, in fact. At first, indeed, when, leaving his hiding-place on Mialbriach, he had wandered from croft to croft, seeking shelter at each for no more than a night or two, he had known that it would be folly on his part and to attempt to cross the Loch, since all the way southwards from Fort William the soldiers must be on the lookout for him. Yet he had not gone far up Glen Clovelin when he heard that those whom he had so unluckily encountered that morning at Ardgour were a party on their way from Mengarry Castle and to relieve the guard quartered at Ballachulish over the body of James Stewart, in order that it should not be taken down for burial. They could not possibly have known at that time of his and Hector's escape, or perhaps, even in their ignorance, they might not have molested the boat's crew had they landed. But 5 weeks had elapsed since that episode, and it might be assumed that even Fort William was no longer keeping a strict lookout for the fugitives. Ewen was therefore working his way towards the Morven district, whence, crossing Loch into Appin, he intended to seek his uncle's house at Invernacree, and once more get into touch with his own kin. To Alison, his first care, he had long ago dispatched a reliable messenger with tidings of his well-being, but his own wandering existence these last weeks had cut him off from any news of her, since she could never know where any envoy of hers would find him. Pulling his cloak, which, from old habit, he wore more or less plaid fashion, closer about him, Ewen stopped now for a moment and took stock of his present whereabouts. The glen which he followed, with its gently receding mountains, was here fairly wide, so wide, in fact, that in the small, close-falling snow and fading light he could not see across to its other side. He could not even see far ahead, so that it was not easy to guess how much of its length he still had to travel. I believe I'd be wiser to turn back and lie the night at Duncan MacColl's, he thought, for if he was where he believed, the little farm of Culuanye, at which, MacColl being an Appin man and a Jacobite, he had already found shelter in his wanderings, must lie about 2 miles behind him up the slope of the farther side of the glen. He listened for the sound of the stream in the bottom, thinking that by its distance from the track he could roughly calculate his position. Even in that silence he could hardly hear it, so he concluded that he must be come to that part of the valley where the low ground was dangerously boggy, and though the track, fortunately, did not traverse it, but kept to higher ground. He was therefore still a good way from the mouth of the glen. But while he thus listened and calculated, he heard, in that dead and breathless silence, not only the faint, far-off murmur of water, but the murmur of human voices also. Hardly believing this, he went on a few steps, and then paused again to listen. Yes, he could distinctly hear voices, but not those of persons talking in an ordinary way, for the speaker seemed rather to be repeating something in antiphon, and the language had the lilt of Gaelic. Once more Ardroy went forward, puzzled as to the whereabouts of the voices, but now recognizing the matter of their recitation, for there had floated to him unmistakable fragments about the snare of the hunter, and the terror by night, and the arrow by day. A snow-sprinkled crag suddenly loomed up before him, and going round it he perceived, somewhat dimly at first, who they were that repeated Gaelic psalms in the darkening and inhospitable landscape. A little below the track, on the flatter ground which was also the brink of the bog, rose 2 shapes which he made out to be those of an old man and a boy, standing very close together, with their backs to him. A small lantern threw a feeble patch of light over the whitened grass on which it stood. Beside it lay a couple of shepherd's crooks and 2 bundles. Ewen was much too amazed to shout to the 2 figures, and the snow must have muffled his approach down the slope. The recitation went on, uninterrupted. "There shall be no evil happen unto thee," said the old man's voice, gentle and steady. "Oh, neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling," repeated the younger, more doubtfully. "For he shall give his angels charge over thee. How to keep thee in all—" The lad who had turned his head broke off with a shrill cry. "Oh, sir, sir, he has come, and the angel—" "To keep thee in all thy ways," finished the old man serenely. Then he too looked up and saw Ewen standing a little above them, tall and white all over the front of him with snow. "Oh, I told you, Callum, that it would be so," he said, looking at the boy, and then courteously to Ewen, and in the unmistakable accents of a gentleman. "Oh, you come very opportunely, sir, to an old man and a child. Oh, if it be that you're not lost yourself, as we are." Ewen came down to their level, and in spite of the falling snow, removed his bonnet. "Oh, I think I can direct you to shelter, sir. And do you know that you're in danger of becoming bogged, also?" "Oh, I was beginning to fear it," said the old man, and now there was a sound of weariness, though none of apprehension, in his voice. "Oh, we are on our way to Duncan MacColl's at Culuanye, and have lost the path in the snow. If it would not be delaying you overmuch, and perhaps you would have the charity to put us into it again." "Oh, you are quite near the track, sir," replied Ardroy, "but I will accompany to Culuanye. Will you take my arm? The shortest way, and perhaps the safest, to regain the path is up the slope." The old man took the proffered support, while the boy Callum, who had never removed his soft, frightened gaze from the figure of the angel, caught a fold of Ewen's wet cloak and kissed it, and the rescuer began to guide both wayfarers up the whitened hillside. "Oh, but, sir," protested the old traveller, breathing a little hard, when they were all back upon the path, We are perhaps taking you out of your own road." And they were, indeed, since Ewen's face was set in the opposite direction. But there was no question about it. He could not leave the two, so old and so young, and to find their doubtful way to Kuluanya alone. "I shall be glad enough to lie at Mr. McCall's myself tonight," he answered. "I was almost on the point of turning back when I heard your voices." "Do I go too fast for you, sir?" "Oh, not at all, and I hope I do not tire this strong arm of yours. We were just coming in our psalm a while ago to, 'And they shall bear thee in their hands, and that thou hurt not thy foot against a stone.'" He turned round with a smile, and to the boy following behind. "You see how minutely it is fulfilled, Callum." "Are you of these parts, sir?" "No," answered Ewen. "I'm a Cameron from Loch." "Ah," observed the old man, "if you are a Cameron, as well as being the Lord's angel to us, then you will be of the persecuted church." "Oh, an Episcopalian, do you mean, sir?" "Yes," answered Ewen, "but not an angel." "Oh, angelos, as you're no doubt aware, Mr. Cameron, means no more in the original Greek than a messenger." He gave the young man the glimpse of a beautiful smile. "But let us finish the psalm together as we go. You have the Gaelic, of course, for if we say it in English, Callum will not be able to join with us." And going slowly, but now more securely, on the firmer ground, they said the remaining 4 verses together. To Ewen, remembering how as a child he had wondered what it would be like to go upon the lion and adder, and whether those creatures would resent the process, the whole episode was so strange as to be dreamlike. Who was this saintly traveller, so frail-looking and so old, who ventured himself with a boy of 16 or so, through bogs and snow in a Highland February? Ere they reached Duncan McCall's little farm, up the other side of the glen, he had learnt his identity. His charge was a Mr. Oliphant, formerly an Episcopal minister in Perthshire, who had been moved by the abandoned condition of these poor sheep in the Western Highlands to come out of his retirement, or rather his concealment, for he had been ejected from his own parish, to visit them and administer the sacraments. He was doing this at the risk of his liberty, it might be said of his life, for transportation would certainly kill him, and of his health in any case, it seemed to Ewen, for indomitable and unperturbed, and though he seemed in spirit, he was not of an age for this winter travelling on foot. When he had learnt his name, Ewen was a little surprised at Mr. Oliphant having the Gaelic so fluently, but it appeared that his mother was Highland, and that for half his life he had ministered to Highlanders. The light from the little farmhouse window and the hillside above them, at first a mere glow-worm, cheered them through the cold snowy gloom, which was now full about the 3. Nearer, they saw that the door, too, stood open, half blocked by a stalwart figure, for Duncan McCall was expecting Mr. Oliphant, and in considerable anxiety at his delay. He greeted the old man with joy. He would have sent out long before this to search for him, he said, but that he had no one of an age to send. He was a widower with a host of small children, and was at last on the point of setting forth himself. "Oh, but now, thank God, you are come, sir, and you could not have found a better helper and guide than Mr. Cameron of Ardroy," he said warmly, ushering them all 3 into the living-room, and the cheerful blaze. "Oh, come, Ben, sirs, and you, little hero." "It was not I found Mr. Cameron," said Mr. Oliphant, with his fine, sweet smile. "He was sent to us in our distress." "Oh, indeed, I think it must have been so," agreed McCall. "Oh, will you not all sit down and warm yourselves, and let the girl here dry your cloaks? Oh, you'll be wise to take a dram at once." He fussed over the old priest as a woman might have done, and, indeed, when Ewen saw Mr. Oliphant in the light, he thought there could hardly be anyone less fitted for a rough journey in this inclement weather than this snowy-haired old man with the face of a scholar and a saint. But there was for the moment no one but the boy Callum with him in the kitchen when Mr. Oliphant turned round from the fire to which he had been holding out his half-frozen hands. "Oh, Angelos, will you take an old man's blessing?" "I was about to ask for it, sir," said Ewen, bending his head, and the transparent hand was lifted. So Ardroy had a private benediction of his own, as well as that in which the house and all its inmates were included when Mr. Oliphant read prayers that night. Ewen was up betimes next morning to find the snow gone from the ground and a clear sky behind the white mountain tops. "Aye, I was surprised to see that fall," observed Duncan MacColl. "We've had so strangely mild a winter. There were strawberries, they say, in bloom in Lochiel's garden at Achnacarry near Christmas Day. And though God knows, they can have had little tending. Did you hear that in Loch, Mr. Cameron? And 'twas a kind of portent." "Oh, I wish it may be a good one," said Ewen, his thoughts swinging regretfully back to forfeited Achnacarry and his boyish rambles there. "Oh, by the way, you have no news, I suppose, of someone who owns a very close connection with that name and place. Oh, you know whom I mean." "Oh, Mr. Chalmers?" queried the farmer, using the name by which Dr. Cameron often passed. "No, I've heard nothing more since I saw you a few weeks syne, Mr. Cameron, until last Wednesday, when there was a cousin of mine passed this way and said there was a rumour that the doctor was in Ardnamurchan again of late." "How do you tell me so?" exclaimed Ewen. "Oh, to think that all this time I've been in Ardgour and Sunart, I've never heard a whisper of it, though I know he was there before Christmas. Yet it is possible that he has returned, mayhap to his kinsman in Dungallan. For Dr. Cameron's wife was a Cameron of Dungallan, and there were plenty of the name in Ardnamurchan." "Oh, I think it will likely be no more than a rumour," said Mr. MacColl. "Forby, from what he told me last night, there will soon be another man in Ardnamurchan who'll need to walk warily there, and though not for the same reason." "Oh, you mean Mr. Oliphant?" "Yes, I know that he's set on going there, despite the presence of the garrison at Mingarry Castle. And 'tis an uncommon rough journey for a man of his age and complexion. We should have someone with him, besides that lad. Could not some grown man be found to accompany him?" Duncan MacColl shook his head. "Oh, not here, Mr. Cameron. Oh, I would offer to go myself, but that I have the whole work of the farm on my hands just now, for my herdsman is ill. Yet, it's true, he needs a stronger arm than yon Callum's." Ewen stood in the doorway reflecting, a tribe of shy, fair children peeping at him from odd corners unnoticed. The idea which had come to him needed weighing. He did greatly long to get back across Loch Lynne, and if he offered himself as Mr. Oliphant's escort, he would be turning his back upon Appin and all that it meant, even if it were but for a short time. On the other hand, supposing Archie were in Ardnamurchan after all. As so often, two half-motives coalesced to make a whole. And when Mr. Oliphant had breakfasted, he made his proposal. "Oh, but, my dear Mr. Cameron, you admitted last night that you were already on your way towards Appin." Ewen replied that this morning, because of some news which Mr. MacColl had just given him, he was, on the contrary, desirous of going into Ardnamurchan. "And if you would allow me to be your escort, sir," he added, "I should account it a privilege." And he meant what he said. There clung to this gentle and heroic old man, going on this entirely voluntary and hazardous mission, and that air of another sphere which either attracts or repels. Both from instinct and from training, it strongly attracted Ardroy, who felt also that for once in his life he could render a real service to the church of his baptism, continually persecuted since the Revolution, and now since Culloden, and driven forth utterly into the wilderness, and become the dearer for it. "You make a sacrifice, however, Mr. Cameron," said the old priest, looking at him with eyes as keen as they had ever been. "Be sure that it will be repaid to you in some manner." "I want no repayment, sir, other than that of your company. To what part of Ardnamurchan do you propose to go?" Mr. Oliphant told them that his plan was to visit, in that remote and most westerly peninsula of Scotland, and indeed of Britain, the hamlet of Kilmorey on the north and of Kilchoan on the south. But Ewen and Duncan MacColl succeeded in dissuading him from going to the latter because of its dangerous proximity to Mingarry Castle with its garrison. The inhabitants of Kilchoan could surely, they argued, be informed of his presence at Kilmorey and come thither with due precautions against being observed. "'Tis a strange thing," broke out Ewen during this discussion, "that the Episcopalian people of England, whose established church is Episcopal, and whose prayer book we use, should acquiesce in this attempt to stamp out the sister church in Scotland." "Oh, Mr. Cameron," said Duncan MacColl impressively, "when the one whom I will not name enters into an Englishman, he makes him not only wicked, but downright foolish. I've not been in England myself, but I've remarked it. Now in this country that one works otherwise, and there's more sense in a Scots misdoings." There was a twinkle in Mr. Oliphant's eyes at this dictum, for, like most of the best saints, he had a strong sense of humour. "I'm glad that you can find matter for patriotism, even in the devil's proceedings, Mr. MacColl." 2. So they set out on their journey together, and the young man and the old, on this tolerably fine February day, and travelled over bad tracks and worse roads, and towards Ardnamurchan. The boy Callum was originally only to have gone as far as Acharakel, where Mr. Oliphant hoped to find another guide, but now there was no need for him to come even as far as this, and he returned from Coolwanya to his father's croft, and to tell for the rest of his life the story of a rescue in the snow by an archangel. The distance which the two wayfarers had to traverse was not great, but besides the bad going, Ewen was so afraid of pushing on too quickly for Mr. Oliphant's strength that he probably went slower than they need have done. However, after a night spent with some very poor people who gave them of their best and refused the least payment, they came with twilight on the second day to Kilmorey of Ardnamurchan and the thatched dwellings of fisherfolk who looked perpetually upon mountainous islands rising from an ever-changing sea, and knew scarcely a word of English. By them Mr. Oliphant was received as if he had come straight from heaven, and the tall gentleman, his escort, the Dunya Wessel Moor, with the respect due to a celestial centurion. And word went instantly round to all the scattered crofts, to Sordal, to Ochil, to Plokeg, to Sana, and in particular to Kilchoan on the southern shore. Next day Mr. Oliphant was hard at work, baptizing and catechizing and visiting. It was pathetic to see the eagerness and reverence of these poor and faithful people, who once had been under the care of a zealous episcopal minister, now torn from them, so that they were left shepherdless, save when the Presbyterian intruder, as they considered him, came there on his rare visits to this portion of his vast parish, and his ministrations, and they naturally did not wish to attend. So now they came streaming in from all the hamlets and crofts in the neighbourhood, and from Kilchoan came even a couple of Cole fishermen, Episcopalians, whose boat was in harbour there. But these, like all from the Mull side, came with caution, lest the garrison at Mingarry Castle should hear of unusual gatherings at Kilmorey, and come to investigate the cause, which would certainly result in the penal laws being set in motion against Mr. Oliphant, and perhaps against his hearers, who far exceeded the scanty number of 5, which was permissible at one service. Fortunately, it appeared that the soldiers had, for the moment, something else to occupy them than hunting out Episcopalians. The colonel of the garrison had been missing since the previous day, when he had gone out alone, taking a gun, and had not returned. The inhabitants of Kilmorey said uncompromisingly that if he never came back it would be a good day for them, for he was a very evil and cruel man, whom the soldiers themselves hated. But they had this consolation in his temporary disappearance, that the military, if they were still searching for him, would hardly trouble Kilmorey or the coast round it, where there was nothing to be shot save gulls. Nevertheless, when Mr. Oliphant held a service that afternoon in the largest of the cottages, it was thought well to place a few outposts, and Ewen, though he would have liked to hear the old man preach, offered to be one of these. So, about sunset, he found himself walking to and fro on the high ground above the hamlet, whence he could survey the beginning of the road, which dipped and wound away southwards over the moorland towards Mingarry Castle and Kilchowen. But northward, the island peaks soared all blue and purple out of the sea, like mountains of chalcedony and amethyst, headland upon headland, stretched against the foam, and the eye travelled over the broken crests of that wild land of Moidart, pressing each after each other, as wave follows wave, and to the lovely bay where the prince had landed 7.5 long years ago, and whence he had sailed away into silence. Farther still, the coast swept round to an unseen spot, both bitter and sacred in memory, where Ewen's murdered English friend slept under some of the whitest sand in the world. And miles away to the northeast lay his own home and the Eagle's Loch. Ewen sighed. When should he see his wife and children again? Soon, now, please God. But spring, too, would soon be come, and with the spring his sword was promised, if the time were ripe. But would it be? He knew nothing. The dwellers in these remote parts knew less, and, from what he had already heard from them, his hopes of finding Archibald Cameron in Ardnamurchan and learning of the prospects of an uprising were little likely to be fulfilled. With the fall of twilight, the momentary afterglow faded rapidly, and the strange, jagged heights of sky began to withdraw into the magic region whence they had emerged. Voices came up from the hamlet, and the sentry saw that the service must be over, for men and women were streaming away. They would reassemble in the morning, for next day early Mr. Oliphant was to celebrate the Eucharist. Ewen's watch was ended. As he turned to go, still gazing, half unconsciously, towards Loch nan Uam, he struck his foot against some slight obstacle. Glancing down, he saw that it was a little shriveled bush, scarcely even a bush, no more than 18 inches high. There was nothing on its meagre stem but very fine, thickly set thorns, not even a rag of the delicately cut leaves, which, with those thorns and its delicious haunting fragrance, mark off the little wild white rose of Scotland, and the burnet rose from every other, and especially from its scentless sister of English hedgerows in June. Ewen stood looking down at it. Yes, this rose was ill to pluck and ill to wear, but no other grew with so brave a gesture in the waste, and none had that heart-entangling scent. 3. Next morning had come. There was not a sound from the men and women kneeling in the cold light upon the sand and grass, and nothing but the indrawn breath of the sea, now and then a gull's cry, and that old, clear, steady voice. It was at the epistle that some intense quality in it first riveted Ewen's attention. And forgiving one another, if any man have a quarrel against you, even as Christ forgave you, so also do you. Had not these simple, reverent people much to forgive their oppressors? The altar stood in the doorway of a cottage. It was only the rough table of common use, covered with a coarse, clean cloth. A fisherman's lantern had been placed at either end, for it was not yet very light. Mr. Oliphant wore the usual preacher's black gown and a stole, nothing else of priestly vestment. There were no accessories of any kind, Nothing but what was poor and bare, and even makeshift. Nothing but the rite itself. Just before the consecration, the sun rose. And when, with the rest, Ewen knelt in the sand before that rude, transfigured threshold, he thought of Bethlehem, and then of Gennesaret. And afterwards, looking round at the little congregation, fisherfolk and crofters, all, he wondered when these deprived and faithful souls would taste that bread again. And not for years, perhaps. And when would he, scarcely in better case, and in whose company? He was to remember this strange and peaceful Eucharist when that day came and brought one still stranger. Ardroy could not help Mr. Oliphant in his ministrations, so he went out fishing with some of the men on that sea, which, for once, had none of the violence of winter. Gleams of sunshine chased each other on the peaks of Rum, and all the day seemed to keep the serenity of its opening. And that evening, his last there, Mr. Oliphant preached on the gospel for the day, on the parable of the tares, and this time Ewen was among the congregation. Yes, one had to be denied the exercise of one's religion, truly to value it, to listen hungrily, as he found himself listening. He had not so listened to Mr. Hayes' discourses, a good man though he was, in the days when Episcopalian worship was tolerated. Next morning, after a moving scene of leave-taking, the old priest left Kilmorey under Ewen's escort. Many of his temporary flock would have desired to come part of the way with him, but it was judged wiser not to risk attracting attention. Mr. Oliphant now meaning to visit Ceylon, on Loch and Strontian, Ardroy intended to go with him as far as Ceylon, and he had a further plan, which he developed as they walked, and that after he had visited Soonart and Ardgour, Mr. Oliphant should follow him into Appin, staying with Mr. Stewart of Invernacree, where, all stewards of that region being, as their religious and political opponents put it, madly devoted to the episcopal clergy, he would be sure of a most ready welcome. They were discussing this plan as they went along the side of Loch Muddle, where the road led above the little lake and wild deer-haunted country. The water had a pleasant air this morning, grey winter's day though it was, and the travellers stopped to look at it. "Oh, to tell truth," said Mr. Oliphant, "I was not aware that Arnamurchan possessed any loch of this size. It minds me a little of—" He stopped, for Ewen had gripped his arm. "Oh, forgive me, sir, but I heard just then a sound not unlike a groan. How could it be?" They both listened intently. For a while, there was nothing but the silence which, in very lonely places, seems itself to have the quality of noise. Then the sound came again, faint and despairing, and this time Mr. Oliphant, too, heard it. It was not easy to be sure of its direction, but it appeared to come from the tree-covered slope above them, so Ewen sprang up this, and began to search among the leafless bushes, helped, after a moment or two, by catching sight of a gleam of scarlet. And that colour told him what he was going to find. He climbed a little higher, parted the stems, and took one look at the figure sprawled in a tangle of faded bracken, and called down to his companion. "Ah, Mr. Oliphant, here he is, and it must be the missing officer from Mingarry Castle." And then he pushed his way through, and knelt down by the unfortunate man. It seemed a marvel that he was still alive. One arm was shattered, and the white facings of his uniform were pierced and blood-stained, and half his face, and not a young face, was a mask of blood. Yet he was semi-conscious, his eyes were partly open, and between the faint moans which had drawn attention to him, he uttered again and again the word water. From the condition of the fern round him, it looked as if he had tried to drag himself along to the tiny streamlet, which could just be heard whispering down at a little distance. But he had never got there. "Oh, is this murder, think you?" asked Mr. Oliphant in a horrified voice. You have some brandy with you. Thank God for that." But Ewen had by now caught sight of something lying a little way off. "No, sir, not murder, nor has he been gored by a stag, as I thought at first. 'Tis a burst fowling piece has done it. There it lies. And he has been here, poor wretch, nearly 2 days." They wetted the dried, blackened lips with brandy and tried to get a little down the injured man's throat, but he seemed unable to swallow, and Mr. Oliphant feared that the spirit might choke him. "Now try water first, Mr. Cameron," he suggested, "if you can contrive to bring some in your hands from the burn there." Holding his hollowed palms carefully together, Ewen brought it. "We must, by some means or other, inform the garrison of Mingary at once," said the old priest, carefully supporting the ghastly head. "I wish we had Callum with us. Speed is of the first importance. Or shall I lower his head a little?" "Yes, it would be better. But I can reach Mingary as quickly as the lad would have done," said Ewen, without giving a thought to the undesirability of approaching that stronghold. "Oh, I'm spilling this. He's past drinking, I fear." "Oh, certainly, if help is not soon." He gave a sudden, violent exclamation under his breath, and, letting all the rest of the water drain away, sank back on his heels, staring as though he had come on some unclean sight. For, under the trickles of water and brandy, the dried blood had become washed or smeared off the distorted face, sufficiently at least, to make it recognizable to a man who, even in the midst of fever, and 7 years ago, had during 24 hours seen more than enough of it. "What is wrong, then?" asked Mr. Oliphant, but he did not glance up from the head on his arm, for he had begun cautiously to try the effect of brandy again. Ewen did not answer for a moment. He was rubbing one wet hand upon the ground, as though to cleanse it from some foul contact. "I doubt it is worth going for help," he said at last in a half-strangled voice. "If one had it, the best thing would be to finish this business with a dirk." "Oh, I suppose you are jesting, Mr. Cameron," said the old man in a tone which showed that he did not like the jest. "How far do you think it is to Mingary Castle?" "The distance does not concern me," answered Ewen. "I'm not going there." And at that, Mr. Oliphant looked up and saw his face. It was not a pleasant sight. What has come to you?" he exclaimed. "You said a moment ago that if assistance were not brought—" "I'd not seen then what we were handling," said Ewen fiercely. He got to his feet. "One does not fetch assistance to vermin." "You are proposing that we should leave this unfortunate man here to die." Ewen looked down at him, breathing hard. "I will finish him off, if you prefer it. 'Tis the best thing that can happen to him and to all the inhabitants of Arnamurchan. You have heard what his reputation is." And, turning away, he began blindly to break a twig off the nearest birch tree. Mr. Oliphant still knelt there for another second or two, silent, and perhaps from shock. And then he gently laid down the head which he was supporting, came round the prostrate scarlet figure, and over to his metamorphosed companion. "Mr. Cameron, it is not the welfare of Arnamurchan which you have in your mind. This man has done you some injury in the past. Is it not so?" Ewen was twisting and breaking the birch twig, as though it were some sentient thing which he hated. "But for God's mercy, he had made a traitor of me," he said in a suffocated voice. "Yet that I could forgive, since he failed. But he has my friend's blood on his hands." There was a silence, save for the faint moaning behind them. "And for that," said Mr. Oliphant sternly, "you will take his blood on yours." "I've always meant to, if I got the chance," answered Ewen with a dreadful implacability. "I would it had been in fair fight. This is not what I would have desired. but I'm certainly not going to save his worse than worthless life at the expense, perhaps, of your liberty and mine. I'm not going to save it in any case. He slew my best friend. You made mention just now, Mr. Cameron, of God's mercy. Aye, so I did, said Ewen defiantly. But God has other attributes, too. This, he looked for a moment over his shoulder. This, I think, is his justice. Oh, that is possible, but you are not God. You are a man who only yesterday received the greatest of his earthly gifts, with, as I believed, a humble and a thankful heart. Today, you, who so lately drank of the cup of salvation, refuse a cup of cold water to a dying enemy. Ewen said nothing. What was there to say? He stood looking down through the trees onto the loch, his mouth set like a vice. "Are you going to Mingarry, my son?" asked Mr. Oliphant, after another brief and pregnant silence. "No, I'm not." "Very well, then, I must go." But his voice was not as steady as heretofore when he added, "Oh, I would to God that it were you." In the grim white face before him, the blue eyes darkened and blazed. Ardroy caught hold of the old man's arm. "Oh, there's one thing that's certain, Mr. Oliphant, and that is that you are not going to enter the lion's den for the sake of that scoundrel." "Oh, the lion's den? Is that what is keeping you back? A natural distaste for endangering yourself? Oh, I thought it had been something less of man's weakness and more of the devil." "Oh, so it is," retorted Ewen stormily. "Oh, you know quite well that I'm not afraid to go to Mingarry Castle." "Then why will you not let me go? I'm only an old, unprofitable man whose words are not heeded. If I do not come out again, what matter? Oh, it is true, I shall not get there near as quick as you, and every minute," he glanced back, "and the faint chance of life is slipping further away. But one of us has to go, Mr. Cameron. Will you lose my arm?" His worn face was infinitely sad. Ewen did not comply with his request. He had his left hand pressed to his mouth. In truth, his teeth were fixed in the back of it. Some help, if a strange one, to mastery of the wild passions which were rending him, and to keeping back, also, the hot tears which stung behind his eyes. He heard Mr. Oliphant say under his breath, in accents of the most poignant sorrow, "And then appeared the tares also. Such tall, such noble wheat. Truly, the enemy hath done this." He understood, but he did not waver. He would not go for help. "Mr. Cameron, time is very short. Let me go. Do not lay this death on my conscience, too. Loose me, in the name of him whom you are defying." Ewen dropped the speaker's arm, and dropped his own hand. It was bleeding. He turned a tempest-ridden face on Mr. Oliphant. "It shall not be the better man of us two who goes to Mingarry," he said violently. "I will go. You force me to it. And even though he be carrion, by the time help comes, will you be satisfied?" Mr. Oliphant's look seemed to pierce him. "By the time you get to Mingarry, Highlander though you are, your vengeance will be satisfied." As to that, Ewen shrugged his shoulders. "But you, how will you ever reach Salem alone?" "Oh, Salem. I will not start for Salem until help has come. I shall stay here." And as Ewen began a fierce exclamation, he added, "Oh, how can I, a priest, leave him lying at the gate and go away? And then they will take you. No, I will not go to Mingarry. I will not go unless you give me your word to withdraw yourself as soon as you hear the soldiers coming. How that might serve, since I shall not say that any is with him, and they will not think of searching. Mr. Oliphant considered a moment. "Yes, I will promise that, if it will ease your mind. And later, if God will, we may meet again on the Salem road, you overtaking me. Now, go, and the Lord Christ go with you. Angelos." For an instant his hand rested, as if in blessing, on Ewen's breast. And the young man snatched it up and put it to his lips, and without a word plunged down the slope to the track below, so torn with rage and shame and wild resentment that he could hardly see what he was doing. But once on the level, he clenched his hands and broke into the long, loping Highland trot, which he could keep up, if need were, for miles. He might, in Mr. Oliphant's eyes, be no better than a murderer and a savage. He might, in his own, be so weak of will that a few words from an old man whom he scarcely knew could turn him from his long-cherished purpose. He might be so cursed by fate as to have met his enemy in circumstances which had snatched from him his rightful revenge. But, at least, if he were forced to play the rescuer, he would keep his word about it. Out of this brief but devastating hurricane of passion, that intention seemed to be the only thing left to him. That, and the physical capacity to run and run towards the black keep of Mangere Castle, which he so little desired to enter. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Chapter 11. The Castle on the Shore. The ancient stronghold of the MacIans of Ardnamurchan, where James IV had held his court, which had repulsed Lachlan MacLean with his Spanish auxiliaries from the wrecked Armada galleon, and had surrendered to Colkitto's threat of burning in Montrose's wars, which had known Argyll's 7 weeks' siege and Clan Ranald's relief, stood on the very verge of the shore, gazing over at Mull. At high tide, the sea lapped its walls, or at least the rocks on which those walls were built, save on the side where a portion of the fortress had its footing on the mainland. It looked very grim and grey this winter morning, and the runner, drawing breath at last, felt exceedingly little inclination to approach it. And yet air, flag, garrison were all unstirring. Mangere seemed a fortress of the dead, staring across dull water at a misty shore. No one was visible, save the sentry on the bridge crossing the fosse, which guarded the keep on the landward, its most vulnerable side. As Ewen approached, the man brought his musket to the ready, and challenged him in the accents of the lowlands. Ardroy made his announcement from a distance of some yards. "I'm come to tell you that your missing colonel is found. He's lying in sore straits on the slopes of Loch Muddle, and if you want him alive, you must send without a moment's delay to fetch him." And the sentry shook his head. "I cannot take messengers. You maun come ben and see an officer." "Oh, I cannot wait to do that," replied Ewen impatiently. "I'm in great haste. I tell you that your colonel is very badly hurt. His fowling piece must have burst and injured him." "Oh, man, you should ken that I could not leave my post if King Geordie himself was dying," said the sentry reproachfully, and suddenly uplifting his voice, bellowed to someone within, "His sergeant, his sergeant," and motioned vehemently to Ewen to pass him. Most unwillingly, Ardroy crossed the bridge, and at the end of the long, narrow entry into the fortress, found himself confronted by a stout sergeant who listened, with no great show of emotion, to his tale. "I'll fetch the captain. He'll wish to see you, sir." The wish was by no means reciprocal, and Ewen cursed inwardly at the recognition of his social status, from which he had hoped that his shabby clothes, worn for so long in bad weather, would have protected him. "I am in great haste," he asserted once more. "Surely you can give the captain my message." But even as the last word left his lips, 2 officers, talking together, suddenly appeared from he knew not where, under the archway. Yet once again Ewen made his announcement, and this time it had an immediate effect. A few questions were asked him. He described the spot in detail. Hasty orders were given for a party to set forth instantly with a litter and restoratives, and then the captain asked Ewen if he would be good enough to guide them into the place, which, after a second or 2 of hesitation, he agreed to do. Indeed, provided he were not asked questions of too searching a nature on the way, the arrangement would suit him well. But he was not destined to profit by it. He had noticed the other officer, a young lieutenant whose face seemed vaguely familiar, looking at him closely. Now, when this latter could gain the attention of his superior, he drew him aside and whispered to him. The captain swung round to Ewen again, looking at him with a gaze which the Highlander did not at all appreciate. "Oh, by the way, you have not told us your name, sir," he remarked. "We are so much in your debt that we should be glad to learn it." Ewen helped himself to that of the good tenant of Culuanya. He was, he announced, a MacColl, originally of Appin. "Well, Mr. MacColl," said the captain, "obliged as we are to you for your information, I don't think we will trouble you to accompany us to Loch Muddle." "And then I bid you a good day," responded Ewen, making as if to go. But he had known instantly that the subaltern's whisper meant he would not be allowed to walk out of Mingarry Castle. The officer took a step forward. "Oh, not so fast, if you please. I'll ask you to await our return here, Mr. MacColl." "Oh, in God's name, why?" demanded Ewen, playing astonishment. But he was not really astonished. This was what came of running into a hornet's nest. "Oh, that I shall be able to tell you when I return," said the officer. "Oh, for one thing, I think you have made a mistake in your name. A sergeant, a guard." "Ah, my name! What is wrong with my name? You are not proposing to keep me here illegally, when I have just saved your colonel's life for you." "Oh, believe me, I regret it, Mr. MacColl," returned the captain suavely. "I doubt if there is much illegality about it. But since there is such great need of haste at the moment, we cannot possibly discuss the matter now. Sergeant, have this gentleman safely bestowed." "And how do you suppose that you are going to find your injured officer without me?" asked Ewen sarcastically, as a guard came trooping under the archway. "How easily, if the details you have furnished are correct. And I shall be the first to apologize to you, Mr. MacColl, for this detention, if there is cause for apology. Oh, come, Burton." He swung on his heel and hurried off. Her resistance were foolish. Grinding his teeth, Ewen went whither he was taken, and 3 minutes later found himself in a dusky place with oozing stone walls and a floor of solid rock. There was a barred window just out of his reach, a worm-eaten table, a rough bench, and a broken pitcher, and nothing else. As Mingarry Castle was of 13th century construction, this spot might well have been even more disagreeable, but Ewen in his present temper would have found a boudoir intolerable if he could not leave it at will. He was furiously angry even with Mr. Oliphant. One might have known that this would happen. Here he was, caged up again, and all for rendering, as much against his will as a good action had ever been done in the history of the world, a service to a man whom he hated and had sworn to kill. He sat down upon the bench and cursed aloud. When he ceased, it was to become conscious of fresh details of his prison, notably the rustiness of the iron bars across the window, and to hear, faint but distinct, the sound of waves not very far away. He might be here for weeks in this secret hole. Or Guthrie, if he recovered sufficiently, might recognize what he had done for him and let him go out of gratitude. That would be the most intolerable consequence of all, and that Guthrie should know he had played the Good Samaritan. Ewen jumped up. Out of this place he would be before Guthrie was brought into it. He felt capable of tearing down the stones with his nails, of wrenching the iron bars of the window out of their sockets with his bare hands. But that was not necessary. In his pocket, surely, was still the file which had won his and Hector's freedom from Fort William. What great good fortune that no orders had been given to search him. Without a moment's delay, he pushed the crazy table under the window and, mounted rather precariously upon it, began to file feverishly at the middle bar. Ardroy had worked away for perhaps an hour, his hands red with rust, hoping that no one would hear the noise of scraping, when it came to him where he had seen the face of the subaltern who had whispered about him to the captain. It was the lieutenant who had brought up Hector the day that youth had surrendered himself at Fort William. He had, without doubt, recognized the other ex-captive. There was more need of haste than ever. His case was worse than he had supposed, and even if Guthrie, distasteful as the notion was, should be smitten with gratitude, he would hardly dare to let an already escaped prisoner go free. By 3 o'clock, the first bar was through. It was half worn away, or it would not have yielded to the file in the time. The second was eaten too, and when in about 3/4 of an hour that also parted, and could be wrenched aside, by cautiously thrusting his head out, Ewen was able to ascertain where he was. Only about 10 feet or so above the basaltic rock on which the castle was built. At the base of this rock leapt the waves, not an encouraging sight. But if, as he judged, it was now high tide or thereabouts, he guessed that by half tide the rock, and indeed a good part of the little bay to the west of the castle, would be clear of these invaders. He thought this probable, because to his left he could see that a stone causeway, now slapped by the waves, had been constructed for use when the tide was low. Ardroy drew his head in again and resumed his filing, debating, while he worked, where he should aim for when he got out. He certainly must not immediately go back in the direction whence he had come. And then, should he make across the peninsula to its northern shore, or should he strike out for its extreme end? Suddenly, he thought of the 2 Coll fishermen in Kilchoan Bay. If they had not yet sailed for their island, he might induce them to take him in their boat back up Loch Sunart, and, even if they were gone, he could perhaps find someone else at Kilchoan willing to do this for him. It would be a good plan to get clear off the peninsula before he had the whole garrison of Mengarry searching for him. It might no doubt be better, for the purpose of getting away unseen from the castle, and to wait until nightfall. But by then, who knew, the sawn bars might be discovered, and he removed to another dungeon. Moreover, the detestable Guthrie, living or dead, would have been brought in, and be under the same roof with him. He must be gone before either of these things could happen. And at length the last bar, a very thin one, gave. The daylight was now beginning to fade a trifle, and the waves were no longer washing against the rock below. As Ewen had anticipated, a considerable segment of the little bay was free of water altogether. Once down on the shore, he had only to cross this and climb the low grassy cliff at some convenient spot, and he would be well away from Mengarry, even, perhaps, out of sight of it. It seemed, indeed, a good deal to hope that before he got as far as that, he should not have been seen and shot at. But he reflected that only a very few of the garrison could possibly have observed his entrance or know of his being made prisoner. That a number, including 2 officers at least, had gone off to Loch Muddle, and that the rest would surely not fire without reason at an unknown individual making his way, not too fast, along the shingle below them. It required, in the end, more muscular effort to pull himself from the shaky table entirely up to the level of the little window, and to get himself through this, than to lower himself the other side. At last, with a good deal of strain and wriggling, he was through, dropped onto the shelf of rock at the bottom of the masonry, and crouched there a moment or two, holding his breath, for men's voices and laughter had all at once drifted ominously to his ears. But he could not make out whence they came, and, in any case, must go on. There was a place on the side of the shelf nearest to the sea, which was much wider, and which seemed to overhang the shore. But this end of it Ewen naturally avoided, creeping along in the opposite direction, pressed as close as possible to the grey stones of the keep. But soon he could do this no longer, for the shelf had narrowed until it ceased altogether, on which, finding foothold with some difficulty, he clambered down the rock itself and to the beach. But when the fugitive was there, he instantly stood motionless, for he saw, only too clearly, what the overhanging shelf had hidden from him. Above him towered Mingary, with who knew what observers on its battlements. But between him and the sea, at no great distance, was worse. A party of about a dozen soldiers, uproariously washing their feet in a pool left by the tide. It was their voices which he had heard on the ledge. One moment of sharp dismay, and Ardroy turned, quick as a fox, and began to tiptoe away over the shingle. If he could only reach the low cliff over there unobserved, he would soon be up that. He did not think that he had been seen. His impression was that the men mostly had their backs turned in his direction, or were absorbed in their chilly ablutions. And their talk and guffaws might cover the scrunch of the shingle under his feet. But to get away from so many eyes without being seen by any was too much to ask for. A minute later, cries of, "Now halt, you there! Halt and tell your business!" reached him, and he knew that measures were on foot to enforce the command. Ewen did not look back. He took to his heels, a pretty certain means, he knew, of ensuring a bullet's being sent after him. But he was too desperately set upon escape to weigh that risk. Instant pursuit, of course, there would be. He heard the cries with which it started, and the sound of men scrambling to their feet over stones. Yet not a single shot. Two facts, indeed, were in the Highlander's favour, though he knew it not. No redcoat had committed so unheard of a folly as to burden himself with his musket when off duty, and not a single man of the party at the pool happened to be fully shod when he took the alarm. Those with one boot paused to pull on the other, and those with none, less cautious or more zealous, began the chase as they were, and over shingle and edges of bare rock, and did not get very far. Meanwhile, therefore, Ewen had quite a respectable start, and made the very best of it. In a few minutes he had reached the slope, part grass, part rock, part bare earth, and had hurled himself up it. For one instant he thought that a patch of earth over which he had to pull himself was going to give way and slide with his weight, but his muscles carried him to a securer spot before this could happen. And, once on the top, he found a stretch of rough but not precipitous going between him and the hamlet of Kilchoan, which now seemed his best goal. To turn the other way was to pass the fortress again. A glance showed him that no one had yet topped the cliff. He ran like a deer, through heather stems and bog myrtle, up slopes and down them, and when his track was crossed by a tangled hollow with a burn at the bottom, he plunged gratefully down, for it meant cover, and he could work along it unseen for a little. When he was obliged to come up again on the other side, he saw with thankfulness the forms of only 3 pursuers, running stumblingly towards the ravine which they had yet to cross, and he took fresh breath and sped still faster over the moorland. Soon, as he went, Kilchoan Bay, with its string of white cottages round the shore, was fully visible, under the remains of a smouldering sunset. He could see only one sailing boat at anchor. Was that the MacLeans, the coalmen's? In another 3 minutes he was near enough to see figures moving about in her. and perhaps she was about to sail with the ebb. He came, still running very fast, though the pace was distressing him, through a little cluster of fishermen's huts at the edge of the strand. "Oh, is that boat out yonder from Col?" he shouted to an old man at his door, and understood the ancient to pipe after him as he passed that it was, and just upon sailing. Ewen pulled up, breathless. "Oh, I want a boat. Oh, take me to her." But he could see without being told that there was no boat within easy reach. He threw a look behind him, and 2 scarlet-clad forms were doggedly pounding along towards the cottages, and would be on the shore in another couple of minutes. Shouting and waving to the Col men, who seemed to have been attracted by what was going on, he ran out along a wet spit of rock, and pausing only to remove his shoes, and plunged into the water. The sea was as calm as a summer's, and colder than anything he had ever imagined. The yellow-bladdered fingers of the low-tide seaweed slid gropingly round him, but in a moment he was clear of them, and, gasping for breath, was striking out furiously for the fishing boat. Then he was underneath her counter, and the MacLeans, with exclamations which showed that they recognized him, were helping him over the side. And as by now the 2 persistent soldiers could be heard shouting, with gesticulations, for a boat, and there was no need for the dripping fugitive to explain from whom he was escaping. "Will you take me with you?" he got out, panting. It was folly now even to suggest their putting about and passing Mingary to go up Loch, as he had once thought of doing. "Aye, will we," said the elder MacLean. "You'll please give my brother a hand with the sails, then." He ran forward to the anchor. The pursuers had not even got hold of a boat before the little fishing vessel was moving up the top of the Sound of Mull towards the open sea and the flat mass of the Isle of Col, vaguely discernible about 8 miles away, while Ewen, after making fast the last halyard, had sunk drenched and exhausted on a thwart. An hour and a half later he was sitting on a heap of nets in the bows of the Ron, the seal, clad in an odd assortment of garments. His own were hanging up to dry. For a February night in these latitudes the air was remarkably warm, as he had already noticed, thinking not of himself, but of the old man to whom he had lent his arm for so many miles. But surely Mr. Oliphant had gained some kind of shelter for the night. Only Ewen prayed that shelter were not Mingary Castle. Though darkness would soon shroud the little boat from Mingary, the MacLeans were not willing to put about, because, other considerations apart, they were carrying meal to their families in Col, where it was needed immediately, and Ewen had to acquiesce in this reluctance, feeling, as he did, that they had already rendered him a much greater service than he could have expected of them, in thus taking him off under the very eyes of the redcoats. The Ron flapped before the following wind, and the sail flapped. The younger MacLean was singing under his breath some air of the Outer Isles, full of cadences at once monotonous and unexpected. A hidden moon was tinting the heavy clouds over Mull, and at last Ewen had time to think. But thought was tumbled and broken, like those clouds. He had met his enemy, after all these years, and, well, what had he done with him? Saved him, or tried to, at another's bidding, and with a reluctance which amounted to abhorrence. Small credit could he take to himself for that deed. The wind freshened, and seemed to be changing, too. It ran cool over Ewen's damp hair. The Ron was feeling the Atlantic swell, a blessed little boat, which had cheated his pursuers. And where now was his heat of baffled revenge? A mere cinder in his breast. Certainly it burnt with flame no longer, quenched, perhaps, as the half-fantastic thought whispered, by the cold waves of Kilchowan Bay. And was he glad of it? Or did he miss the purpose which had lain buried in his heart so long, the purpose which he had avowed to Archibald Cameron that evening at Ardroy, but which he could never again take out and finger over, like a treasure. Ewen did not know. Half to console himself for its loss, he reminded himself that he too had had a score, and a heavy one, against that wretched man moaning his life away above the wintry Loch, and that he could never have been quite certain that his vengeance was entirely on his dead friend's account. He could not have paid Keith Windham's score without paying his own as well. Time passed. Ardroy still lay without moving, half propped against the gunwale, his head on his arm, seeing more clearly with every wave that heaved, dimly frothing, past the boat's nose, from what Mr. Oliphant had saved him, beginning indeed to have shuddering glimpses of a deep and very dark place in himself, full of horrible things. How well did the Gaelic name the enemy, the one from the abyss. But that very deliverance had parted him from the old man. It might be forever, and he could not say to him now what he longed to say. Perhaps he would never be able to. "How will you sleep, sir?" came a voice in his ear. One of the MacLeans was bending over him. "I will not make cold till morning now. The wind's gone round, and we must take a long tack to the northward. I brought a sail to cover you." Ewen looked up. The moon was gone, and the clouds too. The sky was velvet dark and sown with myriad points of light. "I'll thank you, MacLean. Yes, I'll sleep a while." And to himself he said, as he stretched himself on the brine-scented net, "Thank God, and a saint of his, that I can." End of section 11. Section 12 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Chapter 12. After Sunset. 1. "Oh, my dear Ewen," said old Inverna Cree, and he reached across and replenished his nephew's glass. "Oh, my dear Ewen, have you not had your fill of wandering, and that you cannot bide with us a few days?" But Ewen shook his head. "Oh, I would that I could, for I have, indeed, had my fill of wandering, near 3 months of it. But I must push on to Edinburgh tomorrow to consult an advocate, as I told you, sir." Mid-March had come and passed ere he finally sat at his uncle's board, not sorry to see silver and napery again, and to look forward to a comfortable bed. There had been difficulties and delays innumerable over leaving the island of Coll, the want of a boat, stormy weather. Indeed, Ardroy had only crossed Loch that morning early, before it was clear of the morning mists, glad beyond measure to see Green Appin again at last, and the old white house, his mother's early home, standing high among its ancient oaks, with his own kin in it. And now, supper being over, he was alone with his uncle, and the ladies having withdrawn. The middle-aged daughter, by his first wife, who kept house for the twice-widowed Alexander Stewart of Inverna Cree, and the pretty girl who was Ian's own sister. Ian himself, to Ewen's regret, was from home. The candlelight fell on Ewen's auburn head and air of content and shabby clothes. No others in the house would fit him, and on Inverna Cree's silver hair and deeply furrowed face. And to Ewen it seemed almost more strange, these last few years, to see his uncle, so essentially a Highlander and a Jacobite of the old breed, in lowland garb and without a scrap of tartan, and then to see himself thus clad. Looking thoughtfully at him now, he saw how greatly the death of his elder son at Culloden Moor had aged him. But at the moment there was content on the old man's face also, though tempered by his nephew's refusal to contemplate a longer stay. "Yes, I fear I must lose no more time," resumed Ewen. I thought to be in Edinburgh, as you know, soon after Christmas, and now it is close upon Lady Day." "Aye," said Inverna Cree. "Aye, I doubted from what he told me at the time that Ian somehow mismanaged that affair at the Narrows. Either he or that young Frenchified brother-in-law of yours, whom he brought here in your stead." "No, sir, I assure you that he did not," protested his nephew warmly. "Neither Ian nor Hector was a whit to blame for what happened. If there was a blunder, it was mine. I owe Ian more than I can easily repay, and if Hector had had his wish, we should have broken out of Fort William long before we did. But it was young Grant, nevertheless, who brought trouble upon you in the first instance. He told me so himself." Ewen could not repress a smile. "Hector is indiscreet," he said, thinking of someone else who had remarked that of him. "Yet I suppose he told you the whole story, so that you've not truly been without news of me for centuries, as my cousins have just been complaining." "Why, we've had much more recent news of you than Hector Grant's," exclaimed his uncle. "And they must have been teasing you, the jades, for they cannot have forgotten who brought it. Can you guess who it was, Ewen?" "Oh, I think so. Mr. Oliphant did make his way here, then, sir." Ewen's face had lit up. "Oh, he did," said the old man with an air of satisfaction. "We had the privilege of his presence under this roof for a se'nnight, and he left unmolested at the end of it for Ballachulish. It was from him that we learned of the truly Christian deed of charity to an enemy, which was the cause of your separation from him. But he feared, and justly, it seems, that you might have become a prisoner in Mingarry Castle on account of it." Ewen had coloured vividly and turned his head away. "I escaped the same day from Mingarry," he said hurriedly. And then, after a second or two, "Mr. Oliphant should have told you how unwillingly I was brought to that act. How, had it not been for his persuasion, I should not have done it at all." "Then, my dear Ewen, I honour you the more for having done it," was his uncle's reply. But Mr. Oliphant said not a word of that. A saintly man. There are many here in Appin who will long remember with thankfulness his stay among us, which, under God, we owe to you. He left a letter for you, which I was near forgetting. Oh, my memory, Ewen, grows old too. If you will come into my room, I will give it to you now." He rose, helping himself up by the table. "I'll fill your glass, nephew." Ewen rose and lifted it. "The king," said Alexander's steward, and they drank. In that house there was no need to pass their glasses over water jug or finger bowl, since King George of England existing to all who ever broke bread there merely as the Elector of Hanover, and there was no other king than James the 3rd and 8th, to avoid pledging by that consecrated subterfuge. A tall, upright old man, though moving stiffly, Inverna Cree opened the door of his own study for his nephew. "Oh, sit there, Ewen, under your mother's picture. Oh, it is good to see you there, and I like to remember," he added, looking him up and down, "and that Stuart blood went to the making of that broad body of yours. Oh, I sometimes think that you are the finest piece of manhood ever I set eyes on." "Oh, my dear uncle," murmured the subject of this encomium, considerably embarrassed. "Oh, you must forgive an old man who has lost a son not unlike you. And no matter, sit down, Ewan Void, while I fetch you good Mr. Oliphant's letter. He, I assure you, could not say enough of you and what you had done for him." "How I cannot say enough of what he did for me," murmured Ewan, as he took the letter and put it into his pocket. "And, in truth, I went with him into Ardnamurchan, half in hopes of meeting Dr. Cameron there, in which I was disappointed." "Do you know aught of the doctor's recent movements, Uncle Alexander?" "Nothing whatever. He did not come into Appin, and I have no notion where he may be now. Ian, though he alleged some other motive, has gone, I believe, to try to learn some news. The boy is made very restless by the rumours which go about. But rumours will not help us. I doubt our son went down upon Culloden Moor, Ewen." "Oh, a man might have thought," objected his nephew, "and that the son of the Stuart cause went down at Worcester fight. Yet 9 years afterwards, Charles Stuart was riding triumphantly into London. It is not yet 9 years since Culloden." Old Alexander Stuart shook his head. "The Lord's hand is heavy on his people. I never read, in the 2 first Psalms of the 16th morning of the month, of the heathen coming into the Lord's inheritance, and the wild boar out of the wood, rooting up the Lord's vine, and much more, only too appropriate, without thinking of that 16th of April, 7 years ago. And with good reason. You know," he went on, looking into the fire, "and that when Alan's body was found, there was a little psalter in his pocket, and it was doubled open at the 79th Psalm, as if he had been reading it, while he waited there on the moor in the wind and the sleet. And there was his blood across the page." "No, you never told me that, Uncle Alexander," said Ewen gently. "Aye, it was so, and they brought the book to me afterwards. I put it away for a long time, though it was the last thing I had of his. But now I have the custom of reading the daily Psalms out of it, to show that I gave him willingly to his God and his prince. No, I'm never likely to forget the Culloden Psalms." He was silent, sitting perfectly still, so that the leaping flames might have been casting their flicker on the chin and brow of a statue. His nephew looked at him with great pity and affection. "I've sometimes wondered," began Inverna Cree again, "whether the Almighty does not wish us to learn that His will is changed, and that for our many unfaithfulnesses He does not purpose at this time to restore the kingdom unto Israel. With the older school of Jacobites, religious and political principles were so much one, that it was perfectly natural to them to speak of one hope in terms of the other, and his language held no incongruity for Ewen. In moments of depression he had himself harboured the same doubt, and had given voice to it, as that evening with Archibald Cameron. But he was too young and vigorous to have it as an abiding thought, and he tried to comfort the old man now, pointing out that a new door had opened, from what Dr. Cameron had told him, that if France would not and could not help, there were others willing to do so. "Yes," admitted his uncle, "it may be that all this long delay is but to try our faith. But I can recall Killiecrankie, the victory that brought no gain. I fought at Sheriff Muir nearly 40 years ago, and I remember the failure at Glenshiel the year you were born, the failure which drove your father into exile. If this spring do not bring the assistance which I hear vaguely spoken of on all sides since Dr. Cameron's arrival, and then our sun has truly set, and we shall never see the white rose bloom again. The hope of it is perhaps no more than the rainbow which spans the Loch here so constantly between storms, or those streamers which you see in the northern sky at night. We have been seeing them of late, very bright. Oh, but they mean nothing, if it be not ill weather next day. They come too late, after sunset. Oh, but before dawn, suggested Ewen. Oh, if you like, my dear boy, if you like, yes. You are young, and may yet see a dawn. Oh, get you to bed now, and do not let an old man's faithlessness make you despond. Oh, good night, and may God bless you." Up in the room which had been his mother's as a girl, and which he always occupied when he visited Inverna Cree, Ewen broke the seal of Mr. Oliphant's letter. "My dear son," wrote the old man, "I think you will guess how often I've thought of you, and blessed you, and prayed for you, even as David prayed, and deliver my darling from the power of the dog. And I'm sure that you were delivered, if not without scathe. And, I hope, my dear son, that you had not to pay by an unjust captivity for your good deed, which was good, even though it were done in the spirit of the man who said, I go not, and went. For you will remember that, for all his first refusing, it was he who was justified, and not the other. The unfortunate officer, your enemy, was still alive when the soldiers reached the place. I had written upon a piece of paper, which I then placed in his pocket, these words: If you recover, you owe it to a man whom you greatly injured. I would not mention your name, lest it brought harm upon you, and I thought, too, that you would not have wished it. But I wrote what I did for the man's own sake. It was right that he should know it, if indeed he would ever know anything again in this world. I'd concealed myself, as I promised you, and I was not searched for. Moreover, I found help and shelter upon my road to Salem, yet I greatly missed my son's strong arm and his heartening company. But I reflected that, even as he had been sent to me in my necessity, so he had been sent elsewhere in another's. Yet I have the hope, Angelos, that before long you will reach this house of your good uncle's, which has been so kind a haven to me, and where it has been my delight to speak of you. And the Lord bless and keep you, and lead you back safely to your own. Ewen put the letter carefully away in his breast, and going to the window stood looking out into the clear March night. And the 5-mile width of Loch Lin, shining faintly, lay before him. Dark mountains lifted themselves on the farther side whence he had come. Shoona's island bulk lay to the right, and the castle on the islet down below stood warden over the inlet of Loch. Away to the left, a warm yellow moon was entangled in trees. But it was not under her rays that the water shone. Over the mountains facing him, though it was after 10 at night, and the sky was irradiated with a soft white glow. As Ewen stood there, it grew in intensity and widened. A faint, perfectly straight shaft of the same unearthly light shot up into the sky, and then another. But Ardroy was thinking of other things, of the old priest's letter, of how his presentiment about meeting one who had to do with Keith Windham had been fulfilled, and of how strangely, it was not a new thought now, he had resembled his own small son in his desire that vengeance should be meted out to the evildoer who had wrought him such an injury. He was wicked, it was right that he should be punished, had been Donald's cry of justification on that September evening. The idea still had power to raise in Ewen some of the rueful dismay which had swept over him when it had first presented itself, one morning when he was pacing the sandy shores of Col, half deafened by the green Atlantic surges, and praying for the wind to change. But all reflections were merged now into an impatience to begin tomorrow's journey to Edinburgh, and the next milestone on the road which was to bring him back to his wife and home. He turned away from the window and began to make ready for bed. Yet when, after blowing out his candle, he went for a last look over the loch, he gave a smothered exclamation. The moon was gone, vanquished, and the whole of the sky from northwest to northeast was pulsing with light, with great eddying rivers and pools of that magic radiance. The miraculous glow was no longer a background to the dark mountains of Morven, nor did it now send forth those straight pencils of light. It streamed and billowed, as it seemed for miles, right over the housetop, and it was never still for an instant. It shimmered across the sky like ethereal banners, forever changing their shape, like the swirling draperies of a throng of invisible dancers, as the Gaelic indeed names the northern lights, like reflections flickering through the curtain of space from some mighty effulgence behind it. Ewen had often seen the aurora borealis, but he could not remember ever having seen it so fine at this time of year. For a while he lay and watched from his bed what he could see of those bright and soundless evolutions, and they were a commentary on his uncle's words this evening, but he was too tired, and the bed, after 3 months of hard and varied lying, and too seductive for him to stay awake and ponder the matter. When he woke some hours later and turned over, and the night was quite dark, all the wonderful white dance of flame in the heavens was gone as if it had never been. 2. The next day Ewen set out from Inverness-Cree on his journey to Edinburgh, a gillie of his uncle's carrying his modest valise. Not his, in truth, but one of Ian's. He meant to go on foot through Loch to the ferry on the curve of Loch at Bonaw, and there in the little inn on the farther shore hoped to hire a horse. If he failed in this, he would have to trudge on for another 12 or 13 miles into the next hostelry at Dalmally, beyond the pass of Brander and Loch Awe. The proud mass of Ben Cruachan, monarch of all the heights around, with a wreath of cloud veiling the snow upon his summit, frowned at the Cameron as he came along the northern shore of beautiful Etive towards the heart of Lorne. Ewen dismissed the gillie, took his valise, and was rowed across the wind-rippled blue water. "Is it true that the innkeeper here has horses for hire?" he asked, as he paid the ferryman on the farther shore. "Aye, he has, though but the one now. And the beast will not be hired out the day, however, for I saw him no later than noon." The tiny inn under the 3 wind-bent pines looked as if it could scarcely provide a decent meal, still less a horse. Yet, somewhat to Ewen's surprise, there was a very well-appointed chaise standing outside it. But there seemed something wrong with this equipage, for one of the horses was out of the shafts, and the middle-aged postilion was talking earnestly to an elegantly dressed young man, presumably the traveller. Various ragged underlings of the hostelry, possessing no knowledge of English, vociferated around them. Ewen called one of these, told him he wanted a saddle-horse, and entered the inn to pay for its hire. He had some difficulty in finding the innkeeper, and the man had finally to be summoned. "You have a saddle-horse for hire, I believe," said Ardroy. "For how many stages are you willing to let it out?" The Highlander seemed embarrassed. "Oh, I fear that I cannot let you have it at all, sir. I have but the one horse for hire, and the young gentleman out there, who is returning from Dunstaffnage Castle to Edinburgh, requires it for his chaise, for one of his own horses has suddenly gone lame." With instant resentment, Ewen thought, "From Dunstaffnage? A Campbell, of course, who thinks all belongs to him in Lorne. I would like to show him that he's wrong. But I need the horse to carry me," he said aloud, with an unwonted haughtiness, "and the sprig of Clan Diarmait must make shift with his remaining horse, and go the slower." "Oh, he's not a Campbell, sir," returned the innkeeper quickly. "Oh, it is a Sassenach, a young English lord, returning from a visit to Dunstaffnage." Ewen was slightly mollified. Even an Englishman was preferable, on the whole, to a Campbell. "Perhaps," he suggested, "if he's told that this horse of yours is the only means of my getting on my way, he will have the grace to relinquish it." Like the innkeeper, he had used the Gaelic. The sentence was scarcely finished when a voice behind him made him start. He did not know why. "Oh, it seems that there's now some difficulty about this horse of yours," it said, addressing the landlord with some impatience. "But I'm unable to understand what your people say. Why cannot I hire the horse, since it is for hire?" Ewen had turned and saw a very handsome youth clad in what he, somewhat cut off of late from such vanities, guessed to be the latest mode. "I am myself the difficulty, I fear, sir," he said civilly. "I'd hoped to hire the horse as far, at least, as Dalmally." "The horse is for the saddle," explained the innkeeper to the young Englishman. though, indeed, he's going very well in harness, too." He looked from one client to the other in evident perplexity. "In that case, it would seem as if I must ride postilion," observed Ardroy, with a recrudescence of annoyance. The younger traveller, English nobleman, if the innkeeper were correct, and came forward to the elder. He was not only extremely good-looking, but had a delightfully frank and boyish expression, and, indeed, he was not very much more than a boy. "Oh, sir, could we not come to some arrangement, if we take the same road, and if I have unwittingly disappointed you of a horse? There's plenty of room in my chaise, if you would do me the honour of driving in it." The offer was made so spontaneously, and speed was so desirable, that Ewen was tempted by it. "Oh, you are too kind, sir," he said, hesitating. "I should be incommoding you." "Oh, not in the least, I assure you," declared the agreeable young traveller. "And there's ample room, for I left my man behind in Edinburgh, and it would be a pleasure to have a companion. My name is Evelyn, Viscount Evelyn." "And mine is Cameron," replied Ewen, but he did not add of Ardroy. It flashed through his mind as ironical that a young English Whig, for Lord Evelyn must be of Whig sympathies, or he would not have been visiting Campbell of Dunstaffnage, should propose to take the road with a man who not 3 months ago had escaped from government hands at Fort William. "Then you will give me the honour of your company, sir?" asked the young man eagerly. "Otherwise I shall feel bound to surrender the horse to you, and I will not disguise that I am anxious to reach Edinburgh with as little delay as possible." He said this with something of a joyous air, as though some good fortune awaited him at his journey's end. "I hope to lie tonight at Dalmally," he went on, "and I think that even on horseback you would hardly go beyond that, and for the next stage is, I'm told, a long one." "No, that is quite true," admitted Ewen, "and so, my lord, I will with gratitude take advantage of your very obliging proposal. And, if we are to be fellow travellers, may I not propose in my turn that before taking the road in company you should join me in a bottle of claret?" As they went together to the little eating-room, he reflected that the boy was exceptionally trusting. "Oh, he knows nothing of me, no more than I know of him, if it comes to that." Then for a moment he wondered whether he were acting unfairly by this friendly youth in taking advantage of his offer, but to explain his own position, and perhaps thereby deprive himself of the means of proceeding quickly, was to be over-scrupulous. So they sat down to some indifferent claret, and over it the suddenly blossoming acquaintance ripened as quickly to a very unlooked-for harvest. Lord Evelyn seemed to Ardroy a really charming and attractive young man, unspoilt, so far as he could judge, by the fashionable world of routs and coffee-houses in which he probably moved. For it transpired after a while that he was the only son of the Earl of Stow, whose name was known even in the Highlands. It appeared, also, that he was really visiting in Edinburgh, and had only gone to Dunstaffnage on a short stay, for which he was now returning. He had never been in Scotland before, he said, and, but for a very particular circumstance, would not have come now, because the country, and especially the Highlands, held a most painful association for him, he having lost a brother there in the late rebellion. Ewen said that he was sorry to hear it. He was a soldier, I presume. The young man nodded. His bright face had saddened, and, looking down, he said as though to himself, "Oh, I am ashamed, now, that I did not attempt the pilgrimage when I was at Dunstaffnage. I suppose, sir," he went on rather hesitatingly, "that you do not chance to know a wild spot on the coast, and farther north, called Morar." Ewen put down his wine-glass very suddenly, the colour leaving his face. He tried to speak, and could not. But his companion went on, without waiting for an answer. "It was there that my brother met his death, Mr. Cameron. And he was not killed in fair fight, he was murdered. That is why I do not like the Highlands. Yet I wish time had permitted of my going to Morar. A moment Ewen stared, as though the handsome speaker were himself a ghost. Keith Windham's brother. Could it be true? The tiny inn parlour was gone, and he was kneeling again in the moonlight on that blood-stained sand. He did not know that he had put his hand over his eyes. And then the voice that was, he knew it now, so like Keith's, was asking him breathlessly, fiercely, "Oh, where did you get that ring? Oh my God, where did you get it?" Ewen dropped his hand and looked up almost dazedly at the young Englishman, who was on his feet, leaning over the table, with a face as white as his own, and eyes suddenly grown hard and accusing. "He gave it to me. It was in my arms that he died at Morar, the victim of a terrible mistake." "A mistake, you say? He was killed, and then, in the place of another?" No, not that kind of mistake. My unfortunate foster brother." "Your foster brother was the murderer? And by whose orders? Yours?" Ewen gave a strangled cry, and leapt then to his own feet, and faced this stern, almost unrecognizable young accuser. "Oh, God forgive you for the suggestion. I wished that day, and that Lochlin's dirk had been in my own breast. Major Windham was my friend, Lord Aveling, my saviour, and yet he came to his death through me. And you are his brother." I felt. Yes, that was it. You have his voice. "I am his brother of the half-blood," said the young Viscount, standing very still and looking hard at him. "My mother was his mother also. And so, you wear his ring. But if you've not his blood upon your hands, what do you mean by saying that he came to his death through you?" Ewen caught his breath. "His blood on my hands? If it is on anyone's, and besides poor deluded Lauchlin's, it is on those of another British officer who—" He stopped suddenly, and then went on. "Who is probably gone to his account by this time." "And you're prepared to swear? Oh, great God! Should I have worn his ring all these years, if what you think were true? He drew it off his finger. It was the last thing he did, and put it into my hand. I will swear it." He glanced down in search of the dirk, which he might not wear, and made a little gesture of desperation. "Oh, I cannot. I've no weapon." "Let that pass. I will take your word," said the young Englishman, speaking with difficulty. "I can see that what you say is true, and I ask your pardon for my suspicions." No one, indeed, could well have doubted that it was grief, not guilt, which had made the face of this Highland gentleman so drawn. "But," added Lord Aveling, after a moment, "I should be greatly your debtor if you could bring yourself to tell me a little more. All we heard was that while on patrol duty in the western coast in the August of '46, my unfortunate brother was murdered by a Highlander, either a Cameron or a MacDonald, and was buried where he died. It was impossible, in the then unsettled state of the country, to have his body exhumed and brought to England. And now, I suppose, if this place be as wild as we have heard, his very grave is forgotten." "No, it is not forgotten," answered Ewen in a much quieter voice. "I've been there twice. I was there last year. There's a stone I had put. He did not love the Highlands overmuch, yet 'tis a peaceful and a beautiful spot, Lord Aveling, and though the wind blows sometimes, and the sand is very white there, and when the moon is full—" He broke off, and stood with his deep-set blue eyes steady and fixed, and the young man staring at him a trifle odd, since he had heard of the second sight, and the speaker was a Highlander. But Ardroy was seeing the past, not the future, and after a moment sat down again at the table and covered his face with his hands. His half-drained glass rolled over, and the claret stain widened on the coarse cloth. Keith Windham's brother stood looking down at him until, an instant or two later, There came a knock at the door when he went to it and dismissed the intruder, the postilion anxious for his lordship to start. When he came back, Ardor had removed his hands and regained control of himself. "Since we have met so strangely, you would perhaps desire me to tell you the whole story, my lord." And sitting there, sometimes gazing with a strange expression at the stain on the cloth, sometimes looking as if he saw nothing, Ewen told it to the young man in detail. End of section 12.